that's where things are getting routed through. And I was really interested in the descriptions of these places because the gallery itself has all of these walls which pivot on a center, and it sort of reconfigures itself for every sort of different installation. And there was also this sort of expansive, what I would call brutalist architecture aesthetic, which I'm sure architects will not agree with. But it's that sort of a space which alternatively is open but also closed, public yet private, which really interested me. So I ended up trying to sort of think about instability in the most fundamental way, as opposed to these very, very sleek, extremely sort of heavy design, which was sort of enveloping the entire building. What did I do now? So I think one of the things that the quote that I remember from one of the talks that the architects gave, could we go back please? The architects gave was that these are all raw spaces and which are very amenable to pedagogical sort of, should we say, it's not even a platform. I remember writing this quote down at that point because the idea of a raw space is about raw material, and I think that I was really captivated by that and the instability that is there when you don't construct something entirely. So the work was, can we go back? Sorry, I think you're missing a few slides. And the next one? I don't know, something has happened with the slides here, but I had two other slides which was the extension of the installation where I created a large sort of floating wall which is not opaque entirely, which mimics the dimensions of the wall that sort of pivots. It's made entirely out of paper with sort of, yeah, this one. So this is a 56 feet long scroll. It's an unending scroll and it was suspended and it mimics the two walls which are on the side. And because it sort of laser etched the entire paper, it disintegrated over the course of the 6 weeks of the show that was installed. So by the end, it sort of, the invisible wall sort of collapses. And I think, so this is my sort of early engagement with what I was thinking about in terms of precarity and instability. So now we can move forward. So this other project is, this is the one that I did during my time in Italy. I had the opportunity to work in Sol LeWitt's studio. Sol LeWitt, for those who don't know, is a great conceptual artist, American conceptual artist, and his work is largely based on drawings, but also a very playful way of interacting with the grid, the sort of idea of the grid. But this was the time when I was obsessed with looking at the containerized economy in terms of how ships sort of, carry forward goods back and forth. We all rely on this movement, global movement of goods. So I was interested in these containers, and anybody who's ever, I'm sure everybody's seen one of those shipping containers. They are these large, very reinforced, thick alloy structures which look like bomb-proof. Like there is no way you can sort of penetrate it. But yet, when I was looking and researching, and that was the time that I moved back to India, there was lots of these articles which talk about how these containers are actually very precarious. I mean, one would think that a 100-ton thing would just sit and not move, but they are constantly falling off the ships. Lots of debris washes up, and I remember reading this one particular article which talks about how this container sort of washed up at the shore in the north of Britain, and there was Harley-Davidson bikes and diapers right next to each other, spilling out. And it's this thing that we are packaging these things and moving them, and they are in these seemingly extremely strong containers, but they are very susceptible at the end of the day to the movement and how things are sort of transported. So I was thinking about how does this actually work, and then I came to understand that there are these locks at the 8 vertices of the container. And these locks were invented by this American mechanical engineer. It's a beautiful concept. It's just a simple little lock structure which just goes inside and turns, and then that's it. And that's how the containers are locked. And for me, that's the most important part of the entire puzzle, right? Without those locks, things would just be toppling over. These gigantic containers are toppling over. So I was researching these and I was thinking about these. So when I was invited to do the residency, I ended up making the set of 1/8 casting corners, they're called, local, in ceramic. So this is blown ceramic that is made locally in the area. It's the same ceramic factory that makes a lot of Sol-Lewis ceramic pieces. So we ended up making these, and I was invited to show it in a very small deconsecrated chapel. I didn't even know what a deconsecrated chapel was, but apparently there are a lot of these churches which no longer function as churches, but are very, very iconic in terms of what they have. There are all these frescoes which are centuries old. So it's just also an interesting experiment to sort of put these things on the altar that you see there. So yeah, this is a shot from the time at the residency space where I was just obsessed about making these containers by hand. These are all ceramic ones which are being made. This is another node in my work which I'm interested in the multiples. It's not just like there's one great original like a painting, but I identify as a printmaker primarily. I'm not a photographer, but I think for me, photography and printmaking sort of work very beautifully together, because I think that the things that come through in terms of printmaking, in terms of what it means to make a mark and gouge things, make a plate, make a print of it, the multiples are interesting. Why do we create multiples? So I think that this is a sort of most sculptural manifestation of my interest in the multiples. So these are some shots of how the show came together at the end. So this is finally the work that is shown here. These are all laser etched. The thing is, I work at Srishti. I've been teaching at Srishti for the last 4.5 years now. And I used to stay in Yelahanka then. Every day that I would go to college, we would pass by the site, which is very incongruous, simply because the surrounding areas are entirely urban. This sort of, peri-urban spaces. You can imagine how construction is going to look like. But yet there is this sort of a plot of land which clearly is under dispute. And it is you can recognize it so easily as a very fundamental post and lintel structure. It looks, in that sense, quote unquote, dated. Now, I use the word very carefully. I don't mean dated in a very nostalgic sense that, this is our cultural monument, but simply in terms of the fact that there is a great divide between what it is and what's next to it. Oh God, I was scared of this bell. Yeah. So anyway, I was sort of really interested and captivated by this open space. It's not open necessarily, because this is my crude understanding of it. There are obviously people here who know much more than me. But the sort of post and lintel structure, it reinforces the way the space is so closed. It's very, close-knit. You can't have much space in between them, because structurally, otherwise it won't be supported. But it's all open. It's like walk-through. So it must have been a marketplace in 12th century or 13th century or something. But right now, it's this sort of very weird interstitial space where there is a permanent cow herd, and then there are these milk cans which get slaughtered early in the morning. Then there is this gas agency right next door. So suddenly you have hundreds of gas cylinders which are waiting there. Then you have this entire bunch of kids who play, and they play marbles. It was so difficult for me to find marbles now, because urban kids don't play marbles. But there is this entire ecosystem that's functioning there. It's almost like, when you go in the playground and suddenly you pick up a rock and then, there's an entire thing happening underneath it, even though it's like right there. So for me, it was very interesting to want to record this site. Now, I was trying to do lots of, stupid little drawings and trying to take photographs of it. But that's the thing, I didn't want to arrest it in a photograph, because a photograph just shows you things as they are. And for me, because I'm interested in the sort of connection between printmaking and photography, I wanted to do something that sort of responds to how that space is. So I started fudging around with this laser machine this is not the laser machine, this is quite huge, this is an industrial laser machine, but I had bought a small laser robo kit that I was fiddling around with at home. So it created these amazing little marks on the paper, because that's like a printmaking plate. Like when you use acid to sort of gouge the plate through and you create like a landscape on it. And I thought that that's the way to respond to it. So I ended up making something where I wanted the print and the frame to not be distinguishable. I didn't want it to be, oh, I've just made this and it's on a frame and it's just on the wall. I wanted it to be something that you don't just stand back and look at it as a landscape and just be done with it. I wanted it to be something that you have to go close in order to see. And I also wanted it to somehow mimic that very interesting sort of post-in lintel, extremely fundamental structure that the site had. So this sort of site specificity is something that is very important to me and which is something that I constantly try to work with. So I'll end here. These are just some installation shots from Serendipity of the work. So thank you. I rushed through it because I was trying to make something that
Thanks, Neerja, for showing us all your unique pieces, and we wish we had more time for you. Does anyone have a quick question for Neerja?
Hey Neerja, thank you for a fantastic take on what you do. And so, as you know, architects and interior designers, we use a lot of art in our projects to sort of enhance our space. Or, most often than not, you encounter clients and people who have not a hair of appreciation in their on them. So how do you kind of get them to sort of believe in your story about art and what a piece of art does to a particular place? Like lighting, for instance. We have our next speaker, I think, who's going to take us through some nuances of lighting. Art, every time you talk of an art, you talk of a name, or you talk of, forget the name, even if you talk about the beauty of an installation, you often confronted with saying, oh, no, not happening, it's too much, or it's, why so much for art? So how do you kind of bridge that gap? I think there's a huge void, it's like between actual art going up on the walls on our projects and just any more art.
I don't think I'm qualified to answer that question because, well, I'll try to say this. I think that even students in my class have the same problem, right? Because a lot of them, the idea that art is something that is A, inaccessible, B, expensive, and C, completely sort of inscrutable, like it needs a language that you don't have, or it sort of requires a grammar that you don't possess, and you need to be. And I think it is, yes, it is, because just like every other language, you have to learn it in order to sort of engage with it. But I think it's also a bit of what kind of patience you accord to a work. I think, and art actually demands a lot of patience, unfortunately. So for me, I feel like one of the things that I constantly sort of struggle with to try and explain is that there's too much burden on one piece of work to describe everything. Like for instance, I not for a second do I think that the work that I have put up will give you what I would consider the site to be or what all that's going on in it, but it's just an instance of somebody's expression. And I think as long as you take it at that level and you're willing to sort of interact with it with some sense of playfulness, you know, like yes, there are certain things in it which I sort of enjoy, whatever the terms of enjoyment are, and there are certain things in it which I probably don't really get. And I think that the willingness to let it be at that is what usually gets me through. So yeah, I don't know if I answered, but I think that's thank you.
Thanks again, Neerja. Lighting can make or break a space. And I think most of us in this room would have heard that statement at some point of our design journeys. And that's simply because lighting plays a key role in the way that people experience architecture. It highlights colors and textures and forms and volumes, and it truly allows architecture to achieve its purpose. With that in mind, we have an inspiring dialogue between Professor Andreas Schulz, CEO of Licht Kunstlicht, and the head of their Indian office, Purvi Kamath. Yeah, Purvi smiling because I managed to pronounce it, I think, fairly all right. And for those of you who are wondering what that means, much as I was when I first read the words, it translates to light, art, light. And LKL has a portfolio of over 800 projects, and they're one of the world's most successful lighting specialists. So without further ado, let's give Professor Andreas and Purvi a warm welcome.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, India. It's all about a journey. I just arrived 3 days ago, so I took a long journey to this event.
Is it loud enough?
Yeah. Okay, I can be louder. No problem. Okay, we're gonna start. Yes, we are lighting designers. We work with light, which is maybe not so common for you because it's a kind of new profession. I found the company many years ago. I give Purvi the chance to introduce herself first of all.
Okay, I think there's a lot of familiar faces here. I'm Purvi. I'm a lighting designer, but a trained architect as well. I'm also RV and RV alumnus, I think. Yeah, alumnus. And it's very nice to be back in home grounds. And here we're presenting about Licht Kunstlicht and the work we do. We're today going to show you just three projects and talk about the journey of how we conceptualize or come to lighting a space. Of course, I head the Indian projects for Licht Kunstlicht, and yeah, over to you.
Okay, yeah, my name is Andreas Schulz. I'm also a professor teaching lighting design in a small art school in the middle of Germany, which is the only undergraduate program in Europe. So one time you start there, after your high school diploma, you end up as a lighting designer after 8 semesters. And I'm leading that thing, and when it comes to our company, we are not just consulting architects regarding artificial light. We are very well known for consulting daylight as well. We are working on museums worldwide, and daylight is a big topic for museums especially. And some numbers: the company was founded in 1991. We participated on mostly 800 projects. We have 4 offices. We are 35 people, right now 36 people, and we received 120 awards. We are quite successful regarding awards, which is related to the fact that we are working for the, let's say, well-named architects, and we participate on the architecture as well. We have an office in Bonn, and we have an office. Hey, you're too fast, lady. We have an office in Bonn. We have an office in Berlin. We have an office in Barcelona, Spain, and the newest kid is our office in Bangalore, which Purvi is leading. This is part of the team. We headed to the Euroluce in Milano in June this year. These are, let's say, 20 people. And we are working internationally, worldwide, so it's not related just to Europe. We are working all over the world. We are all-rounders. Doesn't mean that we just do specific projects. We do all kind of projects, from residential to big museums or to big commercial projects. So there are no limits as long as these projects are interesting for us. I'd like to introduce you one project which is quite nice and very related to light. It's an old castle in the middle of Germany, which should be renovated to hold an exhibition of small ivory artwork. The castle was very rotten down, but the local government didn't have the money for proper renovation. So they employed architects, and these architects got the idea not to renovate the castle. They put a kind of catwalk inside and blocked out the daylight, make it a dark room, and just illuminated, or want us to illuminate the catwalk. This is the footprint of the castle or of the museum, and you see this catwalk. The catwalk is elevated because the floor is an old parquet floor which was really run down, so they elevated a catwalk, and we tried just to elevate the catwalk and not, or illuminate the catwalk, and not to have a lot of spell light to illuminate the entire volume of the rotten down castle. So it was a question to illuminate artwork and catwalk, but to keep the light on the ground floor. So this is a small overview on our showcases we developed. These showcases are made of glass, full glass. Part of the glass is frosted. The down part is frosted, and there are light sources close to the bottom installed, and the frosted glass delivers spell light to illuminate parts of the catwalk. And inside of the showcases we have small projectors illuminating the artwork. And
sorry, we got slides. Yeah.
And it took a lot of studies to find the right light distribution, the right color temperature, the right color rendering for ivory, because we didn't have experience in illuminating ivory. And the balustrade was a very, very sensitive topic, because we want to illuminate the horizontal surface of the catwalk from the balustrade, and the balustrade was made of wood. And so we made studies how to get the light sources invisible for the customers or for the visitors. And we found out that working with a honeycomb louver and a cut off of, let's say, specific angles had to force the best result. So it's a lot of studies and doing mock-ups to get to the proper illumination. And this is a part of that catwalk. It's up to 3 meters wide. And as you can see, the light is integrated in that small balustrade, which is just 60 centimeters high. And when the balustrade, or when the catwalk becomes a little wider, these showcases are placed. So you have a journey, walking from showcase to showcase, and to look at the ivory artwork.
Yeah, note that the surrounding is completely dark, so the light is only limited to this catwalk. So you don't really see the rotten down, toned down walls and broken paint.
Yeah, let's say the visitors don't recognize that they are walking inside of a ruin. No? It's really in a very bad condition, but you are in that, let's say, on that even surface, and you don't recognize it because you have your visual experience is so amazing seeing these kind of carved artworks. By the way, why we have carved ivory in Germany? Very unusual. Around 1800, the ruler of that entire landscape, he took care of his farmers. During winter time, Germany is very cold, the farmers couldn't farm. And they were sitting on their open fires and were carving wood. And carving wood was, let's say, they developed skills, but the material wood was not so valuable. So that ruler of that entire landscape, he imported ivory and said, okay, you're gonna carve ivory. That is a more valuable thing because the skills are very good, but the material should be something valuable. And they become so well known all over the world that they exported it to China. So it's really crazy. Where it originally comes from was a lot of these kind of small pieces were carved in Germany. You could see that kind of thing with the two deers is just 6 centimeters wide, no? And it's so amazing how they did that. And these farmers, there were people who were doing rough work during summertime. No? Farming is not a tiny profession, no? So it's really amazing. That is, when you are guided out, you have to follow these pieces of ivory. Okay.
Right, so this next project is quite a favorite project because it's very small, but with just the intervention of light, it turned out really cool. So this is what it looks like now. It's the headquarters for Shanghai, Hong Kong Shanghai Bank in Düsseldorf. Düsseldorf is by the Rhine side. It's in the northwest part of Germany. And what you see there is the Rhine. Let's see, I will get to the story. This is what it looked like. So as you see, it's quite a dungeon. No daylight whatsoever, no fenestrations, and it's quite dingy, but it's a cafeteria. In the 90s, there came a rule where it said, okay, you cannot have a space, you don't get permission for refurbishment if there's no daylight. But we needed the permission, so what do we do then? This is the building, this is the street, and I don't have a pointer, but this is where the cafeteria is here in the basement. So you see there's no opening. This was the architect's intention or intent, saying, okay, let's open up the wall, have a few fenestrations, but this would also mean that you have cutouts in the floor, which is an expensive affair. I think it costed something like 300,000 euros, which is I think 2.5 crores just to cut out holes in public area or public street. And this is what the section looked like. So the idea was to have these cutouts, have indirect light come into the basement and said, okay, is that enough daylight? Maybe not. Because what the architects didn't realize was that that was the north facade. So you have a lot of diffuse light coming in. So there's no opportunity for direct light to come in, do a bounce around, and then get into the basement. I think a lot of us know this project. We studied it in school. It's the Oscar Niemeyer Brasilia building, which is a light well. You see that this is daylight, and it's coming into the building through this beautiful facade.
It's a little bit how we develop our ideas. We use references, and the reference of Oscar Niemeyer was the right reference for us because it was a basement space, and it has daylight from a light well.
Yeah, and the bank had these tie-ups with artists because banks often in Europe have an art collection and they have a lot of tie-ups with artists. And then came this artist who put out the Rhine. So because Düsseldorf is so close to the Rhine, why don't we use the panoramic view of the Rhine to do something with it? Oops. And our idea was, okay, we can't, daylight's not really working, it's an expensive affair. Let's try to do something with artificial lighting, but artificial lighting is static. How do you sort of mimic the dynamism of sunlight or daylight and have artificial light do the same? So the idea was that we have a frameless glass top to bottom. So what you're seeing is essentially a wall. To have something behind it, at the time it was just conceptualizing, so we didn't know what it would be. Have a light source at the top and the bottom and have it connected to a sensor from the outside. So when the sun would move through the day, it would do something to the artificial lighting inside. So how does the sun move? So in the morning, you have a very warm, what we call is the correlative color temperature of the sky. And it gets cooler through the day, through midday, it's quite cool, and then it gets warmer again towards sunset in the evening. Oops. Yeah, and this is what it looked like. So what the artist did was he used folded plate and pasted the Rhine panoramic view on top of it. So it provided a three-dimensional view from the basement. And it was illuminated from the back. So it's quite seamless. And this is a photo montage of two pictures, so what it would look like in the afternoon as opposed to the evening or the morning, because there was a lot of workers that were working on shift because it's the Shanghai National Bank. So you had people, employees sitting in late in the evening as well. And this is what it looked like. It's fantastic because we were also told that a manager once came in and he actually thought it was the Rhine because you're looking at it from afar and sort of tricks your brain to believe that, okay, you are actually looking outside. Thank you. And this is a video of what the transition looks like through the day.
It's really fantastic that just the change of color temperature gives you so much visual information that you think the content changes, the content stays. It's just the color temperature of the light, no? Which is related to the, let's say, color temperature outside. Okay, another project we like to show, it's the Cologne Cathedral. You might know, one of the most exciting cathedrals in the world. It started 1200 to be constructed. It ends up 1800, so it took 1200, 1800, 400 years to finish it. And it's illuminated with conventional light source, means metal halide and halogen and everything which is energy intensive. So the question was to illuminate it in a different way and to save energy. And so we were commissioned to do it. And it's more or less floodlighted from the front, so there are big projectors floodlighting the cathedral, and if you have a three-dimensional object and you floodlight it, it becomes flat because it doesn't have a structure anymore, no? Because the light penetrates all surfaces on the same way and there is no shadowing effect. So the question for us was to develop a concept.
And this is the current lighting as it stands today.
Yeah, and we analyzed, let's say, it from scratch, because cathedral is all about, let's say, celebrating God. We all have the same God, I believe. So in that case, it's a Christian celebration, and the church is very much connected to the people in the city of Cologne. So a lot of people are coming every Sunday to celebrate, no? And it's very, let's say, introverted. It's very much focused to the inside, but it has huge windows. It's a Renaissance building with incredible nice windows. So there is an interference in between inside and outside as well. And people do expect, let's say, a kind of, let's say, special atmosphere because they go into contemplation.
Right, so what did we do? Our project was to illuminate the building, right? And it's an iconic building. It's totally monumental. It's not just a church, it's a cathedral, which means it's the head of churches, right? And it's a very iconic building. It is the only cathedral in Germany as well. And as Andreas explained, it's a space for contemplation. And I think ever since the start of time, God has always been synonymous with light, and light has always been a strong part of mythology of any biblical text or any philosophy. And as we see, currently the facade is flooded, so you have a layer of light from the outside, but the inside is quite dark, and as Andreas explained, it's quite a flat illumination. And our idea, though, was to have the light come in from within. So what does that mean? So we treat the building as if it's a core, it's the heart of light, because it's a church, it's a cathedral, it's a place for worship in God. And you have the light come in from inside. So architecturally or lighting-wise speaking, you've got this heart, but how do we have this on the facade glow or let the light come out as if it's really bright inside and then it sort of fades out towards the outside? The image to the right, you see that our intention was to have brighter light inside, which fades out across the buttresses, and out it gets obviously dimmer. The current lighting looks like this. It's floodlit from the roof of the neighboring buildings. So we've got massive floodlights illuminating the facade of the cathedral. So it's totally flat. You don't see any of the Gothic structures, any of the windows or this intricate detailing. But what we're trying to do is essentially bring out a certain hierarchy or a contrast. So this is what we propose. So to have the lighting sort of build up in layers where we've got the base illuminated, and then we've got the illumination to the space in between the buttresses, so the rhythm of the buttresses comes out. And then we have the spire on top also illuminated. So the idea is to have the glow from inside, which is the intent or the concept. Let's see how we made it.
Yeah, it's all about hands-on, because there's, from my point of view, no lighting designer in the world who can, let's say, do it on a computer and to find out if it is the right solution. So you have to do mock-ups, you have to make exercises, and it took us 12 big mock-ups to find our concept or to confirm our concept. So it's quite intensive to do it, and it's a lot of work because all those projectors, they are quite heavy and you have to transport them. So it's a lot of controversial discussions on the side because we're all very experienced in the office and everybody has his own, let's say, view on how to do it. And this is one of our colleagues who was very much into it, and people fall in love with the project because it's something which is so iconic and we are so blessed to work on it. And yeah, you can see we developed different ideas to get closer to the facade and to have that kind of layered light closer to the facade, and to illuminate just parts of it and then complete these parts to one whole picture. And these are pictures from our, let's say, mock-ups to see how much light energy we do need.
This is what it looked like. So the image to the left is what the lower space between the buttresses look like, and you see on top you have an additional layer, and both of them have different effects because they're different kinds of installation. And because it's a building from the 1700s or much earlier, you're not allowed to have even a single bolt in or even touch any part of the wall, so there's no question of hammering anything within. This what, yeah, the
yeah, I think you should go on. We are a little bit short in time. I want to get to the pictures showing the color temperature. Yeah, this is...
we were on top of the spire. Mind you, there are no elevators, no? So it's 50, 60 meters of just climbing with 20 kilo luminaires.
Yeah. This is what I want to show you, because we will stay with floodlighting. So the floodlight is, let's say, the outer layer of light, which becomes more soft. So we just need 30% of the energy it was put onto the surface before. But we had the idea to change the color temperature. So we started with 4000 K, which is a kind of neutral white color temperature, and we illuminated it. This is warm already.
Yeah.
Okay, and we compared the neutral color temperature of 4000 Kelvin to the warmer one of 3000 Kelvin, and then we decided to change it during the year. During cold season in Germany, we are more related to warm color temperature, and during summertime, we are more related to cold color temperature. So we have a shift of color temperature during the day, during the seasons of the year, automaticized, and this is something which is really fantastic and will work out very, very nicely, because the people will have different experience during different times of the year.
Images of the mock-up?
Yeah, we had so many crazy nights on site and doing the mock-ups and generators and help with from electricians, and we developed all the details on the site because every, let's say, every location is different for the luminaires.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of the detailing procedure because everything is detailed on site. There's no question of detailing on a drawing or in a sketch. And
yeah,
that's it.
So we run a little bit over time. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Andreas and Purvi. That was a wonderful masterclass, and even though we exceeded on time a little, we definitely are grateful for this lovely presentation. And with that, we are at the close of this journey chapter. We'll take one quick question for Professor Andreas and Purvi, if anyone has one.
It was wonderful listening to your presentation. So I was really interested in the luminaire side of it. So a part of your color understanding would translate into creating your own luminaires, which could do something which doesn't exist in the market or could simulate something. So how does that go? Because that requires a lot of manufacturing.
Yeah, we are doing that a lot. You find a lot of products in different companies taking over our design, because it's, let's say, that doesn't make sense to develop a luminaire just for one certain project, because there's a lot of tooling and a lot of engineering. So if we are developing a luminaire, or we ask for a luminaire and we're gonna construct it and give the idea, then it should be interesting for a manufacturer to take it over, and for sure they have to pay for it. They have to take it over, and then it becomes a part of the program. So you find a lot of products which were developed on our demand in projects, but it's quite complicated. No? If it comes to a projector for outdoor, it needs a lot of engineering to make it wet-proof, to make it heat-resistant, to make it, let's say, cool, and it's very complicated. So all the ones who said, okay, I Scrabble luminaire and please do it, it's much more than just to design.
Thank you. Thanks again to LKL.
I actually had a question about how you guys do the with the 3D model and the lighting. I actually wondered, because you guys have that the lighting in the 3D model, have you had any requests for lighting virtual projects, like virtual reality and 3D stuff? Because like games or even 3D spaces that are used in virtual reality, and lighting is a big thing in that. Have you guys ventured into that at all?
So first of all, on our big commercial projects, we are working on Revit, which is 3D. This is kind of new for us. Since 4 or 5 years, we do in the big projects all in 3D. With doing it in 3D, we have a different, let's say, content, which we can take over into virtual reality more easy. Because before it was a lot of work to do it, and we never been paid for it. No? So if you want to develop a picture on your own, it's a lot of, let's say, manpower needed, and nobody is requesting it for or paying for it. Everybody want to see it. No? So right now it becomes a little bit more visible, because we are already working in 3D. So it's upcoming, but take care. No? This is why we don't like proper renderings. If you have a really one-to-one rendering, your client will show you the rendering after the project is finished and said, that is what you promised, it looks different. So don't do it. We are still sketching. Purvi is very good on it, to make it, let's say, look real enough and to make it unreal enough that the people are interested in what we are executing. Is it okay? Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of the speakers who went out of their way to be here today, and for giving us little slices of expertise on their various fronts. And I thank you all for being a lovely audience. We encourage you to head over to the Bayalu Arena outside, where we have set up our talking wall, and it'll take you through some very colorful media. For those that prefer the outdoors, we also have a design walk headed by Ravindra Kumar, Principal Architect at Group, and that's going to flag off at the main gate of the Bowring Institute at 12:45 p.m. And we also have currently displayed at Chaya the work of a renowned Bangalore-based photographer, Archana Vikram, so be sure not to miss that. And after a short 5-minute break here at Rangasthala, we'll also have a prominent architect with us, Param Bedi, who will be taking us through a very interesting architectural conservation project. So be sure not to miss that out. And we hope you all had a great time and are inspired to explore all of the exciting things that we've lined up for you today. Thank you.
house, it's the center of the communication of the family. Hundreds of years ago, people met around the fireplace, and this is still valid today. It's not only a place where people cook, it's a place where people communicate. Everything we do is about quality, about precision, the love for the detail. This is the foundation of Bultop. A Bultop kitchen is a handmade product, it's a customized product. It fits perfectly into the people's homes. And because every home is different, the needs are different. In Milan, at the installation in Durini, we show kitchen from complete different angles. We show the kitchen in modular sculptural islands, so we break up the image that people have of a kitchen. For example, from one side, you see a working top. When you walk around, you suddenly have a seating possibility. So we show the complete versatility of a Bultop kitchen in many different ways. The kitchen is a place where you have no boundaries. It's the soul of the house, you know. It's not only about the product, it's what people feel when they live and cook and communicate in a Bultop kitchen.
To me, Bultop is very organic because it does have that seamless integration of technology and aesthetics. So when we talk about that stuff, we talk about systems, we talk about tools, we talk about language, we talk about syntax, that allows us, individual designers with the clients, to develop a sentence, a paragraph, a novel, a story, a narrative.
Es una obra de ingeniería donde todo un conjunto de piezas se van uniendo para poder construirlas.
Wir strukturieren also den Raum durch die horizontalen Linien. Das ist sozusagen unser Skelett, unsere Wirbelsäule für das System. Also die waagrechte Linie ist eine Linie der Ruhe, des Ausgeglichenseins, der Harmonie.
There are certain lines that are very prevalent, especially based on human scale and ergonomics, like a countertop height line, the reach of the human hand as you are working in a kitchen, the height of the upper cabinets, the shelves, and all these elements are already inscribed into the kitchen system.
You don't feel stress because you're sitting in a room with the rhythm and balance.
Un sistema tiene larga vida, es una vida propia que va evolucionando y que también nos permite evolucionar con el mismo producto. Lo hace intemporal y la evolución nos llega a la perfección.
System means sophistication. System means you have options, not limitations.
And the sum of the parts is greater than each individual components. When you really accomplish that, then it's not kitchen and architecture. It is, kitchen and architecture, therefore kitchen architecture.
Cherish thoughtfully made objects they can hand down through generations.
Check.
We hope you all had a refreshing break and are energized for our next session. Like I mentioned earlier, we have a very renowned architect here to display one of his conservation projects. Here with us is Param Bedi. He holds an MA in architecture from the US, where he's practiced for over 20 years. He's built work across Europe, US, and Asia. Today he's here to take us through his journey of restoring an erstwhile cinema house that was left in shambles and giving it a new identity as a flagship store for an electronics giant. So let's give Param a warm welcome.
Hello. Welcome. Welcome to all of you on this, to Designuru on this beautiful winter afternoon. I'm here, as was mentioned, to talk. I was asked to speak about the Samsung store on Brigade Road down the road. But I think I'm going to expand that a little bit to talk about what preservation and restoration and renovation and repurposing means in the context of the work we do. It's very, in our careers as architects, very few of our projects will probably fall into one of these categories. But I think in the doing of this and understanding what this means, you understand better how you can do your other work better. I'm currently working on a master plan for an international school that's been in operation since 1901. And in that time, they've had to reinvent themselves constantly to stay viable, to stay meaningful in a world that's changed dramatically since 1901. While in that process, we held workshops with staff, alumni, senior management, board members, and we asked all of them to list what they cherish most about this school. What, if everything had to go, what is the one thing you'd insist on keeping? And then we asked them the opposite side of that question. What is it about this school you want to see gone? It has to go in order for this school to remain viable. And amazingly, the answer to the first, they said, was its buildings. They say they love its architecture. They said in a world where there's increasingly a sort of a sameness in architecture everywhere, what people call the geography of nowhere, this school has an identity. It has a character that's unique and cherished. But when we asked them what they want to get rid of, they said the buildings, right? They said the buildings are old, they have tin roofs, they're cold, the windows are small, there's not enough light, the electrical system, they complained about the buildings. And in that dialectic between loving the buildings and hating it, I think is our mission as architects, because we are asked to, in one hand, connect to the past, and in the other hand, reach out to the future. And in that dialectic is really what we do, whether it falls into this category or not. I see my role as an architect, and I hopefully will convince some of you as well, as the best analogy is that of a gardener. A gardener who comes into a garden and knows that the garden will long outlive him or her, right? So your job is to nurture this garden, to keep the trees and plants that are there, maybe plant a few new ones, and yet keep something essential about this character of this garden through time, right? Another analogy would be a doctor. You, as a doctor, you're caring for a patient who will far outlive you, and you just have to maintain the health of this patient. And to me, as an architect, whether you do a residential house or whatever you do, whatever kind of work you do, in a larger context, you're working within an inherited context of a building, of a community, of a town, of a city, and you have to somehow connect the past to the future. And that's really the challenge, right? We have climate change, there's an existential need to adapt and change, and yet we bemoan the fact that our cities now all look the same, whether you're in Cochin or Kanpur, it all looks the same, right? So how do we keep the character of a place, the sense of place that a city has, and yet adapt? In 1964, the Venice Charter, which is considered a founding document for the modern preservation movement, declared that the purpose of conserving and restoring historical monuments to safeguard them no less as works of art than as historical evidence. But it also said that any addition to a landmark must be distinct from the architectural composition and must bear a contemporary stamp. Similarly, other documents like this call for additions in a historic context or building to be the same and at the same time differentiated from the historic fabric and compatible with the historic material, features, size, scale, and proportion, massing, etc., to protect the integrity of a historic district. This charter and other documents, other historic districts, historic neighborhoods have created documents that initially assumed that since the new work would be a modernist in style, they would need to be monitoring it to ensure compatibility. But today, contemporary architectures introduce styles, traditional styles, postmodern architecture. And the focus of some preservation authorities has been shifted to defending and differentiation, right? So they don't want you to add something in a historical context where the viewer gets confused about what's new and what's old, right? So if we look at these words, preservation, well, that means there's something there and you want to keep it the way it is, right? Restoration means you're going to go backwards. You're going to find something that's been changed in a way that defiles its original intent, its original design. And a restoration says we will undo that and restore this building exactly to what it was, right? Renovation just means you're taking a building and renovating it. It's obvious what it means. And the demand there is not as much in preserving the historical integrity of the building. And repurposing is literally what it says. You're going to take a building and give it a new use. And obviously, these categories are not distinct. They overlap enormously. And what I'm going to show you is in the ways in which they overlap. But in this attempt to say be compatible and yet different, historic districts identify certain categories. Massing, which is the shape, size, height, shape of the building. Its materiality, what materials are you using to build it with? Its embellishments, so what architectural detailing are you adding to this building? Its fenestration, the rhythm of openings and windows and wall in this building. Its color, its texture. So there are 5 or 6 things people identify. And they understand that you can change a few things and yet have a building fit very well into its context. Right? So the big thing here is it's not prescriptive. There's no formula. And therein lies the creativity and the intelligence and the nuance that an architect should bring to their work. Because you can change maybe 1 or 2 of those 5 things, and yet the building will fit. But if you change all 5, you won't recognize the building. Maybe in some contexts, you can't change 1 of them. So in certain historic districts, they might say, okay, you can change the material, but you can't put a 20-story building where there's only, everything else is 6. So in some contexts, one of these things really matter more than others. And I'm going to show you some examples of that. But I think this is it, right? In my experience, I'm by no means an expert on historic preservation. So in my career as an architect, maybe 10% of my work is qualified under one of these categories. But to me, what I've learned from that has greatly informed the other work I do, right? It's made me sensitive to context. The demands that doing work in a historic building places on you teaches you many lessons about how you can do other work. So here's a building I did in Washington, D.C. It was an old mansion. It's in a historic neighborhood called the DuPont Circle neighborhood. That means the entire neighborhood is a historic district, right? It was an old residential mansion, and an organization called the German Marshall Fund of the United States leased it for 100 years. They're a think tank endowed by the German government as a thank you for America's help in reconstructing Europe after World War II. And the requirements and here all your drawings had to be reviewed by a historical board, historic preservation board. And they were incredibly demanding, right? So in this instance, they German Marshall Fund bought this building and the one next to it, which is here. This is the back. So this is the front of the building and this is the back of the building. One of the things that all these historic preservation districts recognize, at least in the US, is what they call zones of impact, right? So they recognize that the street front, nothing can change, really. So in this instance, we wanted to put in aluminum windows, and we had to go through 3 reviews and justify changing the profile of the mullion, right? It was that demanding. They made us rethink it and repropose and repropose. So just that 1.5 inches on the edge of the window took 3 or 4 meetings and lots of revisions and things like that. So nothing can change. Even there's these, you can't even see them in this photo, but there are these little lights that light up these faces, these limestone faces. Even for that required many reviews, resubmit for new lighting options. But at the back, you can do whatever the hell you want. So although it's a historic district, they recognize some zones are more important than others. And yet, so they themselves recognize this absolutely essential dialectic between wanting to preserve the past and yet trying to keep buildings relevant to the future and to today. If you just said you can't change a damn thing, buildings would fall into disuse. So when we had to make it from a residential building into a Class A office building, we had to add a stair tower for egress. But you see, we're not required at the back to do what's in front, right? So the zones of impact is another important thing. In this building, even in the interior, so typically the historic district, historic board, in this instance, if a building is categorized as a legacy building, then you can't even change things on the inside very easily. But this building was just a building in a historic neighborhood. So on the insides, we weren't required to preserve anything, but we chose to keep some rooms in there. So this was the original stateroom or lounge of the residence, right? Now it's a conference room. And in it, we kept the historic ceilings. We kept the historic feel of that room. The windows are the same size, although the window is not wood, it's metal. But on the other floors, we didn't copy what's there. So you can see this is a floor above it. It's an office area, and it's ruthlessly modern. We're not, so this is an attempt to stay differentiated, if not compatible. In this slide shows a room where the new and the old are juxtaposed in one room. So we had to build new ceilings, but we didn't copy what was there, right? So it's an attempt to say someone coming in here will clearly understand what's the original building and what the architect did in 2003, right? So this is the kind of dialectic. Another instance, this is an office building in the famous K Street corridor in Washington, D.C. This was a 1960s office building, and it was in bad shape in a very premium neighborhood. And the client asked us to renovate the building. This does not fall into any historic district, right? But the regulations in Washington, D.C. don't allow you to change the mass of the building. Its height can't be changed. Obviously, there's no place to go on the sides. So in a sense, one of the many variables that define the historic context of a building, its massing, can't change, right? So we literally stripped this building down to its concrete shell. So there was new elevators, new electrical, new everything, including a new skin. And amazingly, when we met the client, they said we had to do all this, including a new skin, new elevators, new air conditioning. Everything is new except the old concrete shell. And the client asked us to do this while the building remained occupied. So 60% of the people stayed in this building while we did it. When we first heard this, we just said, that's impossible. No way we can do this. But we managed to do it. But the essential thing here is, although this doesn't qualify in any sense as a historic preservation, whatever, the point is, as long as every building on this street keeps some massing the same, essentially you can come into this street 100 years from now and you'll know where you are. Because it's like the wallpaper changing on a room, changing slowly over time. Because not every building is renovated simultaneously, right? So there's a marginal change to the skin of the outdoor room that defines this street. And in that sense, this in a sense preserves the character of the K Street corridor quite well. because although the skin is changed, it was a first generation curtain wall, now it's a new curtain wall. There was some ugly reflective glass, now it's clear glass. But really, you can come 100 years from now and many other buildings will change. You know, typically Washington, D.C. didn't allow curtain walls in downtown D.C. They want to be the new Rome. They want to act like they've been there forever and will be there forever. So you could only do stone. So it's very recent that recently they started to accept curtain wall. This is about 2 blocks from the White House, right? So they were very conscious of trying to be historic, and even they've changed that, right? So you can see here, this building, you can't say it's historic preservation, although now some 60s buildings are coming into the historic register, right, as early modernist buildings. In 2014, I was an executive architect to create a incubator, public cafe, and co-working space in Palo Alto, right? Walking distance from Stanford, and sort of a center of a Bermuda's Triangle between Apple, Facebook, all those big guys. And I told my client that we would do well to find an old theater. And amazingly, they did. So we took an old theater here and repurposed it. This was an old movie theater, and we converted it into a public cafe, a co-working space, and an incubator. Even here, the dialectic ruled. We didn't change anything in the front of the building, right? This marquee is really meant for movies, show what's playing and who and when, but we kept it as just a display for the co-working space, right? It's a beautiful Spanish Revival Art Deco building that stayed unused and are in poor shape for a long time. No retailer wanted this because the building, although it's very large, had no street frontage, right? So if you look at it, this is the street frontage. There's no window display. So retailers hated it. They want to display what they're selling right on the sidewalk. So this building stayed empty. And the only people who were willing to take it were the big box guys, you know, Walmart, and the city didn't want them on this historic street. So it stayed empty. And when we went there and proposed this repurposing, they were delighted because there was suddenly a new use for this building. But even here, this part, we didn't change much. But on the inside, there's a huge vaulted ceiling up there. But we didn't get the lease for the upstairs. We hope to get it in the future. So we built this glass ceiling. But you can see now the dialectic between the old architecture over there and this very new. We don't pretend, we keep it distinct. And then that's a way of respecting what's there. And the fear is once you start copying that, you fall into the category of camp and kitsch and sort of a pastiche of fake Corinthian columns, and no one wants to do that. In fact, it's considered in bad taste. So here you can see too, that at the back there is the old building or remnants of the old building, and then everything else. There's no pretense to try and imitate what's there, right? And now we come to the Samsung store here on Brigade Road. I was a design director for the firm that was hired to do this project. We were hired by Samsung, right? So Samsung went to the landlord and said, we'll give you a whole bunch of money. You have to restore this building. And in some sense, this building is a very authentic restoration. So the building was in very poor shape. It was almost falling apart. And when the landlord got the lease from Samsung, he had the means to restore this building. And I think the only thing that remains original to this building is the masonry shell. All the teak wood inside, everything has been rebuilt to match exactly what was there. So in that sense, it's a very authentic restoration. I have to say it was not my responsibility nor my core skill to do this restoration, right? I was just hired, or my firm was hired, our firm was hired by Samsung to make sure that it's authentically done and that the minimal changes required to make it function in its new purpose were integrated into it, right? So we were asked to review the work and assure that it's being done well, and then the few changes that were required, that it worked out. It was my conviction, the firm I worked for, and Samsung, that one, the interventions we'd make into changing what is in this building would be absolutely minimal, right? So we really, Samsung wants to be is a competitor for Apple. Apple has this thing of going to cities and leasing heritage buildings, you know, and putting their store in there. So Samsung is doing something similar. Samsung wants to kick Apple out of India, right? So this is a flagship store. It's the largest in India, considered one of the larger ones outside Korea. And we worked with the head office in Korea, the designers there, to make this happen. Now, the two big changes from the original is, of course, the site and, the site and this veranda up. Oops. This used to be a veranda up here, right? And of course, a veranda is a defining element of this kind of colonial architecture. It's a space that's half inside, half outside, and in this climate, in this place, it's the best place to be. And yet, the program that we needed for this just made it impossible for us to keep that as a veranda. So it was a very painful thing. We fought it to try and keep that as an open veranda, put the cafe there, but we realized that that's not going to work. So a lot of our intervention and my work as an architect went into how do I add this skin? So actually it's all glass. It's now an interior space. It's all glass. But how do we add this skin so that you don't know it's there. It has a very minimal profile. Its presence is not felt. And you can see that in the photograph. It's really hard to tell it's not there. And two, you should be able to remove it, right? So the understanding too is that we're repurposing this building as a store now, but maybe 20 years later, it'll have another use. Maybe it'll go back to being a theater, right? So we have to make possible, the idea is to make a design robust, right? That means it fulfills its needs now, but you've integrated into that the possibility that will fulfill other needs in the future without major renovations. So here of course, it was a very painful decision, and a lot of work went into doing it as quietly as possible. And the next, of course, is the site. In order to make this site happen, we actually tore down a building that was sort of a little porch on this side, over here, the south side. We tore it down, which is changing the historical thing of the building, but it was just in the way and it didn't work. And of course, redoing the site. And when we went to the city, they just said, make it surface parking, which made all of us cringe, right? And the firm I worked for and me as design director came up with this design. And it's a really interesting, successful adaptation of program, site, and I think this image will describe it better. So now, this building is located in the corner of Brigade Road and Residency Road. Somehow the address for this building was a Residency Road address. So then that means that, oops, that means that it's supposed to have an entrance there, right? But we know that when you all live in Bangalore, when you say Residency Road, you don't think shopping. Residency Road is a long road. It has schools on it. It has hotels on it. It has a bunch of things on it. We really wanted the identity of this place. When you ask someone, where's the Opera House, people should say Brigade Road, because everyone knows Brigade Road, where it is. Actually, Brigade Road continues southeast quite a distance. But everyone, when they think of Brigade Road, just think of the street between MG Road and Residency Road. This is the Brigade Road everyone knows. So one of the things that was important to us is to have an entrance from Brigade Road. Also, there's a metro, the nearest metro stop is just at the top of Brigade Road. So we wanted to provide access from Brigade Road, a major entrance, right? So that's what we have over there. The client wanted an outdoor space where they can hold events. So if they're launching a new phone, they want to take this space and make it into an event space. And for that, we if we go back to this previous slide, there's 3 places. There's an upper court here, right? Then there's this walkway that connects Brigade Road to the entrance over there. And then there's this plaza here. So we've designed it, one with a stage over here, and all the landscaping and the street furniture is designed to demarcate this plaza from the rest of the facility. So the idea was that Samsung can rent this out to schools, to dance groups, to people who want to hold an event. And the idea, as you can see, we've tried to articulate in this image, is that there's some event happening here. And this can happen independent of the running of that store. That means you can have an event here, and yet people can go to the store, come out, because we've provided access from Residency Road and Brigade Road, right? Then there's a cafe here, but over here there's another stage. So when Samsung wants to take the whole facility over and have an event, they'll use the upper stage, right? And this is a lower stage. When they use the upper stage, the whole place becomes an event space. So you're seeing the client also said, we want an amphitheater and a place to have events, but it can't face the other way, right? So it was so ugly on this side that they didn't want the stage to be here. Oops, sorry, I'm getting confused between these two things. They didn't want the stage to be over here. Because, I mean, that's logical because these steps are already there. It's a natural amphitheater, but they said the backdrop for that is so ugly. Not ugly, there's big hoardings. So they don't want to launch a Samsung event with, you know, some motorcycle being sold in the background, right? So they wanted the backdrop for their event to be the building itself. So we had to reverse it, right? Then there's a lot of noise. This is a every intersection is noisy. People honk like it's going out of style. And so we created a green buffer here, this lower stage there, the upper stage there, access from Brigade Road. So you can see this is partly site analysis. Where's the noise coming from? Where are the people coming from? All of that. And partly the client's brief. What do you want to do with this site? And it's the combination of the two that makes the site design happen, right? Now, as far as this place is called the Opera House, and to me that's a really unfortunate use of the word. To have an opera, you need an orchestra, you need very elaborate stage sets and a huge backstage infrastructure to make it happen. And every opera house in the world celebrates the foreground, the lobby, the lounge with a grand staircase. People dress up and come be seen and see people and gossip and scandal. All that happens in an opera before the event, after the event, and during the intermission. This opera house does not have that foreground. Its lobby space is non-existent, right? And it has no backstage stuff. So as an opera house, it's a sad building. You know, it can't function as one. So maybe they should say theater. But even as a theater, the backstage is so minimal. It's hard to imagine how you could put up a play here. There's no place for sets to be rolled up. There's no green room. There's no makeup room. So who knows why they called it an opera house. And it's kind of telling that this was built in the tail end of colonial rule in India when, you know, all this stuff was dying anyways. And the building kind of suggests that, right? It's not the fanciest, nicest, most practical opera house I've seen. In fact, it's not a question of looking nice. It's missing essential elements for a successful opera house. And yet, if you call it a theater, it's weird because it does have a stage, right? A movie theater doesn't need a stage. But what we did was to keep it intact, right? We just said, all right, in the future, someone else is going to use this. So the only thing we've added is this stair, right? The only thing we've added is this stair. But everything else has remained intact. And on the upper floor, along this edge, I'm not going to use that point, along this edge is where we've added the glass wall. Now, in doing a historic preservation like this, of course, the demand to keep the new infrastructure quiet, subtle, so the new supply air ducts, return air ducts, sprinklers, fire alarms, all the infrastructure that goes into a modern building, the demand is enormous to make it quiet, make it go away. Don't foreground that. But surely that's applicable to every project we do. I've walked into conference rooms that are all of smaller than this place, and you look up in the ceiling, then there's 4 supply air vents, 8 return air vents, 24 lights, 2 smoke detectors. It's just so cluttered. And in a sense, it seems that people are celebrating the clutter. Look how modern we are, we have all this cool stuff. But it's really is an eyesore. So when you look at the interiors here, I'm going to move fast because we're running out of time. This building has all of that, right? It has the supply air, it has the return air, it has everything, but you don't see it. You really don't see it. And that discipline to not make this infrastructure that provides the basic comfort in a space be the foreground of your architecture, that discipline is applicable to everything we do. So big thing here was, one, it's a retail space. And in retail, people need, the requirement for lighting on the sales floor is high. You really need your merchandise brightly lit, right? Yet in this space, we wanted to highlight the architecture with accent lighting. Now, if you have these lights up there, first of all, go into any store in Bangalore, if you look up at the ceiling, there's 400 lights, right? There's just more lights than you can shake a stick at. So we didn't want that, right? And then if we put the lights in the ceiling, the distance the light has to travel to provide the intensity of light on the sales floor would be, the intensity of light decreases by the square of the distance, right? That means as you go further away from a light source, the light has to be exponentially brighter to maintain that light level. That's why you can read with a candle close to the candle, but when you go away, you can't read with just a candle, right? So we wanted lights, but we didn't want to festoon or clutter this ceiling with 1,000 lights. So a big part of our design was, how do we light this space up, right? We had a lighting consultant from the US, and the guy was amazing. Indian man, but amazing. So but you can also see not just lighting, there's air being supplied, all the infrastructure you need for a modern retail building is here, but you do not see it at all, right? And that's something that maybe you can learn from this kind of historic work into every kind of project you do, right? The other thing is, the air conditioning here is cassette units. You know what they are, right? I hate them. But the weird thing about cassette units is that there's no fresh air being taken into the building. So what we realized is that with all these cassette units, it's treating the air that's in the building, but there's no way that fresh air comes into this building, right? So in a sense, from the day it opens to the day it closes, there's no change of air except from the inefficiency of the entrances and doors. But that's a very passive, lame system for getting fresh air in. So we integrated a system where at night, this building exhausts itself. It exhausts air out of it, right? So at night, there are huge fans that pump in and clean the air out. So and then also at the entrance, we have a vestibule, sorry. A vestibule with a walk-off mat, right? So all the dust you bring in from your feet gets trapped there, and you don't bring it into the building. So there's an attempt to integrate indoor air quality controls, all of it into an old building, right? So this vestibule, everyone has to walk past over this walk-off mat. It is at least 3 meters or more wide, so you're taking at least 4 steps. Hopefully you're trapping a lot of the dust that you bring in from your feet at this vestibule. And yet, I think when you go there, you don't see all of this. You just see an old building, right? And that's, I think, the success of it. Here you can see our attempt to add that glazing on the inside skin of the veranda. So it's an enclosed space, but from the outside, you can barely tell. And that I think, and also we can surgically cut this out and go back to the old veranda easily, right? Similarly, these cassette units are integrated into where between the beams, the wood beams that were there, so you can take that out and get the wood beams back, okay? Here's the lighting. We wanted only 4 chandeliers, nothing more, to light up that whole space, right? There's some lights underneath the soffit, but basically And no one believed. We did not believe these 4 chandeliers would do the job. And we challenged that lighting designer to prove it. And he did some amazing studies, lighting studies, to measure the lumen levels at the sales floor to assure that these chandeliers will do the job, right? And the chandeliers are there, and you see them, but they're as quiet as lighting can get compared to what you normally see on a retail floor, right? Here are some more studies for that. Yeah, that's it. I hope I've, if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. I think I'm just a little over the time allotted to me. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions?
The theater concept that you discussed, which was in San Francisco, I believe.
Palo Alto.
Okay. So you turned that into a cafe, right? I wanted to know the usage of glass roofing that you did.
Yeah.
Which was very modern, and then fixing the lights underneath. So don't you think it's a very risky job to think about glass roofing, especially in terms of weathering seasons? Considering there are, more than 4 seasons in those cities.
Good question, but that glass, it's not a roof. It's a partition between the upper floor and the lower floor. So the upper floor is still an internal space. It's someone else's office, right? So we wanted the lease for both floors, but someone was occupying that upper floor. So we had to separate ourselves from it, hopefully temporarily, right? So we built this glass thing so that when you're in there, whether you're on the upper floor or the lower floor, you experience the entire ceiling. But it's not a roof. Upstairs is an interior space. As long as people don't spit and throw pan and bubble gum, and you can walk on that glass, so it can be cleaned, right? But it's not a roof. It's not a demarcation between interior and exterior space. Does that help you understand it?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it for this session then. Thank you especially. I think that with most of us young professionals who are just entering the field, we are very excited to design new things and build new things, but I hope this has piqued the interest of at least some of you to look at also conserving and repurposing some of the edifices of the cities that we live in. So thank you all, and we'll convene here again at 2 p.m. for the next session. And we have lined up some of the industry's most prominent faces to share their work with us. So be sure to be here on time and don't miss out. Thank you so much.
All bodies in. Okay, just a request, everybody mask up, phones on silent, please. And Matthew, you okay there? Okay, so flagging off the second session of day 6. We've had like a pretty hectic morning session. Those of you who've been here in the morning for the morning session would have seen that we had a good array of speakers from different disciplines. I think it was eye-opening to say the least, especially to the youngsters over here. So kicking off the second session with hopefully with more, in the sense that appeal to a lot more the professional setup. We have, I can see a few professional architects here, some trade partners, students mostly. So enjoy the show. Handing over to Pratish.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pratish Rajan, and I'll be hosting you for the rest of the evening. A quick shout out to our sponsors for the day, Bulltop Bangalore and Quattro Lux. Again, just a reminder before we get started, everyone here to please mask up, part of the COVID protocol. The speakers will be making a presentation, and post that we'll be opening the floor for a couple of questions from the audience. We've lined up a fun session with an ensemble of personalities from various creative fields ranging from interior design to fashion and film. So without taking up too much time, let's get started. Our first speaker for the day is clearly no stranger to the limelight in the world of interior design. Having acquired her Queen of the Gram status with much aplomb, she's built her studio from the ground up to become one of the most popular firms in the business. Here to tell us more about the journey of growing her brand is Sara Sham, principal designer at the Mumbai-based interior design firm Isaji's Atelier. Sara founded Isaji's Atelier in 2014 as an extension of her family's 106-year-old art dealership in the city's heritage district of Colaba. Isaji's Atelier is Sara's endeavor to bring the legacy into the 21st century in a manner that marries the functional with the beautiful. So without much further ado, Sara, the stage is all yours.
Hi everyone, and thank you so much for coming. My first time speaking in Bangalore. I'm super excited to get a chance to interact with everyone today, and I was told that I could talk about absolutely anything today. While this says growing your business through social media, what I'm actually taking you guys through is just my life story, how I got to where I am. I feel like the problem that I have a lot with is perception. Now that things, from an optics point of view, it looks like everyone has got everything sorted out, and I know that we have a really young audience with us here today. So I'm taking you guys through my entire journey and how I got to here, and a more vulnerable talk has less to do with design and more to do with growing your business, so I hope you guys will enjoy it. So I'm taking you guys through a little bit of the background of how I started and how I got here. And I like doing talks like this because I think we always look up to certain people. Like I remember when I started out, I looked up to so many different people until I actually spoke to them and connected with them and saw the amount of hard work and hustle it actually took. It made me feel more empowered knowing that, because otherwise it just feels like you have to climb this massive mountain and you really don't know where to start. For me, as mine was a generational story, as I'm sure many of you know from my Instagram account. That's my grandfather right there. He was an art and antiques dealer. That's my dad. The business was actually from my great-grandfather's time. They were art, antique, and furniture dealers. And for me, this was something that was really, really overwhelming. It's not something that I actually enjoyed. It's something that I found to be a pressure, a burden. And so when I was in college, I actually studied absolutely everything that had nothing to do with art or design because I wanted absolutely no connection to my family legacy and heritage. My father and me did work together and it was an absolute disaster. And I think now when people introduce me and they say part of the 106-year-old legacy, I want to correct that and give the more real version, which is that I actually just hated all the pressure that I felt like it really put on me. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So my educational background is that I studied art history, finally, at Duke University in the US and Oxford University in the UK. That's at my graduation ceremony. And I went through many different phases. I started out with wanting to be an art curator. I then also worked at Vogue in the events team, hated it. I worked at an ad agency, Grey Global, hated it. I worked as a barista in a coffee shop, really hated it. I worked in a hedge fund, hated it. I worked with my dad, hated it. We really just did not get along at all. So for me, it felt really overwhelming because growing up, I was always a good student. I always enjoyed studies, and I was really good at it. But I felt like everyone was always judging me or saying, like, you studied so much or you've done so much with your life. What are you actually doing with yourself? So I really was lost in the woods for a long time. I was in my early 20s. All of my other friends had jobs. They'd figured their life out. They'd figured their shit out. And I was just aimlessly wandering around with no clue what I wanted to do at all. So if any of you here are going through that phase, please know that you will get to the other side of it and you don't have to have everything figured out. And I think today will be successful if even one of you leaves here feeling a bit more empowered to just let things go as they are, and that, you know, life will come full circle for you eventually. After a really massive fight with my dad, I decided I wanted to quit working with him because we both shouted at each other so much. We both started crying, at which point I realized it was really time for us to go back to being a loving father and daughter duo and not be in this negative space that we were in. I became a news anchor at Bloomberg. Hated it, really hated it. So at this point, I had no clue what I was doing with my life. I was 26. I had tried everything and I had failed at everything. With my tail between my legs, I went back to work with my father in the family business. Here starts my journey to interior design. I think the reality of what everyone thinks is that you get your college degree, then you work very hard, and then you're suddenly a very successful designer after doing some good projects. But, you know, this is not actually how the path is. It was really very roundabout. So when I was working with my dad, I went to sell lights to a client. My dad sells art, antiques, and furniture, and she told me that I have a good eye for interior design. I didn't believe her. She forced me to do her house. She spent 3 months convincing me that interior design was right for me. And then I realized I should give it a shot. So at 27, I went back to school for another 2 years, did my degree. If you see me there, I'm actually older than most of the faculty in that picture. I did my entire course. They used to call me auntie because everyone else was 19 and I was 27. I really felt like one, though, you know, maybe that's not that many years, but I really felt like an alien through most of that experience. And started out with a lot of pride because I didn't want to take anything from my father or my family business. I really wanted to build this brick by brick on my own. So I used to be very embarrassed of these pictures. Now I could not be prouder. This is my first project that I completed. It was a single girl's bedroom. It was 150 square feet. I got this through a networking website that I went on, and someone was looking for an interior designer, so I put my hand up, went, met her, did it. On this project, I was on the site every single day of my life, and on the day of handover, she lifts up this bed, and under the bed there was one scratch in the laminate, and this client shouted at me for, I want to say, like a full week every day for 3 hours until I cried and cried and cried and cried and cried. And I had many such experiences like this. I was known as the toilet queen because I did only bathrooms. No one trusted me with their house. So all I did really was single bathroom projects. So in this, I didn't even do the bathroom. I only did the bedroom. Like, that's really the extent of the work of what was there in my initial years. And really just the pride of wanting to do it on my own. This kind of led me to social media. 5 years after I started my practice, and I really put in the hard work. I did the grind. I went through the ranks of getting shouted at, absolutely everything that could have gone wrong did go wrong. I really went into all of it, did it, got a really good bunch of work together. And it was during lockdown when I was 8 months pregnant that I realized that so much shit happens in our life, but why don't we talk about it and why don't we share it? And why aren't we more collaborative and vulnerable? And why don't we collectively share our experiences and find a way to grow together? Because when I was weeding through the shit, I didn't have anyone to rely on to help get me to the other side. Now that I'm on that other side, I think my only aim and goal was to kind of bring anyone else that's there and help pull them to the other side with me. I started my social media account with a video called 10 Learnings from 10 Mistakes I Made. And I basically just bared my soul and told everyone on my first video ever all the mistakes I ever made on my sites. I said, I did this wrong, I did this wrong, I did this wrong, I did this wrong. 10 things, I could have made a list of 100 things I did wrong, but I kept it to 10 as a very sensible person. And I started my own page because one auntie, one very rich auntie who was my mother's friend, wanted to get a house done. I had my personal page. So I said that, she said, send me your work. I sent her my portfolio. She said, no one looks at portfolio anymore, send me your Instagram. So I said, why is a 60-year-old auntie asking for my Instagram? Like, I thought it's a much younger audience, and who's gonna spend crores on a house via Instagram? And this was like quite a few years ago now, 3 years ago. And I was so wrong. So she said that I went through your personal page and it was horrible because I saw a picture of you in a bikini in the Maldives and next to that a construction site, and it was such confused messaging. And so I didn't get the project. My friend called me and said, you haven't got the project because your social media sucks. It's horrible, and my mother got upset when she saw your page. So I said, okay, I'll start now. Now you see what I'm going to do. Now I'm going to do all my social media left, right, and center. Now you see what's going to happen. And that's kind of where the journey started. And I know social media is something that's a very important marketing tool. But again, I want to say, please focus your energies on making sure your clients are happy and how they grew. And how your projects are handed over. This is just my personal journey that I wanted to share with you guys. Being true to myself, some more mistakes that I made along the way. I did underestimate the value of marketing. I'm here today thanks to having grown my Instagram account and having grown my work thanks to that. I think another mistake I also said is saying yes to every single project that came my way. I hope the young people that are here in the audience that are starting out learn to say no, learn to make wiser decisions than I did. And this last one is something that really has switched my mentality in this last few years, is having a buyer's mentality versus a seller's mentality. So I always had a buyer's mentality. I always had a seller's mentality. So for example, if you have 10 clients, I'm an interior designer, I want to sell my services, want to sell my services, want to sell my services, want to sell my services. Someone puts their hand up and says, okay, I'll buy, how much? I'll say 10. Okay, bought. You have to flip that and you have to become a buyer. So when your client comes, it's not about the client accepting you. It's not about the client wanting you. You have to look at the client and the project and say, will I buy into that? You're not selling a service. You are buying into spending your time, spending your money, spending your energy, and please do it more wisely than I did it. Now I have become much smarter. I'm doing a much better job with selecting things, and this is just kind of my way of making sure anyone listening to this flips their mentality. And for anyone looking to grow their social media account, I think some things that have really helped me is try it all, keep it personal, use some good hashtags, add an interesting bio, keep an updated website, avoid automated messages. And I think after having said all of this, the part that you should also remember is that Instagram is a very, very fake place. It's not real. Nothing that happens on there is really, it's all in a magical verse somewhere. So please focus on doing your good work. And eventually, your Instagram stuff will follow. Here are a few success stories that I've had in the last few years, which are a really big deal for me. One is that I managed to lock in a Kolkata home, a 6,000 square foot home, over a DM. I had a client who sent me a DM 3 years ago saying, hello, will you do Kolkata home, 6,000 square feet? I was like, who is this freak? So I replied on my message and I said, okay, my number is this, call me. She called me, and within half an hour, there was actually like money in my account. She hadn't checked anything. She hadn't verified anything. I could have been like a murderer or like a psychopath. This chick did not verify. And I told her now, we're friends. She's my client. She's a wonderful person. I said, you're mad. You can't ever do this ever again. But, stuff like this really does happen. So put some good energies out there. We then, and obviously some design pictures for you guys to see. I also started something which I don't know if any of you are part of, but they're called designer groups. They're super, super helpful. This has been something I'm really, really proud of on my page. It's a space for everyone to collaborate and grow together. So if you have a problem with what contractor to use or your client's giving you a hard time, we all just reach out to each other and find a way to grow together. This was really cool. I got a chance to speak on a panel. So I was in Delhi in 2019 with my father. The whole time we were in Delhi together, he said social media is a scam. It's the most useless place ever. It's horrible because I forced him to start his social media account. And then we show up at this, and this is a picture that we took from there. And all I spoke about was how I've grown on social media and seeing the reaction on my dad's face was something that I think was very, very precious for me. And this was one of my biggest achievements. I got married very late. I really did things my own way. I was 30 and unmarried, which is like dinosaur age in my Muslim community. So my grandfather used to always say, what are you going to do with working so much? Why don't you just settle down and get married to a nice boy? And I think this has been one of my biggest achievements is my grandfather came to my office, saw the volume of work we were doing, and he said, I'm really proud of you and you've done such a good job. That was something that sticks out to me better than anything else. And obviously being connected to so many more people has really enabled me to be able to do that and have a platform where I can really maximize and grow and have someone. My grandfather's 93, by the way. It's my mom's father. He's a very, very religious and pious man, and for him to see a woman out there in the workplace took a lot of processing for him, so this was a big achievement. And this was really cool. I got a chance to go back to my interior design college, address a bunch of students and tell them about my journey as well. We've done some international events too, and I would love to connect with all of you on my Instagram page. I hope you took something helpful out of this today, and I'm around till 4 o'clock. I'll be outside and would love to say hi. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Such an honest presentation, actually. Guys, if anyone has any questions for Sarah, clearly already. Just introduce yourself before you ask.
Hi, I'm Samira. I'm an architect here at BNA. I think I'm asking this question on behalf of a lot of friends and colleagues. We see your work on social media. We see you make time for your family and fitness and your dog. So a lot of us in this field just tend to kill ourselves for our work, and we really don't leave much time for anything else. So my honest question to you is, how do you do it all?
It's actually a really good question. I think I love myself the most. I don't love anything or anyone more than I love myself. I really, I am here and everyone else is on a different plane. And that's a good thing. I think that's a healthy thing. So I have to understand and prioritize my happiness every single day, and it's a job. And I put myself to that job. Is it going to make me happy to work till 9 p.m.? No. So at 7 p.m., come hell or high water, or 6 p.m., I'm out of the office. It doesn't matter if everything is crumbling. Huh? Working till 9 p.m. is fantastic. Absolutely, highly recommended. It keeps me so happy and satisfied every day. It really makes a huge difference in your life. No, but more seriously, even something like working out, it's the 1 hour I get alone in the day. No questions, no contractors, no clients. Maid is not asking me, baby, mirchi powder khatam ho gaya hai in the house. It's my 1 hour alone with just music. My God, that time is so precious. I will kill someone, but I want that 1 hour alone. So I have figured out what it takes to make me happy. And I just prioritize that above all else. And I think even for us in our office, the point is not to work long hours. But when you're clocked in, if you are not 100% switched on, then honestly, you're out. You have to spend your hours very wisely because the hours are limited. So if you're there just slowly drafting away, that doesn't make any sense. So we're just very wise, and I prioritize my happiness the most. Me being happy, I think, makes everyone else happy. Yeah. So I think even when I became a mom, a lot of the working moms used to ask me, how do you do it? I never stayed up a single night with my baby because it didn't make me happy. I didn't want to do it. I had help. I had my mom. I had my husband. If they felt like waking up in the night, they were welcome to. Your choice. I have made my choice. I don't want to wake up in the night. I want to wake up fresh in the morning and be happy and hang out with my kid. If I'm awake through the night, I'll be cranky and resentful towards her. I don't feel like doing that. So not one night. So I'm just very clear in what makes me happy, and I'll just do it. And no one else gets to question that except for me.
And here we thought you had 36 hours in a day, so. Any more questions, guys?
Hi, I'm Deepika. I'm a freelancer, plus also I am an assistant professor in an architecture college here. So the point where you said you need to learn to say no, that is something that's really hard for me. I feel like this is the time where I need to take every little project that comes to me. It can be, as you said, just designing a bathroom. But I feel that might take me somewhere else. So how do I decide, or I think generally whoever is practicing, how do we decide where we need to draw that line and say, okay, this is not what is right for me?
So I did the same thing, and I think that's why I'm recommending saying no. So I was also desperate because I was, on the better, in my very late 20s, I had not earned a single rupee for myself, ever. I didn't have any, forget savings, I didn't even have 10,000 rupees that I'd ever really earned. So I was really, really desperate, and I really wanted to make it on my own. So I had an intense hunger and appetite, so I said yes to everything. But I realized the clients that are just not aligned with you, no matter what you do on your end, the project will not go well. So it's not just about saying, I'll take on everything and then that's the only way I'll grow. You also have to, because say, if you could say yes to 10 projects, it's not that your growth is going to be 10x. You can say yes to 4 projects, maybe you're not that busy, but do those 4 projects extremely well with clients who understand you and your vibe, and that will get you significantly more work. So now when I say, learn to say no, people think it comes from a place of privilege. She must have so much work. Of course she can say no. It's not that. It's about your mental health and making sure someone understands you, because say you like contemporary design. There's someone who wants a classical space. I've done this before. It sucks. I'm looking at the designs and I'm like, this is gross. How do you push this out there? But you have to somewhere do it. And I don't want to do that. I don't think any of us should have to do that. You can grow much better and exponentially by saying no. And doing it right less times instead of spreading a very, far web and getting it wrong. And you don't want to spoil relations. It's a word of mouth industry, right? So for me, I really just finished everything. I finished everything. I never walked away because I didn't want to spoil relations, and now I regret that. I do. I try not to regret things, but I regret it because I wish I had thought of what made me happy more instead of just doing it because I said, no, I have to grow, I have to grow, I have to grow.
Any more? We can take one last question.
Hi ma'am, I'm Parvati. I'm a interior design student from BST. Actually, like many of us are students here, so everyone has a question.
Turn to your boss. So it's fabulous. And my other point would be, like, at least from maybe this comes from my bias, there's a very good chance it does. I would work for a medium or small firm and not a very big firm, because when you have a 50-80% firm, the brand will be very good. But because there's so many compartments, you'll have a different 3D rendering agency, you'll have a different costing agency, you'll have a different, every agency is different. So your role will only be this. When you work at a small firm, you have to do everything. And that's very important for you guys as students to learn how to do everything. So if you have to prioritize, do you want to work at a whatever associates big name firm, or work at a medium or smaller firm that's just starting, I would take the medium or smaller firm. And at least put in 3 to 5 years of work experience, because a project cycle is like 1.5 years. So if you just do like 1 year, skip next job, 1 year, skip next job, don't do that. It looks horrible on your resume. So again, be sensible about looking at everything and ask questions to the next firm about whether this works with your style. I get so many DMs from people saying, my boss is horrible, the firm gives me such limited responsibilities and work. But why didn't you look into this before you started? You know, that's on you then. You should make sure that you check everything. Don't just go for the first job that you're getting because you're getting a job. Wait it out. Find, first of all, identify the right place and then go for 3 to 5 years.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And Sarah will be outside till 4 o'clock, after which she has a flight to catch. So you all can see her outside.
See you guys outside. Bye.
Next up is an interior designer who's carved a niche for his... Sorry, our next speaker for the evening is an architect whose ideology is rooted in the phrase, God is in the details. Rajesh Shivram, Principal Architect at Techno Architecture. With vast years of experience in the field and a wide range of projects under his belt, architecture to him is experimental and attempts to modulate space to create beautiful, peaceful, or dramatic spaces. His practice has covered various facets of architecture and interior design, offering each client a combination of imaginative design, expertise, and meticulous workmanship. Let's give Rajesh a warm welcome.
Hi guys, thank you so much for coming. First of all, Sarah is outside, so it's a fantastic talk what she gave. I wish I could talk like her, but hopefully my work speaks. So Arun, first of all, thank you so much for inviting us, okay, to the firm and giving us a presentation here. So first of all, I want to ask you why 15 minutes, right? So I mean, for me, it's very less. It's very less, you know, honestly. But then he told me one thing that, you know, there are 3 gorgeous women presenting, so make it quick and fast. So I was like, okay, you know, that makes sense now. So what I'm going to do is quickly run through a few of my projects done over a couple of years back. So the thing is now, I don't want to really concentrate on one project and take it through its entire journey, because I'm sure we are also pretty active in Facebook and Instagram just like her, but fortunately, we got back our account just about 2 days back. It was hacked. So, trust me, I did feel handicapped, you know. So, for 2 months, it was hell. So, luckily, one of my architect, Ali, did the work for us. So, thank you so much. So, I'm going to start off. So, today, what I'm going to talk is basically through the journey of what I have started. So, as a person, you know, I'm very passionate, right? So, whatever you try to put your heart and soul into the project, I'm sure it should come out in a way that, you know, it can actually reflect onto the client's well-being as well. So now if you look at this topic, what I'm going to talk today, we're going to talk something on a courtyard kind of a feel that kind of largely reflects in my projects, for the simple reason that, because I'm sure one of you, I mean, each one of you connect with the idea that you've kind of grown up, you know, through the years, you know, through your, probably your grandfather's place or grandmother's house, you know, with the courtyard kind of a feel. So the whole point is how you've kind of come up with the understanding of what your childhood is. So I'm kind of trying to relate that into my projects as well. So our projects is very sensitive to nature. That's one thing which is very, very common in ours. So we try to get nature into the house. We try to get a lot of landscape into the project. We try to get a lot of water bodies. So we're very, very sensitive to the 5 elements, you know. You know what I'm saying, the 5 elements, which is very, very crucial for us. So now briefly, the courtyard kind of concept, what I'm going to run through is, we've just kind of classified as what a typical courtyard could feel and how those will get reflected in the following 4 projects, what I'm going to show you, namely the Beluku, Between Two Trees, IKEA, and the Far Side, right? And each one of them have their own design dimensions and budgets and projects. Sorry. Yeah, so this is the first project. It's called Beluku. Okay, it's in JP Nagar. So here what we've tried to do is, it's even though it looks like one house, you know, it's basically 2 houses stacked one above the other. So we've kind of taken a courtyard right in the center as per the client requirement, because of the smaller dimension, which was a 40-60, so we didn't want to really build walls all around and then make it cramped or congested. So we've kind of taken the whole courtyard right in the center, and then the entire plans opens up to the living and the dining. So that's the typical section what we've done with the central water body, and then that relates to the entire open space in the double height. Sorry. Okay, so the left side photo is what you see, the central courtyard. So that on the left side it connects the living room, and on the right side it connects the dining area. So it's got that complete 24 feet height, and then it overlooks into a beautiful skylight overlooking onto the private collections of the client. So he was actually, the guitar what you see is, it's a masterpiece signed by Jimi Hendrix, which he actually picked it up on an auction. So that's really something where we tried to come into picture with the client, saying that you kind of give us the collectibles what you have, which you've collected over the years. We will try to bring out the best space for you to display them, right? So that's the whole idea of what you call it as home, because you just don't go to one of the showrooms and pick up stuff and keep it. So you kind of personally addressed every issue of what the client, because he's the one who's going to live into that space and then, you know, kind of feel happy about it. So the same courtyard, when you come to the first floor, with the right side picture, which opens up into a courtyard, you know, you have a natural light coming in through the day. So this photo is taken around 11:30. So it's like you don't have to put on the lights till about 6 o'clock. So the whole idea is, you know, every single space gets connected through the skylight, situated at all focal points, which brings in the morning sunlight, the afternoon sunlight, and the evening sunlight. So that's something, as a design element, we as architects have to be very sensitive, because it's just not about having a big skylight and then having a central AC, right? So you need to have the cross ventilation in place, you have to have the lighting in place. So everything should fall in place as the whole idea to set up. So again, then few pictures. So that's from the living room. So what you see, the central courtyard with the water body, just a shallow water body of about 1.5 feet. Yes, of course, you know, there is maintenance issue. So what we've done is we've kind of run through the entire water body with a UV filter, which is actually kept in the terrace floor. So all they need to do is about 10 minutes in a day, just switch on the motor, you know, the entire water gets recycled. So even though it's stagnant water, probably the idea is, what I had told them was, you could use body for about 6 months, and if you're not happy, you have a valve with an inlet outlet, so you remove the water gushes out. The entire area could be potted plants. So you actually convert this whole space into a landscape area also at every 6 months. So even for the client, he or she feels happy that you could convert this to a level where, you know, you have a new experience every single time, and it definitely, the landscape would grow because of its skylight effect on the top. So that's the view from the dining overlooking in the living room. So the whole idea is you try to get as natural light as possible, because the entire space gets connected as one. Even from the first floor, what you have the study on the top, you look down into this space and you're connected at every length and breadth of the house. So that's something which we try to achieve, and it kind of worked wonders for us, and it was shortlisted as the top 50 houses in the country last year. Thank you. Thank you so much. So this is another project which we did called Between Two Trees. So literally it is between two trees. So the idea was, when I first saw the project, in fact this got just featured in Buildify about a week back. So when I saw the site, basically, you know, the thing is, when you try to say that, you know, preserve nature or respect nature, so the client was very particular that, you know, why don't we knock off the tree, because it's two, you know, gigantic African tulip trees which is of no use, literally. So we knock off one of the trees and make way for the car park entry and stuff like that. So the idea was, we try to retain it, we try to take the entry between the two trees, and then got the entire program around it. So even when you look at this house, you know, the previous was a little more contemporary, but when you look at this, it's actually a fusion of a little Balinese style, you know, which we try to incorporate as what the client wanted. So we've got a courtyard right in the center, and again that connects through on different levels of all the floors and the spaces. So this house, what we try to do is, we've went a little over, a little more traditional, a little more classical. So we kind of got the central courtyard, you know, where it kind of houses the Nandi statue, which was one of the primary concerns or requirement of the client. So we kind of flanked by 4 Chettinad columns, you know, overlooking the triple height space, which is about 35 feet. And then this space, you know, when you see from the living room, overlooks the dining, the kitchen, and the landscape area. So this again goes all the way into the space where even the entire flooring, what you see is Jaisalmer marble, which is very cheap. It's about $100 per square feet. So you kind of get a one dominant material called Jaisalmer marble, which is yellow. The rest of the house can just be as simple and plain as possible. So it kind of really contrasts well. So the Nandi base, what we've tried to do is, we've kind of accumulated all the waste material on site, of the marble, and then kind of got it detail. And every strip, there's a light in between those strips below the Nandi. So in the night, it kind of just illuminates a little bit, a good vibe, into the whole space. So that's from the family, overlooking into the court. Some more pictures we have. So that's the double height of the dining room, which kind of overlooks all the way to the 8 feet by 8 feet skylight, getting in natural light into the house throughout the day. So this is the third project. It's called IKEA. It's in RR Nagar. So the concept of this house was basically it is two plots which was fused as one. So in one of the plots we kind of got the house, and the other side of the plot the entire thing was landscape. So it made sense to kind of oversee or overlook all the house into the landscape rather than facing the road, because the second challenging thing was it was south facing road. So we did have a lot of sunlight and heat coming in, so we need to cut off the harsh sunlight. So here what we try to do is we kind of got another courtyard concept which is actually done in water. So the whole thing overlooks into the living room, which is again almost like a 40 feet volume into the house. So every single space, because the requirement was huge, it's almost like a 5-6 bedroom house, spanned about 10,000 square feet. So the whole thing was actually had to wrap up into its space, overlooking into its completely central court. So that's the feel of the space. So that's the living room on the left side, and the courtyard also was done in such a way that we kind of got the central landscape and the water body and the staircase part of the court, which actually overlooked the entire terrace and the skylight. This space was very interesting because again it was a 6-inch water body. Now the two kids in the house, during the lockdown, they literally used this as a nice play area. Kind of made paper boats. I've got the video literally. So that was a very special thing. Because the client kind of tells you that the water body, even though it's a little high on maintenance, but they would use this as a play area, because make paper boats and then just play around the whole day without going out. So that's something. So the courtyards again open up into its own double height volume from the family into the living room into the skylights all the way. So that's the feel of the space. Every single space opens up. One thing probably as a designer, what I wish to tell you that we don't design a 4-wall structure. We always have one wall which is open. So it could be a bathroom, or it could be a kitchen, or it could be a living room, anything. Even the bathroom, for example, if one of the walls are opening, it will only open up to a garden or a private space like that. So we don't believe in a 4-wall concept, and then we try to get in as much as possible natural light into the space. So that's, I think, this is the last project. So this is called the Far Side House. It's in Malleshwaram. So again, it's a 60-40, 6,500 square feet built-up area. So when the client came to us, basically the whole idea was, since it was an old house existing there, built by his grandfather, which is almost like 80 years old. So he was very sensitive to the idea that, Rajesh, I don't want to really knock off the house, which was done by my grandfather, but still the family is growing, expanding. So we need to create stuff and, accommodate all the stuff in its rightful way. So what we try to do is we've kind of knocked off the whole house. We had to convince him, because we could not renovate the whole house, because 80 years old, you don't know the structure, you don't know the complications arising, and also the cost, because if you try to do anything in a renovation project, you can't have a bill of quantities for it that easily. So we convinced him to knock it off. Then one good thing is, we kind of reclaimed all the wood which was used in the old house as much as possible, so that today he feels happy that, there is some kind of a connect what his grandfather had done into this house. So we were able to reclaim a lot of wood into the house. And of course, Malleshwaram being one of the oldest parts of Bangalore, and he loved the total environment concept, So that was the first thing which he said, can you do something like that? I said, of course, yes. Why don't we think of the same material or the brick which can repeat into the house all through the space. So we kind of got in this old kind of a charm, even if you look at the far left side, the idea of when you get going back to the old, it really feels that even the post box was actually literally the old one what we used to get before. So that was actually got in an auction in Jewtown in Cochin. So it's about 18,000 rupees, which is legal, because a post box is illegal today. You can't just pick it up off the shelf. So you need to have a paper and a certificate for it. So we went, got everything done in place, and then got it. So, it kind of starts, the journey starts from there. So once you go into this space, then here the entire space it's floating, right? So the ground floor, or the still floor, what you call, has its own car parking, servant rooms, all that. But the center portion on the middle floor, the left side photo, the main door which happens there, it kind of doesn't really open up to the house. The entire activity starts from the first level. But this floor, it's such that when you open up, you actually open up to a courtyard right in the center, which actually takes you through a staircase. So that's the space when you come in. So as soon as you come in, you have a nice water body. Again, a little bit of vastu in place. So the northeast corners of water bodies and stuff like that. So you kind of come into this space where it becomes like a lounge to sit. You don't really reveal the house at once. So it kind of gives you that little surprise effect, right? So even if there's a third party coming in, so you actually make them sit here, talk to them, tea, coffee, and then send them off. But actually the house, when you start up from the courtyard, it actually goes up all the way to the first floor, and then your private activities start. This house, especially that, we try to do it a lot of skylights again, even though, because we had an ugly looking apartment, which is like G+5. So we didn't want to open up the entire house to the apartment and actually have your curtains in place and again, try to do the double up stuff. So we kind of opened up completely to the top, of course, had its own ventilation, lighting, cross ventilation taken place. This house also had multiple courtyards in a way that it is not only internal, but we also try to create external courtyards, because there was one massive tree. Sorry, I just forgot to tell you that. There's a massive, I don't know if the English word, but it's called hongemara in Kannada. So that tree gives you a lot of shade. So the idea was to, even though it's in the street, we wanted to create the spaces where every single balcony, every single sit out open up into the tree cover, and then it makes it feels like we have planted the tree so that we have our own space. So we try to create in such a way that the courtyards overlook every single floor, connecting every single floor, and also in turn connecting to the tree in the front. So that's the left side photo where you have step level terraces at every floor, being it a family space or a bedroom or even a home theater and a party on the top. So that overlooks into every single space of its own, and then in turn gets connected to the tree on the outside. So when you go to the inner part of the courtyard, this is the kind of feel what we get. So this is a jali wall, which behind was a double light puja room to get in the natural light. Of course, there's a belief that puja room, you should not walk on top and stuff like that. So we had to cater to that. Then this is kind of coziness what we try to create when you move into that space, into the terrace area. So I think that's about it. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rajesh.
Thank you, thank you.
Such a clever use of your courtyards in all your projects. Thank you. Is any questions for Rajesh?
I have one. Yeah, straight away jumping right into it. First of all, Rajesh, thank you for... Yes, I'm going to be kind. So, first of all, thank you for coming here at such a short notice and being a good participant, and also for knowing why I gave you the 10 minutes and not the 20 minutes that I gave Sarah, and I'm going to give Shruti in a bit. Sorry, Kavya in a bit. So, my question to you, Rajesh, is there is... first of all, big fan of your work. I mean, I can't stop seeing Baluku. Every time I see it on your posts, and it's really very inspiring. So the other thing is, you have a sense of geometry that's sort of following, you take that path across all your projects. Nice composition of cubes and voids and all of that. Play of light and shade, I think, is a great thing. How do you keep consistency in all your projects? Because the finesse of the brickwork, the way the tiles are laid, the way the jali that's sitting, and I noticed that there's not a single cut jali in the walls. And how do you then look at that precision? Do you have like a team? And I think we speak endlessly of a vendor program in our office, but how do you then cultivate that culture amongst your contractors? Who kind of understand your design and then able to sort of bring it to life?
Thanks, Arun. That's a very, very valid question. First of all, I'm sure you agree with me that some of our vendors are common. So kind of really it takes years to kind of build up that space, because the thing is, if you kind of have any new vendor in place, the whole idea is it goes back to the drawing board or a blackboard. It's as simple as a blank screen. So the idea is, you kind of connect with people because when you follow a trend or you have something like a principled way of working, right? So I think that really helps, in terms of even my team would actually tend to follow that. Because for me, for example, if you look at any of these projects, even though it's a 60-40 project, literally we do about 750 drawings. That's one single volume of book for interiors and architecture which happens in office. So for us, every single wall matters. Every single wall. It's not like, I leave a wall and then say, let's think about it, wall on hold, let's think about it later. I'm going to come back after 2 weeks. No. For us, every single thing is already done on paper, even before it goes on floors. So we take about 4 to 6 months to actually plan and then come up with every single detail Of course, the social media helps now, the 3D renders help now. So we have a lot of connect with the clients in terms of the precision, to be honest, because Pinterest helps, right? So, trust me, because, when you're not able to convey a client a message, because this is very architectural and very technical. So how do you even talk to a client saying that, okay, if I have this in mind, so you need to portray it in a sketch or a 3D or whatever. So when you do that, the same thing gets applied to the contractor as well. So for us, if it's a wall A, if it's a 10 feet, 10 inches wall, we know exactly how it's going to be on site. So that is the kind of level of detailing what we do. So I think it's all about the drawings. Trust me, it can't be done on site. It has to be on the drawings. Well, yeah, some of them, yes. Some of them, the thing is, I don't have a formal architectural training with an architect, right? So I did four months of internship, and then I was on my own, to be honest. So way back in 2003. So the whole idea was, I have a mentor. I had a mentor rather. So I have learned literally everything on site. So I'm sure many of you agree that, have you done fabrication on site? Have you literally held a machine and welded? I have done it. My team does it even today. So I think when you hold a welding machine and then get the work done yourself, and it's tough, trust me, what you see welding, on site, it's super, super difficult. When you actually hold it in your hand, you try to weld it, because there has to be the right amount of welding which goes into that joint. Otherwise, it could be overly done, or it could look really ugly. So that is the level what we try to do. And in fact, whole of my office, we've done the interns have done the beautiful staircase. It's like a completely spiral staircase which goes to 2 floors in office. And then I feel proud to say that, the interns have actually welded the whole thing. So, that way you kind of give them back. Thank you so much. So it kind of really, you give them back what they know, because once you guys go out of my office or his office, let's say, you're on your own, right? It's like when you have your own identity, you should be very, very particular of what you want. It's not about what you want to work in anybody's office. So that's very important for you to learn. And then it comes from within. Trust me, what Sarah said was absolutely phenomenal. Love yourself, and I think everything will fall in place.
Thanks, Rajesh.
Thank you.
Is any last question for Rajesh? All right.
The thing that's come out is that our trainees in the office will do more than now making tea. More than tea and coffee for us, they'll now
more than tea, coffee. Dude, I remember I used to get ammonia printouts, way back. So.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi. Sir, Parul here. Yeah. Sir, I had a question. Why didn't you showcase your smallest house? That was a beautiful piece. That was
I think many of you guys who don't know, we've done a really cute house in Hanuman Nagar, which is about 400 square feet plot. It's a 4-bedroom house with a lift, swimming pool, and a bar and a home theater. So
Sir, that speaks about where we start from in terms of with juniors, what we're talking about. Because that gives them the sense of detail. It's no work is small or big. It definitely speaks about that.
Yes. Absolutely true. Thanks so much, Parul. So the thing is, for us in office, we believe in the wavelength, which actually you connect with the client. That's very, very important for me, because the thing is, I get a lot of inquiries. Yes, of course, thanks to social media and stuff like that, but you can't take up everything which comes your way. So you need to be really careful of what you choose, because it takes a lifetime of your hard work to get a good name, but one bad project to kill it all. So that one bad project is what I really fear in my life. So that's one thing which I don't want to let go. I even probably tell my team about it. So the thing is, why I didn't, coming back to your question, is that didn't have a courtyard. So, that's a beautiful structure, completely done in steel. We were actually out of the project in 6 months, 3 months for the structure and 3 months for the entire building, and 6 months we were out. So people were actually wondering in Hanuman Nagar, what are we trying to do here? It's like, it's not even a house, not even a commercial. So it's something, being done in steel, and, it's got double heights, triple heights. So it's come out well. It's come out well. Hopefully, maybe next time, if the big man invites me, I'll project it. I love you, right? So.
Thank you so much, Rajesh.
Thank you.
Great.
Next up is an interior designer who's carved a niche for herself in the industry with her soulful interpretation of spaces. Never settling for mediocrity, it comes as no surprise that she drew from the essence to name her own practice, Designuru, emblematic of the soulfulness that the studio strives for in all their creations. Kavya Shet, creative director at RU, pursued a master's in interior design in Milan, and after being mentored by industry stalwarts across Italy and India, she founded Designuru in 2018. Let's welcome Kavya to the stage.
Okay, check. Just before Kavya gets on with her presentation, may I request everybody to remain silent while the speakers on the stage, please.
Thank you for that really warm welcome. I have been interacting with the team at BNA over the past few days, and I stopped over at their office recently, and I happened to ask Arun, because I looked at the lineup, and I asked myself, right, is this legit? Is this really happening? So I asked Arun, I was like, are we the youngest studio presenting on that day? And he looked me straight in the eye, dead serious, and said, no, we are. And he meant BNA. Yeah, he meant him. But I get and in the past few years since I've founded Designuru, we get asked this question a lot. Was it hard to start your own company? Weren't you scared? Is it worth all of the risk and all of the stress? My short presentation here today is to tell you that yes, it's extremely scary. I haven't done anything like this before. Every day on every site is a new challenge, a new struggle. But yes, at the end of every night, I go to sleep thinking it's totally worth it. Presenting Designuru. I started Designuru in 2018, so we're a little over 3 years old. And Ru, for everyone out there, literally translates to soul or spirit. It's an Urdu or Arabic word. And it really resonates with me because that's the kind of emotion we're trying to build through all of the spaces that we try and create. So we're looking at design that's timeless, that's subtle, that does not fall into a box or a trend. So how did it all begin? I'm going to take you through a little bit of my journey in the past. So I'm an interior designer by education. I've done my bachelor's in interior design, after which I worked in Bangalore for a bit and realized that my thirst for learning hadn't stopped. And I've always been very fascinated by everything that's happening in the West, particularly in Italy. So that really drew me to do my master's in Milan for about a year and a half. I worked in Italy for a bit and then very soon realized the boom and the immense potential that our very own country had. So I moved back to Bangalore in 2015 and worked here with an incredible company, did some really fun projects before finally founding RU in 2018. One of the reasons that we started RU was really towards the end of 2017-18, I started getting, as many of you here will too, really small inquiries from friends, family, do up this room, this space, my brother wants to know what curtains he should put. So really minor inquiries like that, and that's really where it all began. I decided to take that leap of faith, and here we are today. So we're still a very young team, and everything that we've put together so far is still a work in progress. But I'd like to speak a little bit about the culture that we practice at RU. For us, in all of our designs, everything that we create is really an extension of who our client is, what they believe in, what their personality is, and this is why all of our projects look very different from each other. Because notably, every client's history, their travel experiences have obviously been very different. So a couple of aspects that we strongly believe in is co-creating in design, which means a lot of our design intent really comes from conversations that we have with our clients. We learn about all of their aspirations, all of their dreams, all of the troubles they have in their current lifestyle, and we try and solve for that in their new homes. Another thing we strongly believe in is all of these conversations obviously take time. And so we believe in doing very little work, very limited work at any given point in time. I've learned very early on, like Sarah mentioned, to say no. So we pick and choose based on how we vibe with our client and what their brief is, understanding at every point if we will be able to deliver what they're expecting. We're also a studio that strongly believes in learning. So we try and do vendor sessions within the office every Friday. We try and learn a lot more about materials, about technology, because ours is an ever-evolving field. Not just vendors, but also a lot of the learning comes from clients, comes from contractors. You will learn a lot more from site than you ever have in any classroom in life. So we keep that going. And another thing we strongly believe in is also assessing every little detail on paper. We don't do 750 drawings as yet, as Rajesh mentioned. That's an aspiration we have, but we try and envision everything on paper before it goes into site. So I'm going to show you, similar to what Sarah did, some of our projects, our early on projects. And I've actually got really tiny snippets of who our clients were to give you some perspective. So this is an inquiry that came in through a friend of a family member. It was somebody I didn't know personally, but it was a renovation of a single guest bedroom. The bedroom had no attached bath, so we're speaking of an 80 to 100 square foot bedroom. It was a small bedroom with the bed anchored on one corner of the room. What was very exciting again for us were multiple conversations with our client and site context. Every time you design just one room in an entire house, it's very that this room doesn't feel Okay, so the bedroom space, the walk-in space, and the master bathroom. These are some images of site before we moved in. Again, here we felt like the whole house had this really beautiful marble that already existed and that we didn't want to touch. We also kept intact all of the architectural elements because this room couldn't look alien than the other spaces, especially from outside. These were the two bathrooms that we combined. And this entire transformation took about 6 months. We finished this right before COVID struck. So this is what the space looks like now. Again, extremely functional, lots of in-detail conversations with our clients. He lost the TV because he never turned it on. He really liked reading, so we've introduced a small reading nook. This is the area on the bedside. This is what the combination of the first walk-in and washroom became. Again, just subtle hints of brass across the space. And to retrofit all of the pipes, we've got steps that lead into the washroom. And this is what the bathroom looked like. So we did really chic his and her sinks and the details that I was telling you about earlier. I love the marble detail on the countertop. So a lot of these things are thought through in advance. We wanted to make it feel like the walk-in wardrobe connects straight with the washroom. So we've kept the flooring very homogeneous and very, very easy to maintain since it's all tile. Now, one of the projects that really excites me because it's really an extension of the design that I really enjoy. This was a project for a couple and their young son. What was a big victory for us was at the start of this project, I had a conversation with a client and I said, the building has about 40 apartments, right? And every apartment is going to look exactly the same. So I spent a week persuading him. We did all of the math and showed him that it does make sense to take a bare shell. And this was the first bare shell that we would work on, which was very, very exciting for us. He took a leap of faith. He trusted that we've transformed the space completely. We had so much freedom designing all of the lights, all of the furniture, but the marble, the flooring, everything through this project. The only downside is it came with 2 hiccups, one being COVID. So this project saw 2 lockdowns. The second, he got married along the course of the project. So the briefs of the bedrooms changed. The bachelor pad or the bachelor's room suddenly had to become a suite. One of the other guest bedrooms had to become a kid's bedroom, a future kid's bedroom. But we dealt with all of that. Like I mentioned here, what was very, very exciting for us is since there was no floor, we did plenty of light tests right in the beginning. We worked with Harshita, I don't know if she's here. We worked with a light right from the beginning. So all of the wires were very neatly hidden. We played with some of the plumbing and all of the AC fittings. All of the trapdoors were really neatly thought through, as were the recessed curtain tracks. We hand-picked all of the lots for the door frames, all of the veneers. This project took 1,000 days. So these were all of the details that went in. So before any of the ceiling went in, there was ply fit in. So everything was thought through right from the beginning. And we love playing with marble. So we did a lot of experiments on this site. We've grooved marble similar to wooden flooring and finished it in transparent epoxy, and it looks really nice. This is a bathroom that we've entirely laced with marble and continued marble into the sink areas. We experimented with drainage details, so it had to be beautiful. But more than that, it had to be functional. These are some work-in-progress sites of the images of the same bathroom. Again, just working with functionality, identify exactly what they need. So everything you see below the vanity on the right side image is all concealed storage. 1,000 days later, and this is all hands on site, right? One day before the shoot, all hands on site. We're on site for the last 2 weeks, making sure all of the snags work perfectly, and this is what the site looks like. So the common areas of this room were very, very neutral. We also identified early on that the family, though, wanted a very minimal contemporary approach. They were traditional in some thoughts. So we designed what you see on my left is actually a puja unit. So the puja unit fits perfectly into the design, and when you open it, it's a very traditional Jain mandir. All of the lights on the right that you see was what I showed you in the first image that was planned into the design in advance. This was something we changed along the way. Kitchen doors, always in an Indian family, they want their privacy, but they also want to keep an eye on what's happening inside. So it was a sliding door. This is what the home theater looked like. So there were a lot of pops of colors introduced into the private spaces of the home. At the same time, again, making sure that it was very comfortable, it was very functional, and it looked beautiful. This is the finished image of the bathroom I showed you earlier. So I've shown you 3 projects now, which are a little bit diverse and in some form pretty raw. I can say that. This project that I'm showing you now, okay, thanks. So this project is a little bit different. When the client of this home called me, I could not believe it was him. So we did this home for celebrated curator Radhi Shetty, who's the founder of Purple Turtles and Beiruru. His brief to us was completely different. He wanted a home, again, a 20-year-old apartment. It was a renovation. His neighbors were extremely cranky. This was in the heart of Indranagar, very, very difficult project. But the brief was extremely exciting. So this is a double-story home. And everything here was inspired by Minute de Silva, Bava. I mean, we spent months just reiterating the designs. And all of the articles, all of the artifacts, all of the art were objects that Radhish either collected along his journey or that we picked up from either of his stores. And this is what I really mean by saying the home really needs to reflect who the client is. So these are some images of what site looked like when we went in. Terrazzo on the floor looks very, very aged, but again, we decided to preserve it. It was 20 years old, and we knew we could give it a new life. The staircase seemed a little bit close, so we broke open certain areas. We loved that a lot of the rooms had enough natural light, and the ones that didn't, we decided to break down certain walls. This is a view of the kitchen. Again, very, very closed off, strange angles on site. And some of the furniture already existed. This, he had grumpy neighbors. We had very limited time on site. We did a lot of stonework on the terrace, so there was a lot of noise and a lot of dust. And we faced the COVID lockdown. So all in all, lots of difficulties on this project, but this is what the space looks like. We broke open the staircase, made it really light, introduced wood in a lot of small forms. Most of the materials we used here appear in their raw, natural state, which is what we really love. We sourced a lot of objects from Pondicherry, which is what the Purple Turtles helped us with. All of the other elements, the wardrobes, the kitchen, everything was locally made. It took 15 men to bring up each article that you see on the left image here, which is the mirror, the table. There's a sink at the back. The image on the right is a solid granite slab that's chiseled to make a sink. So all of that needed about 10 people to bring up to the second floor. But what was very challenging was to identify all of the objects that he had and try and tie the whole house together with all of these varied objects. The private areas here were a lot more calm, very simple. I love the open grain louvered wardrobes here. And while this was a very exciting home for us, we were also on a pretty tight budget. So we had to keep innovating. What you're seeing on the screen here is the accent wall on one of the guest bedrooms. So we got a local artist to hand sketch this with charcoal pencil and later lacquered it so it doesn't smudge. And this is what that looks like. Now this was a double-story home, like I mentioned. So this is what you see on the terrace. Again, there was a really tiny room, and all of the outdoors, like the parapets were too low. Observe the irregular skirting. All of that was broken open. We waterproofed everything, and this is what that became. So we used 2 beautiful rescue doors that take you into the terrace. And we've laid shabad, which is a natural stone found in Karnataka. We've laid it diagonally across the whole floor. What you see behind the doors now is this. So we created private nooks for him. Again, the furniture in certain areas was very easily movable, so he could practice yoga in the morning, call his friends over for lunch in the evening, and throw really lavish parties in the evening. This is one of the other nooks. Again, always keeping in mind privacy. This is a tiny powder bathroom on the terrace. Again, hot pink WC, hot pink tub. We got rid of everything and re-gutted it to the bare minimum. This is what that became. Okay. I've shown you 4 of our projects, cut down on a lot. I think I sent Pratish 4 versions of the presentation because I had that much to talk about. But at this point, having shown you everything I've done, I want to say thank you to our whole team. I don't think they've made it here. They're sitting outside. None of what I showed you would have been possible without these 8 women. But also, through our journey, there have been other people that have worked with us that I'm really grateful to. At RU, we try and maintain a happy work-life balance, which is pretty difficult most times. But it's really nice to pause, to slow down, and celebrate the little things in life. So certain images that I'm showing you are from people's birthdays or farewells. We try and do games night every Friday. And believe me, it is so refreshing. It is something that we all really look forward to. So it's a really fun place. I'd like to believe that it's a pretty fun place to work at. This is all hands during our site handovers and the recent Christmas party we had. Lastly, I just want to end this by saying we're doing some pretty exciting work other than the homes I showed you, and this is really what I want to manifest for us in year 4. We've started doing interior architecture, which is really, really exciting for us all. So get into projects right at the plinth beam stage and try and plan beams so we later don't have to cover it with false ceiling. I mean, we hate doing that. Another really exciting project we're working on is a museum at a school that has a legacy of about 60 years. So we're trying in really small ways to impact more lives than one family. That is us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kavya. I think the oh wow reaction was on point. So. Is there any questions for Kavya? I have one. Any particular reason you're just 8 strong women?
No men?
No men.
No reason. I'm waiting for the right man. No reason.
we have some options.
No reason.
Guys, any other questions for Kavya?
Hi, Kavya.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Priya. I have a question which is related to just marketing, actually, which I personally find very, very difficult. So how easy or difficult do you find it to be able to share your vulnerable side on social media, or just midway showing a project which you might not be very proud of at that stage? Something like that. So what's your take on that?
Thank you for the question. It's a lovely question. I think how we use Instagram in particular is just to be very, very honest. What people are really noticing is your approach towards design. It's the little things that are unsaid on any of those pictures or videos. So progress images actually show a lot more than finished images. And it's absolutely okay to be honest, to be vulnerable, so your future clients get an idea on the kind of work you're doing and what your approach to design is, because otherwise they've missed the journey.
Hi Kavya, I'm Vatsa. So earlier you had mentioned that one of your walls was treated with a charcoal pencil and then you lacquered it. So I wanted to ask you how that process actually goes about.
Sure. So we've never done this before. We called the artist over. We experimented with a bunch of different pencils, to be honest. So a lot of it is experimentation. So once he finished it, we actually used a machine similar to a Duco spray machine, and the lacquer was sprayed all over it. It was a thin coat, and we were lucky here that our client was as experimental as we were. Absolutely successful. So if you move anything on that wall now, it's flawless.
Hi, Kavya.
Hi.
Big fan.
Thank you.
Just wanted to ask you where interior design especially is
the clients are so driven by Pinterest so much, how do you stay original when they themselves are, pushing all those images at you?
So I think that's a great question. But in our case, we try to use that to our advantage. As Rajesh mentioned earlier as well, sometimes it's nice to try and understand what they have in their mind. Because even before we sign a project on, for example, and this is legit, before I sign a project on, I ask the client for 3 things. I ask him for floor plans of the house, images of the house if he has it, and I ask him for mood boards. So it doesn't have to be in a board, but I ask him for images off of Instagram or Pinterest, because he might be saying contemporary, but he might be meaning classical. So it's very important for us to first align ourselves to what it is that he thinks, and then steer away from that, but at least you know you're working in the right direction. So we try and use that to our advantage. We try and crop pieces of really what we mean, so it's not one picture that's translated. But if you're looking at handles separately or lights separately, we try and use Pinterest to our advantage.
Question. So when you start project, like any of those that you've shown, where do your first ideas for the project, what are those that you put on the table? And then how do you then translate it? Does that story continue till the end, or does it mid-course? Because Pinterest, I mean, is as much as it's a convenience, it's also the bane of the industry, because I think it makes you stop thinking, and then you just sort of take a picture and you work your way around it. So how do you still hold on to the initial ideas and then the story and the journey that goes on till the end, till any of these beautiful pictures that you showed us?
Great question, Arun. I think it's a bit of both, because once we've cleared that initial brief and we know that we're on the same page, somebody from the team, actually, when they joined us, we started doing this a lot more. We take a step back from all 3D or all visualization, and we go straight to layouts first. So it's a lot of space planning to understand functionality. We have a lot of Google Forms in place, so we try and get the right responses and work on everything on 2D first. Once that's approved, and I'm talking about 5 to 10 layouts a room, right? So we really try and experiment, explain to our clients over multiple Zoom calls. By the way, we've gone fully virtual since COVID. So a lot of this is on Zoom. Once the 2D is confirmed, we start ideating on a 3D model. So images such as what she mentioned on Pinterest are always an aid on the side. It's not an image that's fully transformed, so it goes from 2D to 3D with images for reference and then the final output. A lot of it, like I think our 3D is about 80% accurate in all of the projects I showed you as well, and then you have jiggle room for about 20% to get a little bit more creative. But at least everyone is aligned, there are no surprises at the end.
Thank you so much, Kavya.
Thank you guys.
I'm still waiting for that games and night invitation, okay.
This Friday.
All right, next on our lineup is one of Designuru's regulars. Having wowed everyone with his dynamic installation of light at Designuru 2.0, Ilayaraja Mayavan, Principal Architect at MYVN Architecture. A graduate from NIT Trichy, architect Ilayaraja has been practicing since 2007. With a passion for architecture and quest for challenges, he founded MYVN Architecture in 2015. Holding a strong belief in the reasoning behind every design decision and process, Ilay has produced a wide range of projects. Let's all give Ilay a warm welcome.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Thanks, Arun and BNA. It's wonderful the way you guys made the videos and the images, the way it's been done. It was amazing. I'm going to sit here. I thought, they told 15 to 18 minutes. 15 to 18 minutes. So I was thinking how to pick, Arun, we are doing a lot of architecture project this year. Again, he called me for doing interior presentation. So we were looking at it 2 years back. Yeah, 2 years back. 2 years back, I was presenting an interior presentation at the same venue with Arun. Actually, it was wonderful. So what we're going to show something new then we were looking at it, how do we get a source of an idea for a project, for example, as you said, everybody talked about Pinterest, definitely, how do you sort of, even come to that point, how do you correlate to the client, when they give it something, how do you can say, you can go a little further. So I'm going to talk about every 3-4 projects and seed up them. That is our idea. We do from a product to, we're doing IT park, we don't stop the size of the project. Or even as somebody asks us to do some other product design, any designs comes to, we always take it and work on it. So today I'm going to talk about, the idea of the project, how it is sort of given a birth to in the office, that's the only thing I'm going to talk about it. So a couple of images, these are inspired by a couple of projects, from the project what I'm going to show it in. So this is one of the recent project we finished it in Cunningham Road. It's nearby. It's called Connect Box. This man figured out through Instagram again. I think our office, it's sort of built by Instagram. The way people been approaching through Instagram is phenomenal. So he figured out and come and reached us and said we wanted to do something different. But so the Connect Box is the guy. It's between the artisans and the retailer. It's one of the startup company who wanted to sort of have a in between connect them, right? So they had this 1,700 square foot small office space. It's in the terrace, up the 5th floor. It was a nice floor, but the only thing is we always look for the for sort of a seed, in every project. So in this project, this is the office space. It looked like already, it is ready for the place. It's a small project. So sorry. So when we really I always somehow try to connect to where we are from and how we are, that's how I try to create new images always. So always this Belur Halabudi temples, inspires me, really in a different sensations, how they lived doing this artwork, as a part of the life. Literally earlier, they literally built temple and live, that's how it is. How the soul being filled with, just doing an art, that's the only thing it's admired when I see this thing. So I was thinking, when an artisan comes into a place, the things are moving, but at the same time, how we can able to connect to them a little bit like that. So always I'm fond of this, the detailing and the overall, the workmanship of the wonderful human, what they can create, it's phenomenal. So this, how do you can bring this idea into how do you say, how do you can bring this into that place? At the same time, you don't need to go and put a poster and say a lot of artists work and other things. I wanted a space could able to explain what they are without disturbing their workplace. So the idea is if you're being an architect, you keep a lot of the buildings around you, you're going to get bored of it, living there. The same way it is now. For an IT engineer, when you're designing the building, you can't keep putting those, the images what they come across daily basis. But you have to tell that, but in a soft and indirect way. So that's where we thought how do we take this idea and bring the craftsmanship of the people what they've been doing it earlier days. How do you use this one of the old technique to build this that we're thinking? Extremely budget constrained. It's around 20 lakh they had for the whole space. It's really hard because you're going to change the flooring to everywhere. That is that is the, okay, you can't read on that. So from the lift, when you come out, that's the one small space, what you have, that's the whole space, and after that you have the garden area. And this side you have the toilet portion, and behind you have this one of the small passage, they want to keep it for service at the same time on telephone booth. So if you see that, it's can't clear. But anyway, it's when you work for the software, startup companies, they have no idea how fast they're going to grow. I worked for a company who was 26 member when I met them. In 2 years, they become 1,500 members. So you can't really decide what they are. Sometimes, when they ask for a 20 seats, stop putting the 20 seats as one single, 20 cabins, it might, when they fail, only 2 people will be sitting in the place, it look very depressing. 40 people that sit on it. One of the project, when the project, what I talked about it was, I designed for 150 people. They were sitting 300 people. By the time I finished the next office space, around 15,000 square foot, in 47 days. But it's saved. That's what architecture can do, design thinking can do. So that's what we were also, started to bring in, we fit out all their requirements. I'm not going to get into the detail of it. I'm going to get into the idea of the project. And the center, you have one of the table, and the table above that, like, you don't walk across, so that you could able to drop some ceiling like that we decided. So we believe in iterations. The iterations can come from a fun point of view. So after taking that the temple columns, we were developing in software, like, what are the possibilities available with the material, like, you take it as a acrylic, or you take it as a POP, or you take it as a wooden carving work like that. So finally the budget constrained us, like, then we come to options to that. So what we done it is, above the table, we just drop this whole ceiling. It's almost like a column, you keep it in the ceiling. That's how it looked like. Of course, we made the iteration to make it look like how it plays in the place. At the same time, somebody who's, the artisans who come to the place to interact, they could able to relate to it. The guy who retailer comes, he could able to judge the company, what they are really working on. So that is what we were trying to do. So, oh, thank you. Thank you. So we were thinking, like, like, this is the office space, it's a rendered volume. Above that, like, we're thinking, like, how do you, like, have something, daily you're supposed to, you have to see something, but at the same time you should feel like, it's an everyday part of your life. That's where this idea about, like, the ceiling come into the place. So what we thought is, like, taking inspiration from the columns, we developed multiple iterations. After the iterations, we done this. That's how the volume inside, what you're seeing there. So it looked so heavy, but actually when you're being in the photograph, when you're being there at the site, it is almost like, you're not able to see much. But there is something that is always reminding you what you are doing actually. So definitely, like, working on this technique is like, we don't know how we're going to finish this, but like actually these guys are brilliant, like, the workers. So I explained the whole thing. I was telling my ideas. Then one of the worker come and said, sir, like, with the stencil with the hand, we'll do it. If you see the left side image, the stencils. So these guys filled the BOP, then they just literally like played around it, then they got this module. Like literally what happened is, we want that the iteration should be read more. So because of that, we need a half an inch, the groove also. Literally I was begging the contractor, like, please, like, give me a quarter inch less like that. It was a wonderful experience. The best part is whatever was there in the ceiling, we broke, and that has been, whatever lying down, that we used it as a support for making the whole thing. So the material been reused, whatever available in the site, like, through that, because it's extremely cost constrained, like, So I had a budget for 4 lakh, but the ceiling, when we finished it, we finished in 80,000 rupees. So that's what saved the project to buy something much more what is needed actually. That's what we done it in this. So that is, that's how it has been fitted in the ceiling. After that, the guy was like, for 2 days, he was literally standing around. So one of the other thing is, it's going fast, sorry. One of the other thing is, like, we want this, the modules could able to go into the ceiling and become part of the extension, and that you could able to have a light. But the problem is, like, the cost become a much more, like, difficult. Then we were worked on a multiple iterations again, like, we every time our studio go on finding something, like, to bring that, like, what we wanted. So what we got it is, like, this paper tubes are available. This, it's extremely cheap. At the same time, one good thing about it, like, this office, when you're doing for a startup company, you have no idea how many days they're going to live there. It's that. So they signed this office space for 5 years. So I calculated in the mind and selected the material. Then we taken the paper tubes. Then we kept it in the ceiling. Then we did a one coat of it. It's become a sort of a permanent feel to it. So you could able to get the fluting effect. It's just continued in a different form, not the way I showed in the earlier. Now that's how it looked like. So like again, like, there is a other part of the architecture, talking about light to, like, the colors, the sensitivity plans, and the wood texture, everything. I don't want to talk about today, but this is what it is brings when you bring in an idea. Just it's from the client. I never go, like, with a pre notion about idea about, like, what I'm going to do for someone. I always, like, try to find a seed in the client or in the site. That's how we develop it. Oh, sorry. That's how it looked like. So now if you look at it, the rest of the space is like just like every day what you see around with the wood and like a little black texture, the material being kept very clean and everything. There is one thing, it's keep reminding you what you're working on in that office. Some artisans who's come over there, like, they could able to just connect to them so easily, that's what we wanted to do it. sorry. Yeah, that's a couple of images of that. How do I click that? Of course, it's beyond all this bigger ideas. Always you need to keep the smallest detail part possible in a right way. Otherwise, you're gonna fail very badly. When you want to take a challenge, you always keep the fundamental right. You don't make a mistake in the fundamentals. That's something is very, very important. So we keep the composition tool, the coloring tool, whatever necessary, you work around it. Can you help me with this? It's like jumping. How do I?
You can just say next. You can just say next and then
just point there and say next.
Okay, I'll try. Okay.
Just tell me.
Yeah. So that's how one of the module was there. That's completely man-made, like a handmade. The reason is we work on a studio. We work on a very advanced techniques. But at the same time, when you work on something very handmade work, it's really amazing because the errors become part of it. It's very beautiful actually. So that's how it looked like. Almost it's like another column actually. But when you perceive it from the different angles, you're gonna read an image. It is definitely it's a fresh. So in the evening, actually, once the lights are off, these lights started to reflect the left side of the glass. The planning part was there, the little detailing was there. I want to get into the next project so that we can go on. Yeah, this is one of the interesting project. We finished it 2 years back. Yeah, almost 2 years now, right? So this client, when they came, we always have a conversation with the client, to understand more. We always look for the hint point and everything. So he talked about this, the time sphere, the clock, and he owns it. And he traveled to Momo and he got this calendar, standing calendar, he got it, Then you started to understand the client, what he really likes, how you can work around him. Even the logo of the company talks about it, one of the top, the graphic designers, you can see in the country. It's a wonderful experience to have them because sometimes the clients teaches you. These guys, one of them, we work together, I can say proudly, because it's not, we design together actually, we design together. It's around 6,000 square foot office space. These guys lived in the first office like that, second office like that, the third office, when you're going to build it, you're going to have a lot of pressure because they know design what you're talking about it. If you talk about a chair, they're going to talk about it, what does it mean, they would have experienced it, they had this unique sense of liking something, Whenever I present something, they always come up with, good detailing about what they're talking. So it was very exciting, the moment you get a client like this, then, you have a challenge getting higher, Somebody you go and explain what is it, you don't need to explain to those guys, you show the presentation, it's absolutely become, they understand where you're taking it from. So this office space, the guy who love the time sphere clock, that means he love minimalism to the core, right? So, but he got an office space, it has all the angle possible. It was very tough, challenging, to work around, because we wanted to keep the overall template as a completely minimal possible. At the same time, you could not able to feel this idea about, walking around, moving around, that sort of a twist and turn should not happen. Everything should be, going in a right way. So the plan, I can say it's a terrible plan. Who had done it 30 years back. It was not user friendly for office space, especially because you want to utilize every square foot of it. But here, what we have done it is we divided the space into 3 parts. Then it helped us quite a bit of it. After that, the problem is once you come in, you have this issue about everything opening up. So how do you? And at the same time, you have the lights come in the front. The lights is coming in. So we need to have some sort of barrier. Could be able to talk about sense of what is happening behind. At the same time, you have to have the reception in the front. Now that's where the translucency idea come into a place. So we brought that material. All around you have this the balconies, and we want to fill with the green because if you see those 2 offices where they lived in a garden. They lived in a real Bangalore houses. That's how they've been lived in. So that's how the spaces are divided. And again, this guy, the way they talk about it, the blue area, they call it as a library sense of silence. And this is the first company. Okay, this is the first company. Actually, they work with the timeline really well. They start 9, they close by 5 like that. Yeah. So now we are talking about white and white as the complete office is going to be in white, and at the same time you have this wood as a texture color, and the plant is the rest of the color, and the gray is the flooring. This is the 4 material being utilized really well, and that's how it looked like actually. So this is what the front desk, I talked about it. Once you just get in, like, the things of what is moving behind, you could able to sense, like, sense of, like, the image moving. At the same time, like, you could able to sense it, like, what is beyond that. So, of course, like, the man who talked about Times Square, at the same time, he knows Designuru, who is he? So he was, what do you call, he told, like, that's a furniture, we want to use it. Literally. So the whole office is in white. How do you make this toilet? So toilet is a very personal space. We were thinking, like, how do you could able to sort of make a opposite side of it, like, then what we thought is, like, the complete toilet, we done it in a complete black. The face, whatever it's going to glow on your face, I mean, like, you is the object there, no? Rest of the thing, it stays as it is. Like a Quentin movies, the whole ceiling was filled with the light. That's how we done it. So it is really, when you go inside, it's really fun space, It is not toilet, like, you could able to imagine. It is another, what do you call, like, whole day when you're sitting in the white space, when you're getting in there, you sort of lose yourself. That's the sort of sense you have. That's a dining area. That's converted into a seating at the same time. This sort of project can look, the images can look extremely simple, but without detail and the drawing, 750 drawings, what he talked about it, it is must to have that. Otherwise, you're not going to succeed, definitely. So the detail lies, everything, this project all about, like, looking at the finest things possible. Couple of more. I'll shoot it fast. The kitchen is completely white, literally. And they keep it as it is. These guys know how to live there. It's like in South India, they wear this, like, dhoti, completely white. These guys, every day they look white without even spot. The same way these guys keep the office space like that, it's brilliant to see that, That's how the office space. Last year installation, we done it. Why I was showing it is, like, the seed of the installation, it is a couple of projects we were working on, like, inspiration from the rest of the, like, what our past architecture. Then we taken a couple of temple plan, in the BIC it is. Couple of temple plan, we collected it, we made our own graphics, How could you able to say the sense of, like, the reason is you can get distracted so easily nowadays because the amount of images available on the internet. How you can be, like, very contentful about it. So that's where you need to look just right next to you, it works. So we wanted to do an installation. This installation talk about, like, temple, but at the same time the imagery can look like any other contemporary images available in any like a largest school possible. That's the only target of it. So actually, when you're getting into temple, always, you go into the darkness. The moment you move into the darkness, you always lose your sense. I mean, like, your senses works much better. That's how even, like, some people say meditation has to be done in a dark space. That's how they explain. So taking that into a place, we've done an installation. I don't want to go a little bit more. Of course, every project have this idea about, like, going through a tough process, to see the end product is different, but our studio works with the hands-on, like, a lot of smallest things possible, and we work with the lights, quite a bit of them. So that's how the Designuru installation last year, actually. So taking that into a consideration, because I couldn't able to finish this installation because we done a full dome, but, like, they given us only 28 days or something. It was day and night. The whole studio was working on it, but I could not able to finish it. Somebody helped with the glass tubes. But the before day, I went and cut the dome into half and made that. The rest of the dome literally been wasted. So this budget is not constraint. Time is the constraint. So the glass tubes been reused. It's one of the restaurant in Tamil Nadu. We reused it. It's come out really well. Recently, we completed that. So taking this idea, how do you make a lamp out of it? That's why we were working on it. Like, the thing is, like, this is what you can able to gain from just right next to you what is available. This is nothing but this is a Belur temple plan, actually. The lamp, what are you seeing there? It's a 3D printed plan. The other side of it, like, one of the plans. So we developed a lot of things. We are working on a product. We could able to develop it from the Designuru, actually. So this is, I think, many of them would have seen it, like, earlier. This is our one of this project, people could able to talk about it. Again, like, how do you seed up the project? The guy who's coding, but he he was literally talked about coding as like, you need to have a surgical attention to it. So how do you take this complexity and sort of explain that into the place? We did a multiple iterations, reality scene, like, interior, you end up making model literally, then only you could able to actually see the real, because you're taking such a big challenge, it's not going to be easy. So when you're finishing it, so definitely computer helps. That's how it looked like. That's office space. The guy who had come with the idea about, like, he thinks coding is the, like, the most complex thing ever can be done. I was telling them, even a cooking need that attention to detail to develop something. A farmer need that attention to the develop, like, what you're eating every day. So I was literally the installation, whatever the lines, what you're taking it from, literally we taking the paddy field when it moves, we taken the iterations of the lines, and we developed it, we etched it. And there is nowhere at a particular angle you're going to repeat the same. Every panel is unique. Every single time, every single degree angle when you're moving, and you're going to see something very, very neat. That's how it looked like. That's how the sort of space looked like. Okay, so we have our own way of imagining. So Black Panther released that time. Our office people were like, fascinated about it. We were literally like, dressed up like, one of this Wakanda people. We were shooting it. It was fun. So this is last project. You don't need to ring the bell again. Okay. Okay, this is one of the house. So this client called from Salem. He said, like, we are cleaning up the site, but we kept our site, like, tomorrow we're going to clean it up. I said, like, that's the first thing he said. Literally, I told him, like, listen, don't do anything, just leave it as it is. We'll come and look at it, then we'll talk about it. Then we went there, he cleaned up all around the site, he kept this portion as it is. So the first thing that come to my mind is Salem is completely filled with the rocks, like, ideas. We were thinking, take this idea about, like, how you respect the nature, build the architecture, keep the nature above it, that's the only thing, first thought come into mind. So definitely it had this idea about the planning into the place. It's a 4-bedroom house. So now when you want to, like, sort of imitate the nature in your own way, this is what happens actually. So we kept the complete rectangular box cleaner. The top box, sort of tapered. This is one of the housing development. It's not the same way. The red is sometimes when you're making model, like, they were trying to fit in. I was telling, like, this explains more because he talked about the core and idea of the planning, just leave it as it is. The moment we got it, like, actually it reads really differently. This is North Karnataka, one of this dance form. I'm not getting the name of it. They wear this crown. It's extremely beautiful. They have this crown. It's made of lines. Sorry? Yeah, Yachagana, right. Yeah, so actually, how do you take that form, bring it into the part of, like, some commercial space? We really worked on it, could not able to show other images. It's very exciting the way we developed it. This is one of the housing. It is happening in, it's almost done in Indiranagar. This is one of the IT park we are working on. It's around 500,000 square foot. So it is, every project, it had its own story. Every project, because it's just like every project is a different person, different client. We try to look at the representation of themselves, and what, for us, the 3 dots connects, the site and the client and us. We always wanted to bring a different story to the project. Of course, beyond all this hard work, there's a bunch of amazing people who does this work. Not only them, and plus the contractors. Every project I have the different set of contractors. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Elaine. I think just fantastic installations that you've done in all your projects. Guys, any questions for Eli?
Thank you.
Hi, sir.
Hi.
I really loved your ideology of bringing history things into your daily life architecture. Have you faced anywhere like the client didn't understand your complexity of design? He said to compromise. Have you faced any compromise in your design?
Yes. We listen to them a lot, but we always wanted to surprise. That's the only thing we look on. So the point is, like, what they know is, it, right? As a designer, the amount you've been worked on it, without disturbing the fundamentals, if you're going to travel with them further, it's always exciting. That's the only target we'll have. We wanted to take them further than what they know. Is there anything else?
Any other questions, guys? I think you've left all of them speechless, Ilay, so.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Ilay.
Thank you, BNE and Arun. Like, it was really amazing, organized. It was very tough to do this when you're running your firm. I know it. Last year I was part of it. I know it.
Yeah, we worked together last Designuru. I think we the installation that Ilay showed was, I think, fantastic from the way he actually conceptualized from his first sketch that he made for it to come alive that evening before we started the last year's mini Designuru. And I think it was from the time that Ilay and I got involved with the rest of the crew of Triple ID. It was so much fun. I think every evening we met practically, and
we were spending time there.
Most of the day. I miss BIC. It was really good as a location, but this has been an incredible day today, and at least for us, because we've been here the whole day today. Thank you, Ilay, for a fantastic presentation through your amazing work, and hope to see you more. And and surprise us with your fantastic creativity.
Thank you everyone. Thank you so much.
I take special pride in presenting the next speaker. Aside from the many hats she dons as a meticulous architect, an ultimate Frisbee enthusiast, and my personal bully. She's also a close friend and a long-time colleague. Hamsini Murali, Associate Architect, Balan and Ambishan Architects. Big fan following, huh, Hamsu? With early exposure to Sri Lankan architecture, Hamsini leads a design team that applies its principles of depth in material selection, treatment, and sensitivity to varied projects. Her approach to each brief, regardless of its typology, is conscious, thoughtful, and tailored, resulting in one-of-its-kind experience for the client. Hamsu, the stage is all yours.
Check. Yeah. Thanks, Pratish, and good afternoon, everyone. Quick disclaimer here, I haven't spoken in any sort of public in, I think, more than a decade, so please be kind. I'm thrilled to share the stage today with some of the best talent in the country. Seeing a few of my favorite works, and more importantly, hearing the story behind each. Kavya and her project, Radish's House, is one of my favorites, I must say. And of course, Sarah and Ilay and Rajesh. It's made for a riveting afternoon. So I guess thanks, Arun, for putting me on the spot here. I thought I'd close this afternoon session with a look into what it's like to not run your own firm and work with a larger company. And I sincerely hope that the candidness of my content is long forgotten by the end of the upcoming holidays. I finished architecture in RVCE. And while some of my professors were super cool, I now know, I honestly had no idea what college was all about back then. I dove into basketball, theatre, with not too much skill to brag about, but a lot of attendance to be excused from. What college did give me, though, was an amazing bunch of people. People who are very, very close friends to this day, and they helped jostle me to the finish line. I trained with a lovely architect, Amila Dumel, in Colombo. And my time there was largely filled with travel, fun, and curiosity. However, years later, when I go back to some of the experiences that I had over there, I learned from it in hindsight. I think the clarity of thought, the basic prioritization of functions, the trueness to material, and the respect that they give to the elements is something that I take back with me to this day. Post-college, I joined the Bodhi tree as a fresh graduate. And before I know it, I've been with the firm, now BNA, for over a decade. Working in a bigger office is something that I actually really love. Firstly, it's great to not have to do my boss's job. I don't envy him at all. But yet feel like you're an active part of something big. I get to work on projects that are much bigger than just myself or my team. I collaborate with my colleagues. I have a stellar bunch of associates who we just sit and brainstorm every Tuesday, even though we curse Arjun once in a while to make us do that. It's something that we all really, really value. And this collaborative nature of work and the active sharing of methodologies is priceless for me. My role has also been constantly evolving since the first day I joined. And the firm just doesn't let you get comfortable there for even a minute, constantly pushing you and questioning everything that you're doing on a weekly basis. So self-motivation is never really a problem because it's there in the office. During this time, I've had the chance to explore a host of really fun jobs and meet clients as varied as you can imagine. For this first one, so we worked for the concept presentation really hard, and then the client fully bought into it, after which everything was a breeze. So he only would come in for a cursory visit here and there, and all the decisions were left to us to make. So being a nodal company, we wove the entire plan around the central, around the central cafeteria that was there, and we stacked the workstations. All three sides was full of this amazing green tree cover. So we stacked the workstations and gave them all the natural light. And then this central central cafeteria ended up acting as their training, their tasting, their sampling. They even got together. They ate lunch here every day. They got together and watched a match in the evening. So it worked as the heart of the office, even though it was actually away from all the edge spaces which got all the natural light. The company, so it was a Japanese brand, and the company wanted a clutter-free space. And they strived really hard to bring in the Japanese sensibility of a paper-free space. We also tried to bring in a bit of an Indian flavor to it. And so small things like the terracotta tiles over here, we said we'll add, even though we'll marry it in a style that works well with the Japanese sensibility itself. I'm going to quickly move over to the next one. So this was a job that I think made us realize the value of visualization. Now I know there's a lot of debate between whether 3Ds help or whether they make it harder for us to finally appease our clients, but in this case I think it's something that really helped us cut time on site by a bit. We gave the design a couple of shots, and by the second iteration the clients were so sold that they were walking around trying to match laminate color, tile color, and wallpaper color to this. And I think we dropped at least a month going back and forth. The final output, as you can see, is very close to the early visualization that the team put together. And it perhaps So this project was a big lesson for me on the value of engineered lighting. I think lighting design is something that we probably, at least when I was back in college, I didn't learn enough about. And that's something that was a huge learning curve for me in this project, because when we started off, we showed the client all these moody pictures, and we wanted them to buy into the boutique jewelry store concept, which they seemed to really love. By the end of the project, they were showing us pictures of like retail clothing brands, really brightly lit up ones, and they said, no, but we want this. And it was a hard end to that one. One more thing that this gave me some exposure to, though, was to walk the streets of Bombay, picking up a whole bunch of really nice artifacts, antiques. The clients were collectors, so they really taught me half of what I had to know. And then we repurposed a whole bunch of old doors to make it a mirror, and I think that's what really gave life to the whole space at the end of it. Through most of my working years, validation was something that I think I always looked for, of my clients, my boss, my peers, and my friends. And I guess that's quite natural for most of us. This project, however, was interesting for me. The client handed me the keys on day 1 and then returned 5 months later on the day to move in his family. The team and I had a great time putting together everything that we had presented to him, and then some. Curating tableware, stocking the bar, styling the rooms. And it taught me a precious lesson on taking charge of seeing your own design concept come through fully. Okay, so up to here, I think most of my projects were well within my comfort zone, well within what made sense to me. And then we had a set of clients who came and said they wanted something completely over the top. It was a bar. It's actually in progress down the road from here. And they pushed us to think outside of what we were used to and explore our wilder side, quite literally. My team and I had fun, and we loved the result. There was a lot of learning on this job as well, because there was utter chaos. There was no proper contractor. The client's friend said, okay, I will be the contractor. And we just started experimenting on site. It's still ongoing. We had small details, like we'd done some amount of metal fluting, which then we were ideating on site. And the contractor said, you know what, there are some PVC pipes, let's slit it into two and put it up. And it actually worked way more beautifully than we ever imagined. So I think one of the points made earlier about getting your hands dirty and being on site and trying things for yourself is something that I'm still learning that is very, very important. I'll also be honest, this one is super challenging. The clients changed hands multiple times, and the end still remains to be seen, hopefully soon. Another ongoing project is this house for the sweetest set of clients. Again, here they have trusted us to fully go with our gut. This one was a home ground up that we're doing in RT Nagar, and they let us convince them to build their entire house around this central biopond. I don't know if the picture, yeah. So this is a render from our landscape architect who we got to work with. She's lovely. And we've been having such a ball going and shopping to make this an urban jungle. We're also learning how restraint requires a boldness beyond anything else. And I personally can't wait to see this house come through. That's a shot of the biopond from the center, which cuts the whole space. Okay, so lastly, I'm going to close off here with one of my hardest projects yet, when your clients are family. The kitchen utility, if you see here, so that's a shot of the kitchen, and the kitchen and utility was a bit of a dungeon, to be honest. It took up the entire sunlight that was coming into the whole house. There was a super gorgeous jack tree right outside, which was completely lost in that central space. So what we did was we obviously went on to knocking off a whole bunch of walls. We extended the balcony inwards, so I think got the value of using that outdoor space, even if it's small. This is a 900 square feet apartment. And I think the result was something that I really liked personally. It just brought in so much life into the space. That evening, after my mum saw it for the first time, I went over for dinner, and she was in tears, literally. And no, they were not happy tears, and she was not thrilled by the space at all. She was actually completely overwhelmed that the space that she had known as her home was so drastically revamped. It was a big lesson learned. I'm thankful to report, though, that now, 6 months later, she says that she's really grown to love the space. I sincerely love my job at most points of time, and no, I haven't been paid to say it today. I work with incredible people who challenge and push me. I deal with new situations every day, such as this, and we ask each other uncomfortable questions. We're not afraid to disagree or indulge in debate, and trust me, we really do fight a lot. We talk and laugh, our friends, and honestly, family. It doesn't sound exactly ideal, but I think it works for me because I also make sure I take time to switch off from it all very regularly. I do this with the help of a sport I play called Ultimate Frisbee with one of the oldest club teams in the country. And we get to travel a fair amount and play against teams both in India and outside. This picture here is from a tournament in Bali, and a couple of faces here are actually some of the top players in the world. We had a mind-numbing finals, which I can't forget ever. The addition of sport into my life is something that I value more than anything else. The people, their perspectives, the wisdom, and the variety in background and career are all things that I'm able to apply when engaging with my clients on a daily basis. I think exposure, this is where the exposure part of it really comes in, because it's not just about knowing your one design and one client, but it's a lot about being able to engage with the larger scheme of things, being able to have a conversation with your contractor on site. And I think it has made me realize that it's as important to step back from work as it is to be deep into it. I'm going to close here, and so with one point. I think while everyone around me seems to be running and thinking about how they can retire by the time they're 40 and 45, I think that's what at least I'm hearing from everyone around me. But I spoke to a friend the other day who said something that just really struck me in its simplicity. He said he had better ensure he takes enough time off now to do all the biking up mountains and playing ultimate before his legs and hands give way. And he can always sit at a desk all up to, once for the rest of his life, all the way up to 80 and 90 and however long it is. And therefore he had to make sure he made time for himself now to do all the activity that he could. So I'm going to leave you here with that thought. I hope we all think through how we want to engineer our lives going forward. And I'm definitely making grand plans for mine. Thank you.
Well done, Hamsini. Am I part of those plans as well? Are we telling Arun now? No. Is any questions for Hamsini? Oh, there's one.
Hi, Hamsini. This is Rohit here from Bora. So the question what I wanted to ask you is, in countries like Singapore and UK and US, a lot of projects when it comes to the clients and the designers going together, looking at what are the kind of selections that they want to do, finalize it, have a brand book, and go by it. And by the time the groundbreaking starts, they're just on a project on a go mode, so that they can complete it within a stipulated time of 90 days or 120 days, or whatever the time frame is. How practical is it in India? Do you think that could be possible?
So I think that's definitely possible. It requires a lot of discipline. You need to know how to, I'm going to say this in good light, but maneuver your clients to make sure that they know exactly what they are gaining out of doing this as well. Because a lot of the time our clients say, we want to finish in 2 months, make all the decisions quickly. But then a lot of it is sitting actually on their table. So I think as long as you work with some amount of discipline, and you're sure, you first make a game plan and say that if you close this, then for sure then we can plan to happen. I think it's possible, and we've done it. We've had projects where clients have said, I want this done in 3 months, and we've definitely handed it over. But we put a rider. We say you cannot make changes after this. And if you do make a change, this is what it impacts.
Any other questions?
Hamsini, nice presentation. Definitely no salary hike because of that. Next Tuesday, that's going to be on the agenda. Arjun, just watch out, okay? You handle that, please. And Hamsini, I just wanted to ask you something. How do you, because of the way we work in the office, how do you engage with your team? What is your take on mentorship, and how do you kind of, let's say, steer a youngster's growth in a particular direction? How are you in touch with his or her aspirations to be this big architect, and what is the general work culture that you follow in your team?
Next month we have some reviews. Can I not answer this question there? Okay, no, but I think one thing, I don't know if that came through in the last 20 minutes, but the way the office functions currently is very freedom oriented, if I may say so. So all of us get a lot of freedom in how we run our own teams. So Pratish, for example, who's a colleague, does things his own way. It drives me crazy because I don't understand it, and I do it my own way. And that's perfectly acceptable as long as it works. So I think just the fact that having my own team to make sure that they are inspired is pretty much equivalent to what Kavya or anyone else who runs their own firm has to do, because they have an interaction outside the team 100%, and we're a very knowledge sharing kind of an office within and externally, I hope. But I think that just because of the fact that it feels like such an island, it automatically ensures that we all try and really see the spark in each of our teams individually, and to try and see what makes them tick and how they can then pursue their dreams going forward.
Thanks, Hamsu. Any more questions? Because Hamsini is also on the panel.
Yeah, I have one last question. Okay, so how do you, so I have this one thing that's always been on my mind. So you've been with us now for over 10 years, and I really appreciate the fact that you've actually stuck through all the highs and lows of the office. How do you compare yourself with your peers? Let's say you've seen a host of people come and go in the office, and they all have blistering practices going on. How do you compare yourself with, let's say, your peers and your juniors who have all come and gone, and they've all started their own practices and are doing well? Do you feel that you aren't pushing yourself as much as they are, or how do you feel that you're losing out on something, or what is your take on that?
Okay, so as you know, it's not like the thought has not crossed my mind. I've come to you multiple times and said, okay, I'm leaving. I want to go start my own firm. So yes, I'm here as a very conscious decision. It's not by chance, or it's not because I'm comfortable at all. I wish I was, but I'm not. I think it's the simple cognizance that I know that where I am is something that challenges me right now, and it's something that where I'm able to do everything that I want to do. If I go to my partners tomorrow and say, hey, I want to do this, and I don't see enthusiasm, or I don't see support, or I'm not able to do what I want, then that will be the end of that conversation for sure, and I'll be out of there. But the fact is that as long as I'm able to be challenged, and as long as I'm clear about what I want, I think it's perfectly okay to work in a larger office because of a few of the other things that I just said.
Thanks, Hamsini. I think your review is over today.
Yeah, no more review for this year. Thank you, everyone.
From the field of design, we now move into the world of ad film. What does it take to stay creative in an industry where game-changing technology and products pour in on the daily? Amid sky-high competition and shortening attention span, our next speaker is here to give us the inside scoop. Our speaker from the film world is an executive producer whose work I'm sure everyone in the audience has come across at some point. Just 1 minute. Guys, if you can just hold back for a bit. We have one more speaker before we take the tea break. No, was it part of the plan? As if everyone can just settle down quickly, we can finish with the speaker before we take a tea break. She manages her 3 children, several dogs, and juggles other challenging duties with complete calm. Let's give Sneha a warm welcome.
I'm going to use this as a support. I haven't spoken in a public forum for quite a while, so my phone just told me that my heart rate is quite high. Anyways. So yes, I am a film executive producer, making ad films. We've been around for 20 years, 21 years now, in the business of ad filmmaking, and we are based out of Bangalore, though we work out of anywhere and everywhere in the world. I have a team who sits in Bombay as well. And very much like architecture, I think film is a highly collaborative job, right? So we work with a large army of people. We have, so like you would have a principal architect, you have a director on board, and then you have a producer, and you have a whole team that rallies around to make that vision come alive. So, as all of you know, I think Zuzus are, of course, our claim to fame, though we've done a lot of other work outside of the Zuzus. This one sort of went through the roof for us. I think more than a decade ago is when we did the Zuzus first for the IPL season of Vodafone. And we weren't sure what the response would be because at that time the internet, advertising on the internet was not such a big thing. People were still primarily doing more advertising for television. So it just completely changed how the world started to view production houses, and that's what we are. We're a production house. People started to interact with us directly, and we had people writing in directly to us saying, so is this animation, is this live? So we started to suddenly, we realized that we had an audience that we were directly talking to, and that was really quite an exciting time. So I'll launch into my talk today, and I was trying to, so I'm not very well prepared, but I'll try and make it really impromptu. I was trying to find correlations between design and film, and architecture and film, and there's so many common things actually, because we're both in the creative profession. And how we think actually and how we behave and what we do with ourselves is so much part of what we bring to the table. So So this is something that I kept asking myself. How have we gotten here? Was it by default or was it by design? And I think there is no one answer. A lot of it is by default. Some of it is by design. But if I rewind and go back to a time when I was in college, I remember being told, oh, you're good with communication, you sort of get along well with people, you should be in the HR business, you should do something to do with managing people and stuff. And I wasn't really sure at that time what I wanted to do. And it was just by chance that I got an opportunity to do my mass communication, of which there were many streams, and film was just one of them. So there was PR, and there was photography, and there was journalism, and all of that. And somehow film struck a chord. I felt deeply for film because the medium itself was so much larger than life. And it was almost like a sort of instant deep dive, a deep sense of love for what I was seeing. And just, the theory of it, to be able to analyze what you see, to be able to see what the filmmaker was trying to say to you, all of those things just sort of excited me. So our films, some of which may be familiar, some may not be, but I will show you 3 or 4 films that I think, set the tone for the evening.
बहुत अच्छा।
India, incredible India.
This was done at least, I think, 12 years ago, and it's still quite, I haven't seen it in a while.
मैंने कोरियर कर दिया था सर जी, शुक्रवार को 11:30 बजे सुबह कर दिया था। हाँ जी, क्या नहीं मिला आपको? मिल जाएगा सर, मिल जाएगा, मिल जाएगा ना सर, क्यों परेशान हो रहे हैं आप? हाँ जी जी सर, मैंने कोरियर कर दिया है।
लीशा,
सर कभी चीजें, मतलब आप समझ नहीं रहे हैं मेरी बात को। आपको क्यों ऐसा लग रहा है कि मैंने कोरियर नहीं किया? सर संडे को मैं कहाँ जाऊंगा, आप बताइए मुझे। संडे को कौन सा कोरियर वाला खुला रहता है सर, आप बताइए मुझे। सर मैं अपने आप को आपकी जगह रखकर देख रहा हूँ, लेकिन सर आप मेरी बात को समझने की कोशिश तो कीजिए सर। सर एक दिन का सवाल है, आप सर आज संडे है, कल मंडे है, मैं सर आप अजीब तरीके से बात कर रहे हैं सर।
ईशा, तुमने बाहर के कपड़े निकाल दिए? जाओ जाओ जल्दी निकालो।
सर मैं कह रहा हूँ कल मंडे है, आ जाएगा सर, कल सुबह सर आप हमारे trust more than money that makes the world go round. South Indian Bank.
So I chose to show you 4 of these because a lot of the others I think you may have seen, like the Zuzus and stuff, and the stuff we've done for Vodafone. But yeah, I chose to show you this because there are many things that sort of stay with us even as we look back at these ads several years later. One is just the simplicity of the idea, always. That's the winner, right? It's where you begin. The idea that sort of sticks with you, it keeps coming back, and it makes sure that it sort of hounds you to a point where you feel like you have to do justice, and you've got to do what it takes to make that idea work, right? And I think that's very similar to what designers and architects do all the time. So as Nirvana Films, we've been in the business for 21 years, and if I were to actually look back and think about what is it that drives us, or what is it that we claim to do, and I use the word compass because I think it gives you direction. It sort of allows you that moment to think about what the future is or how you want to move in a certain direction. Though honestly, I don't think we planned anything ever right from the start. It was really by default that we did a lot of the stuff. But what we did by design was understanding who we are at our core. And I think that's really from where a lot of our decisions stem, right? So this journey has really been about finding ourselves and what resonates with us, what we like to do, what we like to see, and then how do we bring that into the work that we ultimately put out. So, sorry. So yeah, every time we hire, I think the one thing that we look for primarily is that as a creative person, you must have a little madness somewhere. You have to not think within the box. That's a cliche, of course, but there has to be a quirk, right? And very often now, after having hired people for the last 20 years, you know, I don't have to conduct an interview. I can really see it in their eyes, pretty much. The little quirkiness, the madness, the sort of offbeat persona that we're looking for. So I think a lot of the film guys are can't be put in a box. You know, they thrive on certain qualities that we really appreciate, and that's the kind of, we want the misfits, quite honestly. We don't want the guys who fit in, because if you are a misfit, there's a good chance that you will explore, you will question, you will think, reflect, you will be sensitive. We also really value autonomy, and I think Hamsini was saying that earlier. So to thrive in a work environment, trust is one very big thing, but autonomy, the ability to take that freedom and do it in your style, right? That's something that we value a lot. So with every change, with every new person coming in, there is what that person brings to the team that we value the most. And of course, collaboration, teamwork, sharing of ideas, everyone is welcome. Everyone has ideas, right from the guy at the lift to, you know, the senior most person. If somebody has an idea, we must share. So the freedom, the space you give everyone to be able to come in and share their ideas. And to deep dive. And I think that's something that we really now must consciously do more and more, because we're so used to skimming the surface. Information is really at our fingertips. So we sort of scan through, but very rarely do we deep dive into something that we really love, right? Which is, when I say deep dive, I mean spend ample time, go deeper into the subject, understand it more, speak to more people about it, reflect on it, form your own thoughts about it. So, you know, a lot of the times we, of course, are running like against deadlines. We have to deliver within, say, a week, 2 weeks, and these mammoth projects with travel and a whole lot of people. It's like really working with an army. So, but I think what we value the most is the initial phase, when we're actually sitting and structuring a film, because that's where all our energy and our focus should be. And if we get that template right, then it becomes much easier to hand it out to 100 people and say, okay, you do this, you do that, and then it's just really about organizing yourselves. But the initial time you spend structuring the project, understanding what goes into it, that's really the most sort of important time that you need to spend with a film. And I'm sure it's the same with design as well. And of course, spontaneity. I mean, I don't think, as a creative person, if you're not a spontaneous person, there's no way you will survive, right? The other thing that we've, with the years, we've understood is that, you know, there is, so we love our freedom, but we have to work within boundaries, right? We have to work to a brief. So it's one thing to go out and put in 100% or more, or get excited by an idea, but if it doesn't deliver to the brief, then I think there's no point in it, right? So, is that a bell for me? Yes. Ooh, okay. So yeah, so collaborate, learn from mistakes, simplify, simplify, simplify. That's really the crux of what we do. So anything that comes to us, we tear down and break it up into little bits and say, okay, can this go, can this go, can this go, and this must stay because this is the heart of the film. Yeah, so this is really about understanding that while all of us may be educated in a certain profession or a field or choice that we've made about learning, do we really learn? Because we've all got our degrees, but have we learned enough? And I think one of my greatest sort of, someone I watch speak is someone called Ken Robinson. He was an author and an educationalist, and he says, we are educating people out of creative capacities. And I believe this passionately, that we don't grow into creativity, we grow out of it. Or rather, we get educated out of it. So how do we stay creative? How do we remain creative? How do we be spontaneous, laugh, do things differently. And this is how we're born most of the time. We're born curious, we're born creative, we're born compassionate and collaborative. This is who children are, but what do they turn out to be? And that's something to do with how we sort of unlearn a lot of the things that we actually naturally have. So, yeah, so the gift of boundless human imagination is what we need to nurture. I'm going to do this really quickly now because the bell has rung. But as an entrepreneur, I keep asking myself, what is it that I can do? And I think this is the most challenging sort of thing that I took up in my life, was to be an entrepreneur. I did it completely by default, but I've really enjoyed the journey. And I think what really drove me was the love of a challenge. So I think to be an entrepreneur, you have to just jump into the deep end and you say, I'll make it work, no matter what. I'm going to give it everything I have, and I'll learn along the way and I'll make mistakes, but I know that I have a direction in which I'm going, and I will fulfill, and I will not let my clients down, and I will do what it takes. So that's the challenge. So if I had to choose between default and design, I would say it's both. A lot of it is about who you are, and I think the journey is about finding who you are, and then molding that to understand what you want to choose to do next, right? So all of this. And I think COVID has taught us one big lesson. And I'd done a TED talk a couple of years ago, many years ago actually, which was about pause. But now I'd say we've had the time to pause, but now is the time to reset. And we have to really, really make a conscious effort at setting the reset button, because we can change our narrative here going forward. And I think a lot of us need to start spending time and thinking about what is it that we want to do. So yeah, and one part of that is to believe in yourself. And none of this is possible if we don't have gratitude. Gratitude is a very big part of what we should practice. So I salute all the people who have helped push the human race forward, the ones who stood their ground, challenged the status quo, spoke their mind, remained fearless, questioned the norm, fought patriarchy, those who bore the brunt and built the bridges. Today is a new day because of the relentless voices of people who fight, write, sing, build, cheer on, and champion the cause of the underdog in all corners of our world. It is the quiet, relentless work done by women and men, known and unknown. The work is not done. There is a long way to go. Clearly, there can be a huge seismic shift if we believe. On that note, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sneha. Any questions for Sneha from the audience? Any questions? How the Zuzus were made? Perfect.
No, it's all on the internet, please.
Hi, Shravya here.
Sorry?
Shravya here. No questions. I just wanted to say that I absolutely loved your work, and what you said about how what really inspires you to go on is the energy, the challenge. And what I can say is that truly all your quick ad films just now that you show really showed that energy. It is so, I would say, invigorating. It was brilliant, especially the one about the India-Pakistan, which is really...
That's the simplicity of the idea.
Yes. Like truly, it's, and I get what you say that, design and filming, the initial part is the most exciting, the most challenging, and the most important. And I just, no questions, I just wanted to say I loved it.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Sneha, I just wanted you to elaborate on the part where from a designer or an artist, where you became an entrepreneur, right? I mean, that is a challenge that I think a lot of people sitting here will face sometime in their life. What was that process like, and what were the challenges in that transition?
So, I'm 47 now, but 20 years ago, it was a very different scene. And yes, say I don't look 47. I have white hair. Yeah, so 20 years ago, if I sort of rewind and go back to a time when I think it wasn't a planned move, it was just, that's the default part, right? We were, both Prakash and I were working with another a film production company, and the team there were at loggerheads, so it felt like we were sort of, you know, in sticky water. So we said, okay, what's the next best thing to do? And we just felt, the energy at that time felt like, okay, let's give it a shot. You know, what have we got to lose? We'll figure out as we go along. I think there's a time in life when you decide that it's okay to take a risk because you have very little to lose. And so we just jumped into it, not really thinking very much. But very soon, there was someone who trusted us with the first piece. It was a small little ad. And then it was about giving it whatever it needed and more, literally. Beg, borrow, steal, ask people to give you money, you know, put into it more than is expected. And then when you keep a client happy like that, they really do appreciate and value. And they, more than anything, I think they see that you're coming from a place of absolute belief in yourself and the fact that you can deliver more than what they're expecting. So I think that, of course, has continued because you're really as good as your last job. But as an entrepreneur, so that's what I said, love of a challenge. The need to do it like that's like it's not been dictated to you, but you want to make that difference. You want to say something. It's your voice, right? That pushes through. And I think even if you work with someone else, like Hamsini said, if you have that platform where someone is willing to give you room to express yourself and be yourself, and every time, then I think that's pretty much it. You don't have to go out and be an entrepreneur, because being an entrepreneur is challenging because you have to work with so much of the mundane stuff, which is not very exciting sometimes. But, and a lot of people I know who've gone on to become independent filmmakers have come back and said, please can I come back because I don't want to do this, it's too much work outside of the creative process. So I think once you have that well-oiled machine and you have a whole machinery that's doing the back end, the boring stuff, the focus is really about getting the creative guys in to do what they love and giving them room to play. And I think a lot of the time we lose the magic when we start to become very formatted, and I think that's where the world is going. It really upsets me because, you know, you don't want people to dictate to you about creativity. You want that magic to happen because you believe it'll happen, and everyone's working towards it. So I think that's really the challenge going forward. You know, there's too much data in our lives, which really sucks. But there's no room for enjoying the work you do, and that, I think, is a dangerous part about how we're approaching creativity, at least now. I hope that changes. Yeah.
Awesome. Sneha, in your line of work, which I know precious little about, but for me, when I think of films, especially the ones that you see on TV or on your phone and stuff like that, and both Prakash and you are, Varman, you are personal friends of mine. So therefore, for my first association is with you guys. And in all these years that you've made such fantastic content, you've traveled the world over, as we know. And how has that changed you, and what creative, how have you grown creatively when you're exposed to so many cultures and people and food and whatnot?
So I think another really important part of being creative is to be able to embrace everything that comes your way, right? To experiment. And I mean, really to experiment. Because whatever it is, if you're willing to throw yourself in and dabble with it a bit, you'll know by the end of it whether that's meant for you or not. And then you start to unpeel layers and say, okay, this is what resonates with me. And then I think really the journey is about finding your core, going back to who you are. So Varma would say he's a simple boy from the heartland of Kerala, and that's who he is. That's what he likes to eat. That's, he may have gone all over the world, but when he comes home, there's a sense of belonging, a deep sense of rootedness. Whereas I was more a city-bred child, and I sort of lived out of suitcases for a very long time. So I don't really get attached to a place as much as I get attached to people around me. So for me to thrive, I need a certain energy. I need a certain kind of, like-minded individuals who sort of make me feel challenged and make me feel like I need to. So I think that's what we'll all come to at some point. Just the awareness and the stillness that you need to have to be able to assimilate all of this. It's like something parallelly running, like you know that all of this is happening around you, but still to stay rooted and calm and take what works for you and leave the rest. I think that's what, for me at least, this journey has been about. And that's what then shows in your interactions with people, in the work that you put out, because every time you're trying to stay true to who you are. And that, I think people eventually see. Yeah.
One last question. At least for me, I was supposed to keep some questions for the panel, but I'm asking because it's in the thick of things.
Yeah.
Is when you, so as creative people, I have a very dear friend who's from the fashion industry, and there's you from the film, and the rest of us, I think, are mostly from interior design and architecture. Where is the start point? Like, let's say that you've just finished this big presentation, right? You've like mentally, you've discharged all creative cell that ever existed in your brain, and then just the next day there's this another brief that lands on your table. Okay, what is the start point of that thought that initially look at a brief? Sometimes, for me, it happens. My personal journey is when I look at a brief, that image appears, good or bad, I don't know, but it just appears. So how does it work for you? And how are you then consistently bringing up content that's so different from the other?
I think there's only one answer to that, and it's to keep the child in you alive, right? So I have 3 children, and I see how they maneuver these things, right? We go on a holiday, and we're having a brilliant time, and we love it. But every time we have to leave, the adults in the room are feeling very sad, and we're going to go back to our rut and life and its tensions. But the kids are not like that. They've abandoned that and moved on to the next thing, and then they're facing the next day with just as much enthusiasm and with as much love. And it's not like they've forgotten what we just had, and not that like they don't value it, but it's time to move on, and the next thing is just as exciting as the last, right? So I think that enthusiasm, that childlike quality is something that we must nurture more and more, because with that comes a certain, like a charge. So every time there's a new script that comes to us, I think the first thing is, the barometer is, am I excited by something at that core, which I know I can take, I can juice, I can milk, I can put a bit of myself in and make it work in a way that it's understood in a very simple format, etc. So I think the thing is to still go back to that little joy. If it doesn't give you joy, I think the only thing is to be bloody honest and say, look, it doesn't work for me. This is not who I am. I will not be able to contribute to it. And then to walk away. And I think in our career, we've said no to many more things than we've said yes. And I think that's probably why we've sort of curated the work we've done. And if you look at our reel over 20 years, a lot of it is the love we feel for the jobs that we take on. But a lot of our clients we've said no to. And I think in a way it's good, because if we had done those films, we would not have a relationship with them. You get what I'm saying? It would have definitely soured, because we would never have been able to give it 100%.
Thank you so much, Sneha. Our closing speaker for this session is someone who's explored several facets in his journey spanning 20 years in the luxury Indian fashion and lifestyle industry. Shaunak Sen Bharat, design director and founder at House of Three. From design, brand creation, styling, and art direction to sustainability advocation, he's done it all. With House of Three, he has created a platform to articulate his own unique vision for the contemporary Indian. A decidedly Western mold, but with an intrinsic Indian soul. Let's give Shaunak a warm welcome.
Hi guys. So let's get started. I'm Shaunak Senbarat, founder of House of Three. We are an Epiphanous sustainable luxury label. We also do interiors. And before we move ahead, let me just do a little, as they say, KYC, know your customer. Who's my audience? Are we professionals in the fields of architecture? Are we students? Or is it an eclectic mix of different people from different creative faculties? All of the above, okay. Okay, so let's then maneuver the conversation towards how we as different creative people doing different things, somewhere we all sort of fit into a common subset. So what are inspirations? What is it that drives us, moves us? What are the common things that affect us? Whether we are architects, whether we are interior designers, filmmakers, photographers, advertising, creative people, fashion designers, etc., etc. So before we go ahead, a very, very quick synopsis of what we do. I'm archaically tech challenged, so I hope I don't. Oh, there. See, I told you. Next, never mind. So like I said, we are a sustainable, another slide please. A sustainable design label. We've been doing this since 2008. To go back a little bit more, when I was in college or passing out from school, I come from a family of lawyers in Calcutta. So obviously there was a certain expectation that I would also go ahead and join the family firm. If not, at least prove my mettle by getting through some bloody law school. Otherwise, what's the point? Tumhare baap wakil hai, tum jaake darzi banoge is not an option. So I really wanted to do clothes because I had an affinity towards it. I loved colors. I used to paint since I was a child. I used to sing because I grew up in a joint family, and one part of my family are into the Bengali film industry, music composers, choreographers, art directors, etc. So I had a very balanced upbringing in that sense. So I sat for NIFT, I sat for NID, I sat for School of Planning and Architecture in Delhi, I sat for Bangalore Law School, and I sat for Pusa and Manipal because I loved cooking. I got through all of them except for NID, I don't know why. But eventually I took fashion design. I don't know what it was that allured me into it. I think I liked the idea of people being dressed up, because that was something that while growing up or while traveling, we wouldn't see much of in India. Like you would see in the roads of New York, you know, or you would see people going to work would really dress up. Over here, nobody really gives a damn. You wear some Space Cadet astronaut sports shoes, you wear a slap on a denim, a t-shirt or whatever you have, and you're sorted. Till about 2007 or 8, there wasn't even a legitimate Western or Indian-inspired workwear women's brand in India. Whatever existed were essentially these bizarre versions of menswear. Women had these short shirts. You can ask your mothers or mossies at home. They had these short shirts, which if you sat, would always make someone uncomfortable because you can't focus on work. You're constantly pulling your shirt down. So it's important to, and that's what design is about. Design is about solving people's problems. And if you can do that with a certain signature, a certain aesthetics, which is consistently you can read into it, you can identify it, then that makes you a good designer, or a good architect, or a good filmmaker. If you've seen Satyajit Ray, despite his variety and vastness of subjects and his styles of execution, there is still a certain simplicity in his storytelling, which you can identify with. It's the same with Shyam Benegal or Govind Nehliani or more currently Anurag Kashyap, like what Sneha was saying earlier, and every word resonates with me. Anurag Kashyap is a man who thought out of the box. He was a rebel. Everybody familiar with him? Yeah. So similarly in design, if you think that you are trying to solve a problem, and then comes your self-expression, that's something which is very important to know. That's the difference between art and design. Art is just for yourself. If somebody else likes it, it resonates with someone, they buy it. Depends on how much they like it, that defines your price. And also your marketing, how marketable you are as an artist. But in design, you are solving somebody else's problem. So there's always a brief, whether someone wants a house, or someone wants the interiors done, or someone wants a wedding film made, or wants the event manager to decorate the wedding in a certain way with a theme, or clothes for the wedding, or for whatever occasion, what have you. Everything starts from a brief, starts from identifying a need gap. So that's what Tesla did, that's what Apple did. Any brand of any repute in the world that has existed and has lasted the test of time has always defined its core intrinsic question, which is, why do I exist? So in our case, after 9 years of corporate life, in 2008, we launched House of Three. House of Three gets its name because it's clothing and design solutions for the mind, body, and soul. It's not just for your body. After 9 years of corporate life, doing Van Heusen, Louis Philippe, Alan Solly, etc., between me and my partner Anu, we felt a certain existential crisis. We were asking ourselves, what are we doing? It's not enough to get a certain handsome paycheck at the end of the month. What is the legacy we are leaving behind? Copying the West, the same bloody color palette of light blue, light cream, and light pink, and in checks and stripes and solids with 3 color variations for 9 years. And slim cut pant, semi-fit pant. Cotton, PV, TR, wool blend. That's it, that's life. What are we leaving behind? So that's how this came about, and in due course we quickly realized that it's very, very important in today's day to be mindful about what you design, how you source, and how you execute whatever you've conceptualized. If you have a state-of-the-art idea, but it takes a criminal amount of carbon footprint to get materials from the moon, Neptune, Marianas Trench, then that's insane amount of carbon footprint. What is intelligent design is when you are going with the flow, taking things that are around you and creating something enriching for everyone around, including people who are making it, people who are consuming and buying it from you, designers sitting with us in our office and creating it, ideating it, everybody in the supply chain, from the creator of the idea to the guys in the pipeline who execute it, to the person buying it and experiencing it. So that's where it started. So we started to work with, next slide please. Next slide please. We started to work with different categories. We have couture, we have breadth, we have diffusion, we have menswear, we had home decor. So for those who aren't very familiar with these terms, haute couture essentially means something which is luxurious and state-of-the-art, which is one-off pieces. They are made exclusively. So wedding trousseaux come under that. What you see on red carpets for whatever events come under that. That's called haute couture. Breadth is ready to wear. These are French terms. Well, fashion was first organized by the French. Hence, those terminologies stay on. Breadth is ready to wear. Couture price points vary. I mean, that depends. Jitna good daloge, utna meetha hoga. So, depends on what you want. Breadth is, we operate between price points of 10 to 30,000. Diffusion is something which is way more accessible and affordable, simpler, younger, and that's anywhere between 4,000 to 10,000. And in menswear, we have all the similar verticals as well, between Western as well as Indian couture. Next slide. Next one. What you saw earlier, the film that we started with, that was one of our seasonal collections. We make a collection every year. Every season, every 6 months. But we never take it out. You know, fashion is an organized, and this is something that you all need to understand as consumers as well as designers. Fashion is an industry that has been created in stressing you out by creating a fake sense of demand. Run! Yellow is the color for the season, go get it. You know? There is no such thing. If you wear yellow in 2023, no one's going to come with a gun and shoot you. And all of us fall for it. So what we make are classical, and we never take them off the shelf. These are created using heirloom textile weaving techniques that have been in India, prevalent in India for thousands of years, across clusters, weaving clusters, right from Jamdanis in West Bengal, to Kanjivarams in Tamil Nadu, to Patolas in Gujarat, to, Banarasis in Banaras, to Balucharis again from Bengal, etc., etc. It goes on and on. India has 93% of the global handloom population. And it is our responsibility to ensure that modernization does not make us another China. We shouldn't lose our core. So what does it mean to be sustainable and being Indian in your design language? So what we do every season is essentially pick up 2 states. They could be any 2 of our choice. Kalgi was about Uttar Pradesh and Kashmir. So Uttar Pradesh is known for its chicken curry, it's an embroidery technique, it's known for its Banarasi weaves, which has been there in Banaras for about 800 years or 700 years. We also use the Jamewar shawl and the pashminas of Kashmir, the Iktar embroidery technique of Kashmir. And incidentally, this came out at a time when there was CA, NRC and all of that going on a couple of years back. And I think this is another important subject to touch upon. Design needs to be relevant to your times. Design cannot turn a blind eye to what's happening around you. You may not be, as a brand, you have to be apolitical, you cannot be political, but you have to stand by a certain belief system. If you're talking about being intrinsically following a certain set of values, when you're defining that why, that core of existence, what we do is a reflection of that core of existence. Design should also have a geopolitical anecdote to it somewhere. So when we created this, Kalgi essentially means the sarpech, you know what, that jewelry that grooms wear on their turbans on their wedding day? Yeah, mostly in the north. That's worn by Hindus, Muslims and Sikhs. And that's a symbol of secularism. So, okay, now I'm going to rush it. Let's move ahead. It's a little tough to go through 13 years in 15 minutes, but I'll try. Sorry?
Speak up, people are listening outside.
Okay. So, very quickly, we're going to go through these visuals. So these are essentially visual, there you see, these are all the Kalgi motifs which were woven in Banaras by an award-winning weaver. Not a lot of people know Banarasi, without which most North Indian weddings up north don't happen. Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Bengal. They are traditionally woven by Muslim weavers, you know. So this is the platform we have. Design in terms of clothing and in terms of interiors. And that is our platform to express ourselves. So while we have solved the problems of design through sustainability, through employment, through ensuring that weavers don't leave their looms and come to cities to become cab drivers, for instance. We also make a point to somehow, somewhere, motivate, educate people at large, our audiences and our patrons, whoever is following our social media, coming to our websites, to give them a feel of who we are. Our products are incidental. Our belief system is what we stand for, which is why our consumers who come to us stay with us. We have literally zero attrition. Whoever has come to us has stayed on with us as loyal customers over the last 13 years because they marry into the belief system. Similarly, other collections, there's another one. We'll quickly, these are basically paisley pashmina motifs of the Jamaiwar, which have been translated to embroidery using the techniques of Zardozi of Uttar Pradesh and Ikhtar of Kashmir. This is another one called Sealdah Lucknow Express. Sealdah is a train station in Calcutta. So this was about West Bengal and Uttar Pradesh again. Quickly. So botanical prints that were representative of the flora and fauna of both the states, hand embroidered very, very intrinsically on jamdanis. This is a diffusion collection called Sattva. Sattva is essentially a state of mind in Hindu philosophy, which is a balance of, it's the most elevated guna. It's a state of mind where you're never reactive. You're in balance, you're in control of rajas, tamas, and that state of balance is what Sattva is. This was launched during COVID. Everything changed with COVID. People's buying patterns changed. Everybody's sitting at home, there's nowhere to go. Who needs a Kutiyar 10 kg ghagra? So we started making things that were relevant to the times and to the usages. You're doing Zoom calls. So people were not buying skirts and trousers. They didn't need to. They just needed to do something on the top. So you had dresses, you had tops, things that you could wear at home, sit in a Zoom meeting, whether it was family or office, switched between, maybe your parents' teachers meeting in the middle. So stuff like that. Let's quickly go ahead onto, and also marriage of contrasts is what we work with. A trench coat, which is a Western silhouette, but made out of jamdani, which is a hand-woven textile of West Bengal. These are things that do very well across the world. We are Indian by soul, global in appeal. Dravida is our latest, it's in stores now. We just came back after doing a show in Calcutta. This is inspired by all the southern states in South India. When I go up north, वो generalize करके छोड़ देता है, अरे तू मद्रासी है, तू South Indian है. Each state has its unique flavor and history. And we've made a print which uses, let's go ahead. Sorry, one back. Which uses different elements of southern India. There's temple jewelry from Tamil Nadu, which is 3,000 years old, which looks a lot like the Incas. There's the boats from Kerala, the houseboat, the tali, all kinds of different prints. Let's go ahead. These are essentially different celebrities we've adorned. Quickly, let's go straight to interiors. More. Yeah, I pushed it too hard. That was impossible to do in 15 minutes. So, the same philosophy translates into interiors as well. It's essentially, for us, the human body and a room. Both are three-dimensional spaces. It's essentially about understanding proportions in different contexts. If you understand that, then you'll know how to make a small space look bigger, a big space look warmer, etc., etc. The philosophies still are the same. Sustainable luxury, not a single piece in this house of Nikhil Kamath that we had done. Let's keep moving, I'll keep talking. Has been imported. Everything is made in India and made only from small businesses. This was during COVID. So we utilized this opportunity to ensure that small businesses didn't suffer to whatever extent we could. We channelized all our resources to sourcing from small businesses, whether it be textile, whether it be carpentry, whether it be upcycled different art deco pieces, etc., etc. Is there anything more of the interiors? No. Let's go back. I'll probably explain a little bit for 30 seconds and leave it. So, for example, just one more. So, for example, one more. So, for example, this is it's a beautiful piece, a console made by Chairs and Company, Dina, which is using camel bones. This is made out of Jaipur. So it was made collaboratively with Chairs and Company, with Purple Turtle, with Good Earth, with Nicobar, with OPT carpets. I did a lot of art, whatever art you saw is mine. We use a lot of music. Butterflies embroidered, hand embroidered on the chair. The textiles are all handlooms. The round carpet is customized from OBT. All the upholstery at the back, the stripes that you see on the sofa, they're all handlooms. This is sustainable leather. Handmade paper lamps, again, emulating the dandelions as if they've come in with the breeze, for instance. The wallpaper there is the only one thing that was imported from London, because in India, you can't print embossed gold yet. So that's the only reason why we had to get that from there. I'd leave you all with our Lakme Fashion Week collection film. Play the Siddharth one first, which will give you a context of what it was all about. And then you can see the behind the scenes film that we created for the show. After that, we'll pick up the questions.
Action. Hey guys, I'm super stoked to be part of my friend Shaunath's show on Sustainable Day of Lakme Fashion Week. From whatever he's shared with me so far, all I can tell you is that his new collection, Kumarit Kandam, is an incredible amalgamation of sustainable textiles, history, culture, and value systems that he and I so passionately believe in. With this presentation, we touch upon our responsibility as people to be kind, not just to the environment, but also to our own people, even when they don't have the same belief systems as us. We touch upon responsible consumption, on our pride and sense of service as responsible citizens who deeply love our motherland, on the need to be open and respectful of others, their values, even when they don't match our own. Shaunath's even composed and sang the soundtrack with Saba Azad for this show. It's really special. I can't wait for you all to hear it. Fashion, like any art form, is a reflection of life and the times that we live in. Shaunath's label, House of Three, isn't just about sustainable fashion, but also a heartfelt celebration of we the people, of our unity in our diversity. I can see how he's genuinely trying to hit a chord with people with a much bigger scope than just fashion. A scope for empathy, for compassion, for environmental awareness, and for keeping us all together as one people. Follow House of Three for more on that.
Hi, this is the first time that we are showcasing at Lakme Fashion Week.
A couple of months back, Gautam Mazirani and the IMG team
the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
Thank you so much for that, Shaunak. Because we're running a little less on time, we can get one question in for Shaunak, and Shaunak will also be part of the panel, so you can ask him your questions then.
I actually do kind of know a little bit about the handloom industry because my mother is really very interested in handloom sarees. But my question is now, fast fashion has become a trend, and I think it will continue for some more time. So how can we bring in handloom and make it sort of like an awareness to people and let them know about how important it is to keep it alive?
That's a very, very good question. I think there's been a lot of effort that has been going on from various aspects of society, policymakers, for quite a few years. There was the hashtag I wear handloom and the sari movement. There are also a lot of mass market brands which have popped up. Like there's one that I was consulting creative director for. It's called Ancestry. I don't know if anyone's heard it. So that's also my baby. So while we do House of Three, we also engage with corporates to create sustainable solutions for the masses. Sustainability comes from volume. 5 people following sustainable guidelines in a country of 1.3 billion people makes no sense. So how does one enhance the awareness? Fashion is always a trickle-down effect. So on one hand, there has to be certain policy-making changes where there are tax benefits for lesser taxes for GST components for handlooms and handloom products, and it's heavily taxed if it's imported. Also, there has to be a certain mindset change from the consumer too. While we may discuss very eloquently and very sensitively about sustainability and topics such as these here, the moment we get out and we hear about a Black Friday sale, we will just run for a Myntra 80% off. We don't care what's in the label, do we? So mindful consumption is something that has to come from within. It's a bit like spiritual journey. Your own moksha depends on you and what life choices you make. So we as designers make every effort possible. The label is essentially the top of the pyramid. We have the luxury of having an influence, therefore we utilize it to create that. We also engage with various corporates to create sustainable mass market solutions. And we are also engaged in the education sector. So we religiously teach at NIFT, at Pearl, at Srishti, etc., to ensure that that seed is planted in the next generation, and especially the next generation, because you all can't afford to, be negligent about glaring, pressing issues of environmental issues. They're going to come and bite you on the back very soon. So how can we enhance it? How can we ensure that or encourage people to buy more handloom? By spreading awareness. So we are stakeholders of the industry. We can, but if consumers start holding hands and doing the same thing, like for example, I keep telling all my influencer friends, all my actor friends, you know, instead of just wearing free clothes that you get just by your stylist calling some designer, why don't you make an effort to, you know, put out a word there, like Vidya Balan does, for example, Siddharth does. But a lot of people don't really care. They're very happy in their own selfish lives. But I hope that as you've raised the question, you would also raise the awareness too. And if about 200 people in this room get out inspired to spread the word on sustainability, on spreading awareness on environmental issues, what does it really mean to buy that 100 rupee t-shirt which is on 80% discount on some online platform? What does it mean? If you break it down, it has taken an army to make that t-shirt. It takes 300 liters of water to make a t-shirt, 100 liters of water to make a t-shirt. Imagine the wastage. Where does that toxicity go? The wastes. That army, they must be really, really underpaid for you to get a t-shirt at 100 rupees. Somebody is not getting 3 square meals a day because you like your discounted merchandise. That sense of social responsibility is anyway something lacking in us. Look at the way we drive. Chalta hai. Doesn't matter whether you're double PhD or you're an auto guy. We all drive like, pardon my French, assholes. So that sense of civic social responsibility has to come from within. If we try and tell you something, people will turn around and say, what goes of your father? I will wear polyester. What is your problem? So until it comes from within, and until there are policy making changes, like zero tax for handloom, and enhance the taxes so that it becomes unaffordable for these discount models to work. So that's the answer, I would say.
Shaunak's answer, I think, was for question 2, 3, 4, and 5. So with that, we come to a close of this session. We will take a quick 10-minute break, at which point of time we'll set up the stage for the panel discussion, and we will meet back in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Pratish Rajan, and I will be the moderator for our panel discussion this evening. The idea was to do a fun round of rapid fire and a big hamper, but Arun tells me that Coffee with Pratt just does not have the same ring as Coffee with Karan. So here we are for an informal conversation around a Bulltop Island counter. Design, fashion, and film stems from a basic idea. But how does that simple idea transform itself into something more? Is the creative process the same across these disciplines? How do you stay inspired in a field that requires you to constantly keep your creative juices flowing? Where does the next idea come from? These are some of the questions we hope to have answers for this evening as I introduce our esteemed panel. Across me, Shaunak Sen Bharat, director and founder of fashion label House of Three. You've clearly just seen his presentation. Next to him is Sneha Aip Varma, one half of the founding partner at Nirvana Films. Kumresh Shekaran is our third panelist, consulting architect at Studio Shekitans. Despite having 30 years of experience spanning across India, Singapore, and USA with projects varying from subterranean architecture to high-rise buildings, Kumresh likes not to be called an architect as he believes he's forever learning. Next to him is our very own Hamsini Murli from Balan and Ambishan Architects, associate. And to my right is Shruti Jaipuria, founder of Maya Design Studio. She's a graduate from Parsons School of Design. She's trained with Tony Chi and Associates in New York before returning back to Bangalore. And she has a special eye for integrating local material and craft in her works. So my first question, Sneha, is to you. At Nirvana Films, you guys take some incredible risks and have done some of the most iconic ads. From getting the most adorable pug as the face of a telecom giant, to the Zuzus and even the offbeat ad for Kerala tourism. How do you guys come up with a captivating story every time in such a short time frame? And can you just tell us a little bit more about the creative process of it? I just have to long. Yes.
Okay. Pratish has put me on the spot for us. Okay, it's very difficult to explain all of it, but so it's a highly collaborative process, filming, right? Way too many people involved in the whole ideation, execution, and all of it. So the hierarchy is really, there's a client who has a need, who wants to make a film. They have an advertising agency. Within the advertising agency, you have a creative team that and a marketing team, but the creative team basically works on the idea, keeping in mind market parameters, who are their sort of who's competition, what they need to say, etc. And then once they sort of crack the broad idea, they script it out for a filmmaker to come in. So that's the stage at which we come in. So what we do is we bring sort of the cinematic inputs into that script. Okay, we sort of declutter and say, okay, this is what you can say within 30 seconds, this is what you can say in 60 seconds, this is how you need to structure your film. So this is the beginning, the middle, and the end, and what leads up from one thing to the next, and how then do you end. So that's sort of roughly the format that we follow. And then, of course, layers within layers, which is then we collaborate with teams who come on board, like with their own expertise, like a fashion designer would then come in and say, okay, this is your character, this is, a location manager will come and say, this is where it needs to be set. I mean, of course, it's really like a orchestrator, like the director will tell us, based on his or her vision of what that film must have. We do storyboards, we detail out, we actually, over pre-production meetings, take clients through how we see it, as much as we can, visually, verbally, by doing storyboards, by showing them mood boards, very much like how architects do it, right? And then, of course, a lot of it cannot be captured in any of those formats because there has to be room for magic. Like, for example, an actor will come on set, and once you give him or her the space within which to work, so much of their body language, who they are, is what they bring to that moment. And we allow them that room to play. So out of 100 actors that we audition, why is it that we go with the one guy? Okay, and that's because One is they have to look the part. Two is they have to be comfortable in their skin, and then they have to emote, and then emote in front of a large audience, so it's not easy. And each person brings something of their expertise, and it's a highly collaborative process, but all the time you have to have a compass on where you're moving, and all of these things have to add up, right, and not take away from what you intended to say in the first place. So that's really the process.
Thank you. And yeah.
So I just wanted to interject to ask you, how much of a micromanager are you to make sure that all of this happens in that particular point?
Not at all a micromanager. Yeah, I think I wish there was someone from my team here to vouch for that, but I'm someone who believes that each one of us brings something very unique to the table. And the minute you start to clip someone's wings, then they don't function optimally. So I'd much rather that person who I collaborate with or who's part of the team then brings his or her own style, input, and then make that happen, because then you're far more responsible for what you're putting out.
And in the current scenario where attention span is reducing and it's all about a quick image or a quick video that's playing, most of the time I skip YouTube ads as soon as I can. So is that a big challenge that you guys are facing now, and is there a certain thing that you're doing to adapt to, like shorter time spans for ad films? Because I saw the Facebook thumb stoppers, those were brilliant, and that's done in 7 seconds. So is that something you're adapting to?
Yeah, I mean, I think the pressure of having to say everything in a really tight sort of span is something unnecessary, because actually if there's a really strong hook or a strong idea, I think people are willing to watch it for however long it is. And that's the thing, right? We now straddle all kinds of durations actually for both ad film and long format. I think we have far more variety to choose from. So I don't think the pressure of having to say everything in the first 10 seconds is valid anymore. You should be able to use the format well enough. So just because you have the time doesn't mean you have to stretch it. You have to use it optimally to be able to tell the story that you plan, which is why the structuring of a film is very important. So that you don't, unnecessarily extend it. But the internet allows you that, right? On YouTube, you can actually, even as a brand, you can actually use the long format to tell your story very well. So I don't think, attention spans, yes. But I think generally, there are consumers for all kinds of formats. So I don't think that pressure is, it's an unnecessary pressure. Yeah.
Thank you. My second question is actually for Shruti. Shruti, I've noticed in most of your work, you take a conscious effort. You take a conscious effort to incorporate works from local artisans and craftsmen, like the Tatera brass artisans and the Tikri glass artists in Rajasthan, or that 180 module installation that you've crafted at Lucky Chan, which is from Channapatna. And it's actually for a dim sum parlor, for the aesthetic of a dim sum parlor. So does your travel help you discover these hidden talents, and how do you seamlessly integrate traditional crafts in your design sensibility?
So I think, is this working? Yeah. So I think that inherently I am from the school of thought that the world is becoming a very homogeneous place. And that to me is a fundamental problem, right? Because you travel to sort of seek, you travel to explore, you travel to learn. But more and more when you're traveling, you're seeing the same thing, right? You're seeing the same kind of design, you're seeing everything similar. So for me, it's about sort of keeping the context of the current day in mind, but also how do we sort of celebrate what we have, right? And we have such incredible, incredible craft in this country. As a designer, I think that every day we're making many, many, many choices, right? Which client to work with, what product, which project to work on, what materials to choose. And I just feel that if we make choices mindfully, you can actually have a really large impact on these people and actually help sustain crafts. And these are techniques that are literally getting wiped out. So the technique, the Tikri work is basically a 400-year-old craft that was sort of created. It's basically curvature glass, which is then hand cut. right? It's hand cut and then it's put into a panel, and it's much, much easier to actually just specify something that you can CNC cut in Bangalore. But the joy of actually meeting the artisan, learning their story, their legacy, I mean, the stories that they have to tell is just, it's just infuses soul into the work we do and our learning. So I think that it's really a very personal, it's curiosity, and it's just this love and fascination because it's just out there. And there is so much for us to sort of seek out if you wish to, right?
So do you make it a point every time you travel to, you know, identify certain local artists?
Yes.
And
So when you travel, even in the office, so we have immense amount of research that goes into our work in terms of finding the clusters, figuring out how to work with the cluster, identifying somebody there we can work with, because a lot of times with the handmade in India, you know, in handlooms, it's far more, there's many more people working with it, right? But it hasn't really come into our space as much in terms of interiors and architecture. Product, yes, but not in terms of space. So, sorry, what was your question again?
in terms of when you travel, are you specifically looking out?
Yeah, so we research a lot in the office, as well as when you travel, you know, you ask the concierge at your hotel, or you ask like the driver. So I discovered these Thatera artisans by literally reading about them online, and I told my cab guy in Jaipur to take me to this, it's called Thatera Gully, right? And it's literally just one street, and these guys are just beating handmade brass. And the sad thing is that everyone there was very old, right? So I love to sit with them, have chai with them, and be like, what are your children doing? And then they're like, you know, there's no future in this. There's no future in this. So they're going for their tech jobs, they're going into the cities for different things, but this craft, which is just, a machine can never do, believe you me, is just lost. So in any little way, when a client is receptive to it, we try and kind of slip it in.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
And just a quick thing, with your background in business administration and interior design, what are your views of growing a business through social media?
Oh my God, that's a tough.
Because earlier we had Sarah Sham who was here. And
I am very anti-Instagram. I think in some ways it's wonderful because it's, you know, it's getting, as a young practice, your work is out there. It's it's easy for people to access, but I think unfortunately, interior design is getting reduced to an image. And interior and spatial design is not about an image. It's about the emotion that the space evokes to the person in that image. I mean, in that space, right? It's not about the frame, it's not about how it looks, it's about how you feel, right? So that to me is I think social media is honestly killing that. Even in terms of your bite-size Instagram posts, you know, what publishers could do previously in terms of writing what the context is. Why are you designing the way you're designing, right? Spatial design is so much more than pretty. It's so much more than style, right? It's about space, it's about light, it's about air, it's about functioning as a human, like you said, within the space. How do you interact with it, right? I'm not a fan of social media. I need to get better at it, and we're trying to, but it's also a very important tool, like, to keep up with the times, I guess, yeah.
All right, thank you. And like you mentioned, through the travel, Kumu, this one's for you actually. You've done your fair bit of travel in the last 30 years, working in India, Singapore, US, and you said you make it a point to travel for 2 months in a year, and you like that nomadic lifestyle. I'm sure travel has taught you a fair bit, both to learn and to unlearn. How have you applied that in your career so far?
That's the biggest challenge, learning and application. That was my next point. When whether you've done bachelor's or master's or PhD, I mean, when you come out of campus, you know, you're set with certain design templates. Okay, this is what a foundation is going to be, this is what a wall is going to be, this is going to be your roofing system. But then when you go back and travel, I mean, there's so much of deep meaning in their architecture, and there is so much of intertwining between communal participation, art, architecture, design. Everything is packed together. It's like a package. But today, unfortunately, what happens is everything is isolated. architect does his architecture, and then interior designer comes in later, and landscape person comes in later. It was never that way in the vernacular architecture. So that's what I love to learn. And when I say learn, I have to unlearn first, right? Before every project, okay, whatever you have done based on the codes, the regulations, you end up dealing with these thick books in office. And so you have to let go of that and then start traveling. So when I say travel, I'm not going sightseeing. I mean, so that example, today people talk about fluid architecture, organic architecture, biomimicry, biophilic, whatever, we use fancy terminology. But all that is absolutely there. I mean, it's been perfected over ages. So why don't we learn from there? So that's my institution. I mean, travel is my institution. And when I say travel, I'm exploring the nooks and corners of, let's say, a village in Mali or Burkina Faso or somewhere in Indonesia. So that's my kind of travel. And there's tremendous amount of knowledge there. And you have to just kind of absorb it and then relearn. So the three things is unlearn and relearn. So that's what inspires me. And it's a challenge to adapt in the current office. But in reality, what happens is, for example, if I have to give you one example, in vernacular architecture, there are a lot of subterranean spaces, whether it was driven by climate or whether it's driven by security, whether it's driven by landscape. A lot of examples from Rwanda, Tunisia, or Morocco. And today, we are talking about green roofs. It's the same thing. And I practice in California, and we have a lot of visual easement restrictions, which means that when you design a building, it should not be visible from the highway. It sounds like a simple sentence, but it's like you're supposed to build the building, but it's not supposed to be seen. So then we end up with subtractive architecture. We start scooping the spaces. And so that's where, there's a lot of knowledge there, and we apply that. So it's a challenge, but we are not very different from what's happening in the past. So if we learn from there and we apply it, it's easier.
Got it. Shaunak, I read an article that says you grew up in a family of musicians, and your playlist has an eclectic taste from jazz and bossa nova to Sufi and Carnatic music that borrow from different cultures and eras. And I see as a design label, your philosophy is also a marriage of contrasts. You create products and a lifestyle that's global in appeal and Indian at its soul. So how much of a role do you think music has played in your design inspiration? And what are some of the other art forms that inspire you? Also, sorry, but rumor has it that you've also tried your hand at Channel V Popstar Hunt. So,
yeah, that was from archaic times, about that was 2002 or 3.
Oh, so it's true.
Maybe 20 years, a bit too late for that, but we'll get there. So I think in continuation to what everybody is saying, design is about feeling. It's a faculty which is a mix of emotions and objective intelligence. So it's EQ and IQ both. It's a culmination of both. Also, if you are sensitive to nature, I mean, the problem with us city folks is that we are so far off from nature, we have no clue. If we just follow what nature has done for millions of years of evolution, like you said, we will figure out design very easily. Whether it's curvy lines, whether it's absolute geometry, whether it's vibrations to do with sound. And I'm thankful for a very well-rounded, holistic upbringing, which sort of gave me exposure across the sciences, the arts, the performing arts, design, philosophy, and the way I think is probably a culmination of all of that. So music has always been integral in the way, like not a day goes by when I don't hum. It might be in my absolute personal private space in the bathroom, but or sometimes in front of an audience. But the point is that you need to let go of certain vibrations to be able to vibrate at a certain level. There are ragas. Ragas, by the way, there's science behind all of this too. Indian ragas, praher, the whole day is divided into 6 subsets. Each of the subsets of 4 hours have different ragas. So some are sharp, some are flat. And each of these resonate a certain vibration which is good for you at that certain point of time. Like for example, also in our physical human body, our nostrils. The air intake is not the same throughout the day, it's different. But it's only at sunset or sunrise that both function equally. How many of us knew that? Like, these are, we are automatically aligned to the natural way of things, whether it be music, be travel, be nature, be man-made objects, be the jungles, the sea, whatever it may be. Music has been an inspiration, like the last video that you all saw and the song that was playing in the background. That's something that I had composed and sang with Sabah Azad. The idea was to do a medley of patriotic songs in different languages. That collection was about Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. Hence, the stress was on Bengali songs, on Sanskrit, on Tamil. And we also put in an Urdu song, although it had no contextual reference, but it had to come because that was the time and all that CAA and NRC and all that nonsense was going on. And the song Hum Dekhenge had become an anthem, so Sabah said, why don't we put that in as well? So we got into that collaborative space and we created a medley of songs. Like there's a part, we've used Sare Jahan Se Acha, but the arrangement of it is a bossa nova arrangement. The whole composition, the whole feel changes. The seriousness of patriotic songs to be put on a ramp, which is more a fashion selling tool. It's not easy. You have to get the right balance that nobody feels that you're disrespecting the value of these things. And at the same time, you're using it for the right reasons to uplift certain other things. So that fine balance is very important. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. And Shaunak, we as designers, we tend to get lost in this word called trend, right? And in a fast-paced world where people tend to jump ship as often as they change clothes, as a design label, do you find the need to adapt to this, or how do you ensure you stay true to your timeless philosophy?
So we never follow trends. We are a classical entity where we take different elements from different cultural subcontexts and we create an eclectic mix where there's a balance of contrast. Trends, like I said, is a marketing gimmick of the modern world. There is no rush to wear yellow or to wear whatever halter, if that's in. You could wear whatever you want. There is, it's just a sales and marketing gimmick to enhance sales. This is a capitalistic thought process. Like this is what we've seen in America for 50, 60 odd years. Consume, discard, consume more. It made sense 200 years back during the Industrial Revolution. It doesn't anymore. We are exploding in this planet. We are not the only species, there are others too. How many of us are even mindful of it in city life? At least in rural India or in rural places they are. They sort of find a synergy with nature, with other animals. We don't care. So that's my point basically.
All right. Hamsini, as designers, we tend to get caught up in our designs and the day-to-day grind at work, that we lose focus on the bigger picture. We're constantly in the cycle of accomplishment. Earlier this evening, you mentioned stepping back sometimes is as important as stepping forward. Where do you pause, and can you elaborate a bit more on that?
So honestly speaking, I think taking a break sometimes is the hardest thing to do. You can never justify it because you're always thinking, okay, but I have so much of pressure, so many people waiting on me to do something. And to just take that time off for yourself, I think, requires a lot of discipline, I may call it. But I think somewhere in the middle, about 3 years back, I took a whole year off, half by choice, and then it ended up getting longer than I expected. But I think I came back so refreshed that I've definitely learned the value of that pause. And I think that was something that even we discussed when we were watching some of the films that Sneha's put together yesterday, right? And while you were telling us about how just pausing to let something sink in and stopping and seeing what you're doing with your life. Are you in a place that you're happy? Is the direction that you're going in something that you want, or something that's just because everyone else is going there and you just end up kind of riding the wave? So I think that's where we're realizing that pause is really, really important. So yes, I'm a big believer of that for sure.
I think, Sneha, you're also a big advocate of the power of pause, both in film as well as in real life. I've seen the TED Talk where you talk about it quite a bit. How have you used that both in your professional life and in your personal life?
I'm on perpetual pause. People who know me will know I sort of grow roots where I sit. Then you have to yank me out of that place. Yes, I feel no pressure. I try not to take on too much pressure. And having said that, I juggle many things. But the only way I can do all of that is to be calm and say, I'll do it in my time and the way I want to. Of course, there is a reality check, but I think pause is very, very important. And I realized that when in the middle of a hectic, crazy life, running around doing film, I suddenly got pregnant. And then I said, and by default, I was told I need to sit back and put my feet up and, nurture what has been given to me. And that suddenly hit me, because that active life to a complete sort of, now that's it. That's when you start to say, okay, let me not grudge what I'm going to miss out, but instead embrace what I have. And then you start to allow that to sink in. And then you realize it's so beautiful that once I became a mother, I didn't want to go back to work. And then, I was left straddling both worlds. But you find a way to adapt, right? That's who we are. We are great at adapting. And I think the only thing that you can tell yourself is to say that whatever the situation, I'm going to allow it to sink in. I'm going to give it time, think about it, and then embrace it. There is no other way to do it. If you hurry up and sort of over indulge or whatever it is, then you start feeling all kinds of other emotions that are not necessary. So yeah, this is how I practice it. The other thing that I wanted to say, and it is not part of your question, but a lot of the times now I find that the pressure of social media is that everyone wants to be someone, do something, be heard. That pressure of what am I doing with my life? Yeah, what am I doing with my life? Why am I not seen, heard? And I think part of the pause is to say it's okay not to be seen and heard, and it's fine. But whatever you're doing, do with absolute intensity and honesty. And I'll tell you that from my own life, where at a time when I had my children, I was feeling that little, am I missing out, that FOMO phase, right? But when I started to embrace that situation, like even reading a story to them was such a joyful exercise, because you could be telling them a story about a lion who suddenly appears in the dark, and you say, and so, the lion just slowly appeared. And then, you see the startle on the child's face, as opposed to saying, and then the lion came, and then the lion looked, and then. So you can really liven that moment up and feel what your audience, what you want your audience to feel, right? You can animate the moment and make them enjoy it. So that's really the joy in small things. Right, when you're on a drive, rather than worry about getting to the destination, if you want to stop, take a pause, look around, allow it to sink in, so all of that I think adds up in some beautiful way. And I think I try as much as I can to enjoy every little moment.
I think two valuable lessons we've learned today is to pause and to learn to say no. I think that also came out quite a bit today.
Yeah, and in my talk I was saying that I think one is pause, and I think COVID gave us a natural pause in some ways. because we reconnected, but now it's time to also reset and rethink and reevaluate, everything that we did and what we can do now. So instead of going back to the old rut, is there anything else that we can do to sort of feel like we're valuable to ourselves primarily and then to others around us?
Fantastic. Sure.
So if you notice, everything that we are saying are essentially values or emotions. We're talking about how we feel. We're talking about pausing. There is a lot of spirituality or philosophical anecdotes to good designers, whatever their output and result may be. Why? Because at the end of the day, for you to do something unique, you first have to figure out who you are, have the conviction in your own self that this is what it is, and I own it. And for that to happen, it is very important to introspect, to look inward. Looking outward to Pinterest is not designing. Looking inward, raising the right questions, trying to address the right issues with substantial solutions, that is good design. And our mediums may be different, but the approach seems to be the same for all of us. And that's something I think is a very important take home for everybody. I have a question though, since all of us are here and from different faculties. This is something that might be common to all of us. While we have our own creative processes where at the end of the day, whatever we do for two reasons. One is satisfaction and the other is money. So, however, life isn't simple and you're always at the crossroads where either you have to choose one over the other, or your journey with clients is not as enduring as it should be. Like if you've seen Mad Men, I'm taking a reference of advertising. Gone are the days of Mad Men where advertising people were the rock stars and the clients would just shut up and listen. Today, the whole scenario has changed. The guy who has money is the god. And the behavior pattern is such. So as much as you might love your craft and would want to work with Chengapatna, or you would like to bring in some influence from your travels, or you bring in some emotional anecdote to your narrative or your storytelling, you might have a client sitting there saying, nahi chahiye. मुझे तो X rupees per square feet में झकास सा एक जगह चाहिए जहाँ पे आके लोग दारू पिएंगे और मजे लेंगे. Which is why we see, I don't want to mention names, but I've seen quite a few bars in Bangalore which are a fish market. Like I enter those places with a sunglass. There is a bit of art deco, there is some Renaissance sculpture, there is some plant plastic going on it, there is some water body, there is Dali's melting watch, clock. There is also some Raja Ravi Verma. Like people have just vomited whatever they could. And I can understand that has happened under pressure from the client. How do you deal with that and how do you find that balance between pausing, having no rush, where your client might say, I want this yesterday. Having the creative satisfaction and balancing that with obnoxious or almost obnoxious clients?
I think Shruti, if you can take that.
So I think that's a great question, and I think that what we have as a firm been very particular about is picking our clients. Like I think she was mentioning, we've said no to so much more work than we say yes, because at the end of the day, I think pause happens daily. You know, it's the moments, for me, the joy of working with an artisan. Life is about experiences. It's the sum of the experiences. It's not the end product, right? The joy of that conversation is, for me, something that's special. It's really special because it stands out from, it just stands out in so many ways and you're just rooted. It's real, it's not. And at the same time, we work with a luxury product from Milan because at the end of the day, it is the client's house, and for us that's very important. The client is very important to respect. So while we are very selective on who we work with, especially for homes, not for F&B, for homes, we actually do a mood board before we sign on the project. right? Just to make sure that we are in the same sensibility, because I'm from the school of thought that I don't have any right to tell somebody what their home should look like. It's their home, it's their comfort space, it's what they come to, and it's an amalgamation of their experiences. I don't want to be the designer who sits there and be like, you have to have this because this looks good. No. You know, if you want that clock and it makes you feel good and it connects with you in any part of your story, have it, right? Who is anybody to actually judge that, right? It's a very fine balance. We sort of try and kind of pick our clients thoughtfully. Having said that, we still come into these,
battles.
Yeah, into these battles. We pick the ones we want to fight, but sometimes we let go, right? And I think it's for the bigger picture that at the end of the day, it's for the client who is servicing them. And if they are happy and joyful and content, I think that's the biggest victory, right? You can have the most beautiful space, you can have the most fabulous architecture, but if the client, or even if it's a restaurant, if it doesn't work, right, that's flawed design. Right? It might be in a magazine, but if it doesn't work, it isn't good design. Good design is understanding every piece of the puzzle and doing your best in your capacity to actually sort of cater to it.
I think sometimes what we face is that sometimes you realize clients use their veto powers, or they have the money, therefore they say things, but they've really not thought a lot of it through. So a lot of the job sometimes boils down to educating them, and to see that, pull back, see the entire picture, and try and understand why we're suggesting what we're suggesting. And invariably, a lot of the reasonable ones will come back and say, I do, outside of the ego, I think a lot of them do appreciate the fact that you're willing to take the time out to explain to them why something works a certain way. So it's really about educating. I think a lot of the time now we spend is to just try and get them to see something, because they may not always be able to see the end result, but they know what the problem is, and they expect you to find the solution, but they're not allowing you or giving you the freedom to. So it's really about saying, hey, hold on, maybe this is a way to approach it. And then it's really about coming to a suitable solution.
And I think what really helps is technology in that regard, right? Being able to develop 3D modeling, being able to even find referencing. We never start the process with referencing, we always start with a concept, but to be able to find something to communicate that, right? It really, really helps in the design process, because both of you know that where you're going. And I think that has, from a technology point of view, I think that has really made a very big difference.
If I can also add to that, I think it's sometimes, especially as a younger practice like BNA, I think we have to make sure that we are first convinced by what we are throwing to the client. Because a lot of the time the client is looking to trust somebody, to trust a designer. The client is not coming to you with all the answers themselves. I think we often find that they test you, they say, okay, shall we put this, shall we put that? But at the end of the day, they actually want you to handhold and take them along and make sure that, you firmly believe what you're selling to them. Not selling, but what you're really guiding them to do. So I think it's also very important for us to step back internally in our offices itself, really make sure that our concepts are airtight. We know why we're doing something. We're not just doing it in the rush of things, because a lot of times we do have presentations overnight, and sometimes we ask ourselves, does this even make sense? So it's important to, I think, pause again there and just make sure that you believe in what you're doing, so that it then translates to the client.
I think Shanak, like Sneha said, the most important thing is educating the client, because a large part of the time I don't think they are aware of exactly what they want. So the moment you're able to sell that and teach them that, and they buy into you what you're trying to show them, I think from there it becomes an easier process. Kumu, you wanted to add something?
Two parts. One is talking about pause, and then about client management. I think one aspect that we add to the pause is basically we're talking about how do we look at the big picture. So what we normally do is, there's an aspect called constructive criticism, right? And if that doesn't happen, then the unlearning cannot happen. So usually what we do is, let's say at the end of the project, we have office picnic. Okay, let's pick a sunny day, and then the entire team, it's just not the designers, the designers, the admin people, the finance people, the contractors. Okay, let's have a picnic at the site. and then we just sit down. I mean, everybody is having a beer or sandwich, everybody is chilling, right? And then everybody kind of opens out. Then have a constructive criticism. I mean, this was actually the panel discussion yesterday. We were talking about Mohe and Prem. So we need to go through that. Otherwise, we will, as designers, we're always going to think, okay, we are perfect, we're always right? We are not going to design if we don't have belief in our design. So our design is always right. Right. So when we go through the constructive criticism, that's exactly when we get a frank opinion. Okay, this was right, that could have been better. And then we try to imbibe that, take a pause, and then start fresh the next project. So that helps a lot. But as a designer, if you're not open to learning, and then it becomes a repeat, you know, what you did yesterday, you're going to repeat tomorrow. So I think that aspect is very important. Now, talking about client relation, you know, when I do hiring, right, when architects come for interviews, I don't ask them a single question on architecture. You know, technical questions, everybody, you can teach them. So I just ask them, hey, do you know how to handle people? You know, psychology. Can you handle people? Yeah. If, as a designer, if you can handle people, then that's a big step. Rest, everything, you know, technical aspects can be taken care of. It's a teamwork. I think that's a big aspect of getting to know the clients. And after a while, clients have to become friends. If the clients remain as clients, then that's a different approach. But when dealing with residential segment, I mean, for our designs are for people, so we have to take care of them. Usually in architecture, it becomes easier because you kind of design the shell and let the infill architecture come from the clients. You know, we give them the space and then give the flexibility to the clients, you know, whether it's a low income or a high income. You know, when you're designing a low income housing, we cannot design, you know, walls and roofs and slabs. We need to give them the outdoor space for them to come up with their own design. So the user, we have to give scope for the user to come in and play their part in the design. They're also designers, right? So we do that, and I think that takes care of client, satisfying the client. And sometimes, I mean, we have to, not sometimes, always we have to do it for the people. I mean, yesterday we were talking about famous Richard Myers homes, and how, I mean, you engage the best architect in the world to design your house, and the client is unhappy because Richard Myers put his foot down saying that this is my design, this is my color scheme, but you're designing for somebody else. And the client ultimately had to sell his house and move out. So, I mean, that's not an ideal thing, right?
Yeah, but, we have experiences where the client will want A.R. Rahman to do music and Prakash Verma to make the film, but then we'll dictate to them how the music must be done. And you're like, why did you get these guys on board if you're not going to give them the freedom to operate with, I mean, that's their expertise. So you have to know when to step back, because otherwise you're going to make a khichdi of it. You know, no one will really own it in any way, and then it just becomes the bar that you were talking about.
Yeah, how do you deal with a situation like that if it were to come?
It comes very often, by the way. Yeah, it comes very often. I think the only way to, at some point, is for creative integrity, you know, call a spade, tell the client, look, you've hired me for a reason. This is what I bring to the table. I understand your problems, and I understand, and these are the solutions that we can find together. But there's some things that absolutely don't work for me. And let's sever the relationship when it's healthy, rather than take it to a point where it's unhealthy. So you need to know how to step back. And I think as a producer, that's what I do. I sort of build that wall. When it starts to get ugly, then I protect my creative team and say, look, hey, step back, because at this point, you're going to be upset, and you know, it's just not worth it. I'd rather you move on to the next thing and keep your creativity intact. And that's the only way to do it, yeah.
Got it. All right, because we're running out of time, I'm just going to open it up for the audience. Any questions for our panelists today?
So, question to anybody on the panel is, so while you all are stalwarts in the disciplines that you all are from, so be it fashion or more for homes, I would say, both for architecture and interiors of a home, we sometimes as designers force a family to live in a house that we conceive for them and what we think is ideal for them to sort of inhabit a place when I'm just wondering, is that the right thing to do, or should we allow a family, I'm talking of a very, no, I'm talking about any family who would have certain aspirations of how they would like to live, and how about telling them to like design a house and put a sketch. I mean, we've seen some bizarre lines happening on papers, but sometimes I feel there's a value that as designers we tend to sort of say, hey, that's crap. I mean, it doesn't happen that way. It has to be this way. You have a roof here, therefore you need to have a roof here, and only that works, and you can't do this. How about allowing a session with a client and his or her family to actually tell you what their aspirations are and get into the depths of it and ask them to come. Like Sneha has mentioned so much about kids and what she's learned from her children, and I'm a new parent as well. And I learned so much from some of the things that these two monkeys at home say and do. But it's just that little human element to design, be it couture or be it homes and interiors that we normally do. How important is that? I'll give you another sort of a thing where during the, I think it was the Kosi River, Bihar mein, when that thing that flooded and inundated acres and acres of land and displaced lakhs of people, the government came up with a fantastic scheme. It said that I'm giving you 1 lakh of rupees, build your own home. Right? You know, there were millions of volunteers would come to design homes for these sort of tenements for families to stay. But what these guys came and said, you design your house like the way you want to. Here's your space and here's your budget. So apparently I have a couple of my architect friends who were part of that initiative, and they sent me some pictures that blew my mind as to how a family, a very basic family from a village, their utopian idea of their house, of their tenement, even though it's a one-room tenement in a, it was, I think it was breathtaking, so where is that element of that organicity, if there is a word like that, that sort of kind of creeps into formulating a design solution? Too long a question?
So, I just recently built a home, and Arun, so I just recently built a home, and played the role of a client. But I think what I really enjoyed was to write down a brief to my architect and tell her exactly what the feeling of my home should be, right? That was my way of doing it. And so she really took from it those things and then found ways to translate that into. So I think there's a way for each person to express themselves. Like I recently went to a darzi, and I told her, a designer, and I told her, I said, you have to do this, I want something with this fabric. Glorify darzi. And the first thing I told her is, listen, I am very uncomfortable with tight clothes, I don't want to like boobs sticking out, I have a tummy, so it shouldn't be too tight. So the minute you open up and tell her what your problems are, then she's able to fit you into a mold and say, okay, now let's start from here, right? So the briefing is a very important part of how because all of us think we're creative, or we all have insecurities about who we are, body types, whatever it is. So if you lay the cards on the table and put your egos aside, I'm this designer and I'm this fancy architect, and you come to me and I charge you an X amount of money. So likewise, as a client, if you're able to sort of say, these are my problem areas, now you're the expert, come in with solutions for me, and then you find a way to sort of marry the two and find amicable ways to deal with it. I think that's the fun part about designing something together. The idea is not for an architect to come in and say, no, but you have to wake up the right side and not the left, and you have to, do this and brush your teeth after you take a dump. I mean, how does it work? It doesn't work like that. Each person comes with their own, right? So the point is to understand that and then design for.
Can I add to that? So I think we work a lot with F&B commercial spaces as well as homes, right? So when you're working with an F&B outlet, it's really about the strategy that works for the brand, right? Which is very, very different from when you're working for a home. But in both cases, we spend a lot of time with the client in the beginning to actually talk to them. We just talk and talk and talk. We also do this exercise with word associations, right? So if it's a restaurant, is it vibrant? Is it upbeat? Is it quick? Is it there's a lot of that goes into it. So we have this whole word association, which is similar to what you talked about, right? Even if it's a home, is it luxurious, or is it warm, or is it cozy, or is it neutral? Just a lot of words, because somehow people associate with that, and then they're able to say, no, I don't like it rugged, or I want it a certain way. So we do that exercise, which then feeds into the process and the concept, which we've actually found really helpful, and also just that initial conversation, because everyone may or may not be able to brief you. So you have to actually pull it out of them, right? You have to ask the right question. So we send a questionnaires. What is it that, what is your interaction, or what do you like to do when you come home? If you want the kind of home where you want to be able to put your feet up, then that's the kind of home, or that's the kind of furniture you need to design, because at the end of the day, you're really designing for a human being. It's yeah. So it's contemporary is, in our opinion, no, but contemporary is a style. It's not an emotion, right? So it's very contemporary. It could be modern, could be anything, but it's the number of words that you actually mix together. It's actually yes, yeah.
No, but I think this is where what you said earlier, is that I think it's a brilliant way of doing it. Listening to words plus having that mood, and seeing if for example, if the definitions match, what the contemporary matches with the mood word, and then how do you sort of negotiate that forward. I think it needs to have both of these, because like she's saying, it's a very subjective feeling or a very subjective definition that one might bring to the table, which is completely opposite to the
I have a question for each of you. It's a very straightforward question. Do you prefer clients who are creatives, or is it exhausting? Like, for example, a fashion designer dealing with an architect, or an architect dealing with, because I find there is a particular temperament that all creatives have, and it can be a little high maintenance, but at the same time they would understand quicker and grasp quicker the intention behind, whatever it is you are intending for them. So it's just a either or, like what do you prefer? It's not a long answer, but just
so
what do you prefer?
Clients, or whether it's collaborating and cross-pollinating between...
No, not cross-pollinating, just a straightforward client.
So I think there are two aspects in design, aesthetics and functionality. But those are more objective aspects. If you vibe and connect at an emotional level, like we're talking about storyboarding, we're talking about conceptual alignment, we're talking about questionnaires to understand how their life is, what their upbringing has been, what is their story. Is it a small town boy who's come to town and made it big? Is it an urban guy who's lived across the world because parents were jumping around?
No, but that can be anybody. I mean, just, what I mean, right? Somebody who has a sense of what the creative universe is, what the, the creative process is. It would be different from, let's say, dealing with a doctor or an engineer.
Let me give examples. So
I find temperaments are different.
So it takes all kinds to make the world. For example, and I take names of all the good experiences. There's this wonderful lady called Ila Naidu, who has been buying our clothes ever since we launched. Within a quick span of 6 months, which basically means over the last 12.5 years, whenever she needs something, she calls and says, Shaunak, this is the day I need it for, this is the occasion, that's the budget. Now go knock yourself out. You know me, you got a free hand. Same thing happened with Nikhil Kamath. Bro, I'm shifting in. This is the budget. You go ahead. So I showed him the concept board, and after that he refuses to see anything. He says, you do it. Your worst decision on your worst day will still be better than my best decision on my best day. That's his logic. After a while, I started panicking, saying, yeah, because it's your responsibility then. I'm spending your money. At the end of the day, I just don't have to justify and validate it. I don't want you to come back and think, oh, I didn't picture this at all. You know? But it's easier there because there is a certain bond, like someone was saying earlier, clients become friends. That's because you connect somewhere. You buy into the belief system. There is respect and trust in the equation. But there have also been people who've come and just, like you, we've also refused work because we didn't align. But there are some people who are in the middle, someone who's very specific about what they want. Like, there used to be a time when people would come in with pictures of Tarun Tahliani and Sabyasachi and say, "Mujhe ye chahiye." So I would very politely pull out my phone and say, "Ye Pepsi ka number hai, le lijiye, phone kar lijiye." Pepsi is Sabyasachi's nickname. So if you want that designer, go to that guy. Don't come to somebody else. So it actually depends on how you build and maneuver that conversation. If you've come to any of us, I'm assuming you've come to us because you've seen what we do and we are capable of, and you either respect it or hold it at a certain high regard, which is why you've come. You just haven't come because you just didn't have any other choice. Chalo jaldi jaldi karte hain. Yahi do option hai. Mujhe February tak shift in karna hai. Okay, these are the only two people in Google search that have come up. Let's go. No, that's not how it should be done either. So, I mean, I think that's what makes our lives interesting. Taking these very unique challenges or easy journeys and making something beautiful out of it collaboratively, taking inputs and also knowing where to step back or where to draw a boundary or where to remind them, okay, yes, your input's taken in because it's your house or your restaurant or your clothes. But here are some expert opinions which you also incorporate to create something holistic.
Can I answer that? I think there's two kinds of creative clients. There's one where you're in sync with, and I've worked with one or two people who are not in the same field, but they've been my clients, and I can promise you that what came out of that collaboration, I could never have done on my own, right? Because the sync, you just elevate each other's output, because when the person brings their own experiences, so if I work with a chef who's got, like I worked with Manu, right? I don't know if you're familiar with Manu Chandra, but the intelligence and the creative aspect and eye that he brought in to a project, it was just elation, right? At the end, in Toast and Tonic, we were climbing up walls, painting the walls ourselves. It was just a high, and the product was, I mean, from the budget we achieved, I don't think I could have done that if it was just a brief that was given to me. But there's been a client who's a fashion designer, right? Where you're not necessarily in sync, because again, like you said, it's subjective. Then it became hard, right? Because she's like, I want pink cupboards, and I don't think pink cupboards, like I don't think like that. In spite of the mood boarding, in spite of everything, you know, because it's so subjective. So that's when you let go, because it becomes this, you know, there is that friction, but you have to respect it. And psychology, like you mentioned, is they should teach that in design school.
For me, it's an absolute joy collaborating with a creative person, because I think you push each other. And you don't get comfortable. You're just trying to sort of better. But egos aside, you know, you have to come clean, you have to say it like it is, and then you have to enjoy the process. The process is really the fun part, whatever it turns out to be. So yeah, I think it's quite rare to see creative people work together. But when they do, it's magic.
I have to kind of agree with them. In fact, to me, it's easier if I have to collaborate, because it just makes it easier if I'm dealing with another designer, if I'm talking about harmony or contrast. It's just easier for us to explain. It's easier for them to understand us, so I have no problems. And but to add one more aspect, actually, it's coming back to Arun Balan's question, like how much do we have to listen to the clients, is sometimes I think if, as a designer, if you have to come up with if you have to throw rationality out of the equation and come up with out-of-the-box idea, I think that's where I think we have to kind of take the lead and there's one book that talks about design, how much do you want to involve client. For example, if Henry Ford were to talk to the people, you know, the horse carriages, okay, what would you prefer? What kind of design, or what would be your criteria? People would be talking about, okay, I want this kind of a breed of a horse, or, you know, I want something. But I mean, he had to take the lead on the design and come up with an automobile to replace the horse carriages. So sometimes, if you have to come up with completely out of the box idea, I think as a designer, if we take the lead, probably because client wouldn't be coming up with those kind of ideas. So I think in those kind of projects, I think architects can take the lead.
Those are disruptive gear shifts, like what Facebook did, or what Tesla has done, or what Steve Jobs did with Apple. That, I mean, that's genius that comes once in a spark and then just shifts gears of civilization.
Yeah.
So that's where the user interface.
Yeah. It can go either way.
Absolutely.
But
Like,
I'm sorry, I'm thinking that even at my stage, I completely resonate with what she's saying. As a client, I may not know what is visible and visible to you in your head when I give you a brief. And therefore, it doesn't take an Apple or a Tesla, but simply words for you to guide me, to channelize me, to see it the way you see it, which is aligning with what my need is. So my need is important, but maybe I can't see that full picture. I don't have that spatial or creative aspect. But even for you to create that for me, give me the, tell me why you're doing what you're doing and how you're going to do it and how that sort of works with my brief is important enough.
I think in elementary design school we had this subject called translation of intangible emotions to color, to forms. You do abstract, it had nothing to do with fashion. It was learning how to translate emotion onto a tangible physical space. You could be a canvas, you could paint a wall, you could cut something, create something three-dimensional. So if you have the ability as a designer, architect, interior designer, musician, filmmaker, to tap into the emotion and be able to translate that, whether you're rich or poor or somewhere in the middle, everybody, I'm building a house, it's an exciting thing for me, It's my hard-earned money and savings. I'm taking a loan and doing it, whatever it might be. I have some visions, I have some dreams, So one has to, like we've all been saying the same thing, tap into the client and bring them out. Like for example, I grew up in a joint family, in a traditional Bengali Haveli. If I ever make my home, like build it from scratch, I'll have a central courtyard where the sun comes in. I like that, that indoor-outdoor feel. I don't want a glass, claustrophobic, glass box to live in as a client. But so to get that vibe and to be able to translate those emotions, those objective requirements, and find that mid path, I think that's what.
Yeah, okay. I think just perhaps wind up, I'm just trying to say one strange thing, right? When I get clients over, new clients, prospective clients, and I talk about building a home, I always tell them it's like bringing up kids or being in a marriage, right? And what does it take to be in a marriage? And we all know, I mean, all the married people know, right? A lot of effort. It takes a lot of effort. There's no two people. Hard work. Yeah? I mean, if we go on, and that's exactly what collaboration is. And I think Shaunak mentioned art and design. Art is maybe self-centric, where design is collaborative. And I think that kind of maybe answers the question whether you work with another architect, another designer. It's got a lot to do with your personality. But if you're in a collaborative field, it is all about giving, taking, knowing when to give, what is the balance that you bring, like Sneha was saying. And I think that is really the true mantra of working, in a collaborative practice. Right? I think you're collaborating, whether it's a client, whether it's at site, whether it's with anywhere, right? Yeah, I think on this note, I hand it over to Franz.
Today, collaborative is very global. you have one designer sitting across on the other side of the planet, another guy is there operating in 4 or 5 different time zones and collaborating. So that's a big achievement.
Just one point on what you said about a project.
Sorry, but this will be the last question we're taking because. Okay.
Creative satisfaction, money, and the third is fame or fame. And if a project answers any two of those.
All right, with that, we will be closing our discussion because we're really out of time. So
can we have the playback music and the hampers out?
we didn't have the rapid fire, unfortunately. So just want to thank the panel for coming here today for a wonderful session, and Arun for closing comments.
Okay, guys, thank you all for being here. A fantastic day, energy-packed sessions, one after the other. And we honestly were worried about whether we can sustain attention spans, but clearly we have. And thank you for being such a, like a eclectic group of people here presenting and speaking, and the panelists. And good job to again Triple ID, Kavita, Gunjan, you guys rock. And the entire Triple ID group, everyone, the volunteers, fantastic job. I mean, so many behind the scene guys who are just not even visible, but have done such a fantastic job. Sunita, my shadow for the last 2 weeks, has been, I think I've spoken to her more than I've spoken to my wife. And it's fantastic. And I think this is a product of collaboration, and I think it's phenomenal as what we can achieve as a group, more than what we do individually. And thank you to my office, my boys and girls, fantastic work. I think it is also more than anything an exercise in sort of proofing whether we're running a structure where I think Shruti recently reached out saying that we'll have a session about structuring office and stuff like that. So this is proof that how say an idea or an instruction just goes down the ranks and it gets executed flawlessly. Thank you again to the crew, and of course all of this would not have been possible without our sponsors. And we've had phenomenal support from them, our trade partners who've stood by us, and I think we should look forward to a bigger year, Kavita, Gunjan, next year. We should rock it. And I'm telling you, we should take this property elsewhere. I mean, this is proof to the pudding. We've been talking about this. We said that we need a bigger audience. We can take this, we can take it higher. Yes, that's right. So there we go. I mean, I think, yeah. And yeah, to everyone on the Rangashankara Boulevard here today, Rangasthala Boulevard, outside. Well, that's my boss. My boss says jump. I just ask how high. That's it. So yeah. And she's bossy, I must tell you that. Yeah. So, but we got this figured. Thank you guys all for coming. There's 2 bands outside, Frizzell and Joel. Yeah. Joel. Yeah, Joel. So please just go outside, enjoy the music. There are wonderful youngsters out there to enthrall you for the rest of the evening. Thank you all for coming. Okay, so which crew? Okay, Team BNA up on the stage for a photograph. Panel is done. Shruti, what with the